Happy Saturday. Hi. Hope you're all doing good today and every day of every year. Wow. Let me quickly say hello to everyone. Hello, Rising. Congrats on first and a big L on the being too fast. Hello, Austin. Arm. And hello, Burmo. Hello, welcome. Hope you're all having a really, really good day and stuff. Just while looking for nice gifts to use for my social media announcements, I came across a very unhinged one, and I was contemplating using it, but I was like, oh, that's a little strange. Maybe, maybe I should take it. And also, every time I want to go in Blue Sky, I just type in BL in my search bar and I just hit enter. It just shows me BL. It's funny that the GIF that I was considering is also BL, but I was like, oh, maybe that's too much for main. Is Unhinged GIFs not the brand? It kind of is, but I mean, oh, that one was something else. Tinor is also a website, right? Let me see. Maybe I can find it and expose myself in DMs at least if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Oh no, is that really what I wanna? I mean, it fits, so we're just gonna post it in here. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just it's beautiful. It's quite nice. It's gorgeous, beautiful bunny boys. Um, they're just sharing some yogurt. They're just sharing some yogurt, and I love it. It's very yeah. So yeah, on the topic of BL. Hello, Kay. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I actually managed to wake up early today. So for some reason, I was able to kind of wake up at a normal time. I think I woke up at 8 a.m. I left the bed at I think almost 10 a.m. So yeah, I love having phones. I love having phones that I can doom scroll on. Hello, Kudo. How are you? Welcome in. Was Operation Winter Jacket successful? How do I say this? First off, hello Neko. Hope you're also doing good. Welcome. I love kidnappings. Well, you're on the right stream then. Yeah, okay. So I woke up early so I can go to an outlet center to get a really good jacket for maybe a pretty good deal. And I only have very thin jackets and I've been freezing pretty much every single winter. And I didn't dress appropriately for today's trip, so I was freezing the entire time and I feel like I was about to pass out from how cold it was. But I'm also very cold sensitive. Anyway, I managed to get a really cool mug and I got a really cool sweater that I think the original price was like 180 euros or something, and I got it for 38. They have a lot of, it's a designer outlet center, so you can imagine the types of prices that you will see there. I was really happy with the sweater that I got for like 38 euros, but what I went there for was the winter jacket, of course. And I found one that I really like. And unfortunately, they didn't have it in the color that I liked. I almost exclusively wear black clothes. So I am just a black line in the middle of the field usually. But the jacket I wanted, they only had it in red, but it was like massively on sale. Instead of 200 and something bucks, it was like 75. So it was a really good deal, but I didn't end up getting it because it was red. It was bright red. I mean, I love bright red. It was okay, I guess. I would have bought it, but I was like, oh, but I don't really wear colors. I feel odd wearing colors, so I didn't end up getting it. So we're just we're gonna continue freezing, I guess, until I can find the black version that's gonna cost me more, but it's okay. At least I know I'll wear it for a long time. I've been trying out first Berserker Kazan. It's pretty interesting. I guess it's a game. I haven't heard of that one. Having a very BL morning. Have you seen the new Dynasty Warriors scene? Oh, I don't know what that is either. I'm sorry. What is that? Dynasty Warriors? No. It's a series of Japanese hack and slash action video games. I totally know what that franchise is. I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh no, what did I start up? What did I open up? Oh. Task failed successfully. That's just how it goes. The demo you have 3 types of weapon. What's interesting to me is you can choose to play focusing on perfect dodging or parrying, or just like any Souls-like. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. So I guess you only got the demo? Is it out officially yet? Cherry Owl? Yeah, no. I have the only red thing that I have is that new sweater I bought because it was a nice red, but in terms of like outerwear, I don't really like wearing colors. I don't know, it makes me feel exposed. Gotta wait for the right one. The jacket is currently on sale, so it's not available in black, but I will wait. Maybe someone will return it, and maybe they will have it available again. Because I definitely need some form of winter jacket, because otherwise I might just officially pass out one of these days. But yeah, we'll wait, and see if we can find a jacket. Post it in gaming Discord. I think you'll enjoy that little video. Okay, I'll check it out during the next ad break then. Thank you. Hope I don't forget. Feel free to remind me if I do. It will be officially out in March, but so far it's an interesting concept having different options of wanting to play the game. I thought it because I saw it has parry mechanics to it. Let me also look it up. Wait, what was it? Berserker. I can't type. But yeah, so I basically spent the entire day outside. I was walking for like a solid 4 to 5 hours. And I definitely feel it. I definitely feel that. In like -2-degree weather with wind. It wasn't very pleasant. I of course had the ability to go into stores every now and then, which were pretty generously heated up, but oh god, it was so cold. The last bit of walking, I was like, I'm gonna pass out if we don't make it to the car like right now. But yeah, we got some good food. Got some vegan. How do I say this? I don't suppose you guys know what doona is? Kebab, maybe? They have like kebab in boxes with fries and like salad and of course the kebab meat. And they had seitan instead of the meat. And they had some kind of vegan cheese sauce that they put on top of it, and that was pretty good. The seitan kind of tasted like bolognese, which was very confusing. It had a very tomato-ish flavor, which is not what you would expect out of kebab. Yeah. But it was pretty good. And then which is why I'm a little late. We went to Burger King, got some more food because that wasn't enough. And I was eating a little bit, and I'm still hungry for some reason. I don't know what it is, but it's okay. It's okay. That is why we have breaks, so I can stuff my mouth with whatever snack I can find. Outside walking, let's go. Oh yeah, it's the things that I do. I actually planned to go to IKEA today too. I was like, oh, surely this won't take very long, right? It's not that big. It's pretty big there where we went. Yeah, it took us the whole 4 hours of walking to go into a couple of stores. Um, yeah, it was okay. Most stores, even though it was an outlet center, still had outrageous prices. There was like a jacket that was 500 euros, and I was like, what the fuck? Is this a magic jacket? Can I fly with this jacket? Why would I spend 500 bucks? And it's like, oh yeah, it's reduced down to like 300 bucks. And I'm like, what? That's that's so much. That is so much still. Yeah, most of the stuff is really not worth it to get. Which is why I only got two things, which is well, the mug that I got and that one sweater. I was like, okay, that's pretty, 38 bucks for a sweater and like 13 bucks for a mug. I mean, that's pretty okay. Like 300 bucks for a jacket? Nuh-uh. That's a little much. I feel like 200 max is what I would spend on a good jacket. I don't think you need to spend more either, which is why this is so surreal to me. It's because they're designer brands, and I'm like, well, I don't care what fucking name is on the jacket. I just want a warm jacket, man. I just want to not freeze to death. That's all I care about. But okay. I mean, to each their own. There were people there that went into a store and just spent like 600 bucks on stuff, and I was like, okay, you do you. I mean, I spend outrageous amounts of money on art and models, so I guess, whatever floats your boat, as long as you don't go into debt doing what you want to do. Do whatever you want to do, I guess. You need to get some thicker gear where the main floof have no fluff. What do you mean the main floof have no fluff? All the floofs have fluff. They're super fluffy. They're super warm, which is why I have them around so I don't freeze to death. And sometimes, the floofs are not around, so that's where life becomes really difficult. I'm feeling hungry. It's 12 midnight. Well, that's the perfect time to get a nice snack. Yeah, what a deal. The prices were so crazy. I can't believe some of the stuff that I saw. I also went into an Uggs store, the shoe brand, because some of their shoes can look quite cute if you style them correctly. Um, and aside from them being extremely expensive, like 100 bucks for a pair of shoes, where I was like, well, okay, oh, all right. Um, they also didn't have a lot of sizes, which makes the whole thing just a lot harder. The biggest European shoe size they had was 39, and that's like what most people have, if not bigger. So I couldn't even try on the shoes. If you're freezing, you need more fluff. I do. I do. I guess underneath, so, aside from me not having a very thick jacket, I kind of underestimated how cold -2 degrees would be. I was only wearing like a thin long sleeve shirt and a dress on top, which is not enough. Let me tell you, I was definitely feeling it. I was definitely feeling it. That was my bad, to be honest. I always do this. I underestimate how much I need to wear, and then I end up freezing to death. Hello, Aki. How are you? Welcome. Is it also incredibly cold in Poland? Is it also insanely cold where you are? We don't have any snow, unfortunately. I really wish we did. At least the cold would be manageable if it was really pretty outside. But to be honest, I think my feet would just freeze off because I also don't have any winter shoes, of course. I don't know what it is. Winter is my favorite time of the year, but I never have appropriate clothing. So I guess don't be like me. Go buy actual clothes if you experience harsh winters. I say harsh winters, but I mean, -2 degrees is not that bad. I feel like Didi would smack me in the face if she was hearing this. Because I think Canada gets pretty insane winters, like -30 degrees or something. So I should just stop whining, I guess. I think I lived through our cold front. Currently 20 degrees Celsius. High for today is 26. That is, to be honest, I would rather freeze than have to go out in 26-degree weather. Um, that is, that is a little too hot for me. I feel like the sweet spot is somewhere around like 16 for me because it's not too cold, it's not too hot, it's nice and breezy still. But like anything over 20 is like, oh, get me out of here. I mean, it can be okay if you have wind, but if the sun is like blasting in your face, so that's where I'm like, okay, I gotta go. I gotta yeet. I have a love-hate relationship living in a tropical country. Oh no, that, that sounds rough. I'm a very warm person. I'm literally sitting with the heater off and window lean and 3 degrees. What? That's kind of crazy. I guess I'm just a very cold person. +1, like somewhere around there too. +1 degrees Celsius? I live in a place where the average temperature during the day is 30 degrees. No, that's like that's like the worst of German summer almost, and that's where I don't go outside during that weather. I'm just like, no, you know what? I'm gonna stay nice in my room, with my fan blasting in my face. Oh no, 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 no. And you have people where I'm wearing a full suit walking under the sun at 31 degrees Celsius. I mean, it depends, but you said it's like tropical, so I guess it's pretty humid. If it's like dry heat, I think most people are able to handle that a lot better. I don't know if I've ever experienced dry heat though. I don't know if Germany gets dry summers. It always just feels kind of humid, to be honest. Mm, are German summers humid? Uh, yeah. High humidity. Maybe just where I live because I live near a coast, so naturally it is very humid here in general. I guess it's not the worst. I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. So I'm good doing work for school. My parents just popped into my dorm to drop up off some food, and yesterday I gained 2 new sword badges. Oh, you mean you got modded? Look at you. Look at you. You should put that on your job applications. You know, I'm a mod in like 4 different Twitch channels at least. I'm so insane. It'll be above 30 a few weeks from now. I would say I'm sorry, but I guess you guys are used to it, and I guess you're kind of fine with it. You probably learned how to live with it. The last time I had 30-degree weather was in summer. Oh, was it that bad? It wasn't that bad last summer, I don't think. But the year before that was quite bad. There was one summer where I was in Berlin and it was like 32 degrees, and oh my god. It was I didn't leave the house. I was on vacation in Berlin, and the first week was like kind of okay. I got pretty badly sunburned. And yeah, the second week I just didn't leave the apartment at all. It's like 9 now. 9 badges? That's insane. Hello, Zero. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the hydrate. How do you mod for you have your ways. It's fine. But yeah, I guess the only thing I can say is that I had a positive kind of human interaction today. Can you believe it? Social interactions. Um, there were like a couple of Spanish speaking people, and I think they were from Latin America because I could very clearly understand what they were saying. And with Spanish people, like from Europe, I can usually not understand them because they have a pretty thick accent to me. and they were talking about, oh, I wonder if they have this jacket in black, and I was like, okay, do I tell them in Spanish or do I tell them in German? And so I was like, okay, let me whip out my really bad Spanish with my German accent, and let me whip that out and tell them that there is the black jacket that they're looking for right over there. And I did, and they were like, oh, gracias. I was like, sure. And they went over there and they looked at me and they were like, oh wow, oh my god, I didn't expect this white ass girl to speak Spanish, because oh my goodness, my parents are white. Oh, I do not look very Spanish except for my hair color, I guess. You could assume, and my name and everything, but you would not guess otherwise that I am Spanish or like of Latin descent, I guess. Because I am just insanely white. Like most of my family in Venezuela is not white. So it's quite unusual that my parents are just the color of a wall. Doing fine, and how are you? I'm good. I'm still a little cold from my outside trip, from my touching well, concrete trip, but yeah, doing good. Guess I'm quite trustworthy. But yeah, that was quite nice. I thought I did good for interacting with random people in Spanish. Yeah. Similar for me, my grandparents and before from Puerto Rico and Spain. Oh, I didn't know that. New Austin lore unlocked. That's interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I always feel weird because people don't expect me to speak Spanish. And I always feel like an outcast because I don't look German for sure. But I also don't look Latin American, so I'm kind of like in the middle, and I'm like, hi, I'm something in between, I suppose. I don't know. It's always a little strange, but it's okay. You can touch concrete at home, touch the wall. Yeah, you're right. I didn't consider that. Well, but I guess I touched like some grass, kind of. Hello, Arta. How are you? Come in. Hello. But yeah, also on a different note, I saw Taro playing, oh my god, how do you pronounce the series name? Disgaea? Oh, let me write it out down in the chat. I think Disgaea 3? Disgaea. I don't know how to say it. And funny enough, I have a soundtrack CD for that series because I think when I ordered Danganronpa for PS Vita, they gave me a soundtrack CD for it, and I never checked it out. And well, Tara was like, "Oh, you totally need to play it." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna do it." And I might play that on the Steam Deck if it is compatible somewhat ish, if it works. I'm gonna give it a try and see if I like it. I have no idea about it because I fell asleep right before she was about to start up the game. but yeah, it looked really fun. The music was a banger for that game, so I'm really looking forward to trying it out. Nationality less gang rise up. Oh hell yeah. Hello Yaya. Hope you're doing good. 2 is better than being a mixture of 3 culture. Okay. I get what you mean. I had to think about that sentence for a second. That's I mean, it depends. I have, or my grandfather used to be from Poland. I guess that could explain why my mother is at least like basically Snow White. Hello Saru, welcome in. How are you? Oh, we were just talking about you. Oh, and also, of course, the squats. You'll do that to me after I was just walking for 4 to 5 hours today? I guess that's what we're doing. Okay. Ugh. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, my legs are putting. Pretty nice, but I got kind of bored towards the end because because the grind was kind of annoying for me. Yeah, I read that it was a little grindy, but that's why I think playing it on my own might be good so I don't bore you. You're talking about me behind my back. We were talking about your stream of I'm sorry if I butchered the name of Disgaea. I think it was 3 that you were playing. Yeah, I didn't get to see much of the game because I passed out watching your stream. But yeah, I was considering getting it. Disgaea, okay. Disgaea. I'm sorry. Have any sticky coins to make you do deadlifts? What are deadlifts again? The ones where I have to also carry heavy weights? Is that it? This gay game, probably also accurate or something like that. But yeah, I was considering checking it out. Well, might as well. I think I have a whole art, I wouldn't say book, but a little magazine with a lot of this Gaia art. I know nothing about the series, so Also, hello Yugi. How are you? Could you lied about when the stream would? Oh, I didn't update that. Oh, I didn't update my schedule. I'm sorry. How do I update my schedule? I actually have no idea. I will write it down. I will do that. I'm sorry. Schedule. There we go. I will definitely do that if I can find where I have to do that. But yeah, we're gonna be playing some more Higurashi today. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I'm gonna try to push through chapter 1 and 2 because we stopped in the middle of chapter 1 yesterday because I was dead tired. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do both of them today. I hope it doesn't take me forever. But yeah, should be good. Should be good. I'm definitely more energized than I was last night, so should be okay to go for a little longer today. Gotta draw so many churches for school. I mean, those are pretty hard to draw, so I think that's pretty valuable. What was I gonna say? Never mind. Maybe I'm not that awake. Maybe I'm not as energized as I thought I was. Valuable experience, something like that. But yeah, let me recap what happened in the little bit that we did play. We were playing from Akasaka's POV, which seems to be a detective based in Tokyo. He was sent to Hinamizawa during the birth of his child, leaving his wife alone in the hospital with her father, I believe. And yeah, we learned that the group that we are investigating for a kidnapping of the Minister of Construction is the Onigafuchi Guardians group. And yeah, they are not as harmless as we thought that they were because we definitely underestimated them, or rather, our superiors did, thinking that this random group of citizens couldn't possibly resort to all of these illegal and violent actions to get their way and not have their hometown get submerged in water because of some stupid dam that they want to, um, you know, build. Gothic churches, details are the death of me, but I think that's some pretty valuable experience. Wouldn't you agree? I really want to go to art school, but it is it's a little too late for me to go back to school, I think. Once you make money, you don't really want to go back. That is because also like you're living on your own and you have to pay bills, so going back to school isn't really an option sometimes. Okay, but let me. It's never too late to follow your dreams. That is true for people that are not me. I would I would regret doing that. I know myself that wouldn't be super great for me. I agree. That's a good advice for some people, but not me. Definitely not me. I think I'm good. Given the situation, I think that Akasaka's wife is not safe at all. Hello, Space. How are you? Welcome in. That's actually a pretty good point. I didn't consider that. I thought that we would for sure get in trouble, but he obviously survived if he is still there meeting up with Oishi 7 years later. But I didn't even consider his wife or his child possibly getting hurt. That's a pretty good point. College is not for me. If high school wasn't any indication, yeah, I mean, I did pretty okay in high school, I think. Kind of relatively. But yeah, university just I mean, aside from me never being there actually, it just wasn't for me. I'm not disciplined enough to study something on my own. I'm not. I need someone to kick me in the ass, so I do stuff. But okay, let me drink some water. And we have like a solid 37 minutes before ad break, which is pretty good. Okay, let's get going. Um, right, I think we're visiting. Um, what are we visiting again? I'm gonna look and at some documents, I think, and talk to some people to get more information on the Onigafuchi Guardians, I think. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was the tepid passage of time. It made for a rather drab town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Without even a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical residents of the Onigafuchi Guardians. I mean, it's all peaceful on the outside, but you never know what goes in on the inside. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint of the Okinomiya police station being on the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about at the prefectural headquarters. Yeah, they had for anyone that didn't see that part, they had like stacks of documents of yeah, violent um, incidents regarding the dam project. I don't know if all of them were violent, but a lot of them were. They definitely resorted to some crazy stuff. I think they poured some, what did they say? Was it sugar? Into some of the tanks, making them, or yeah, basically rendering them useless. The school system is where we have college, but a lot of the education types are not regarded like that, which is hard to explain to others. Um, I never quite know what the difference between college and university is. I'm always a little confused when people talk about college. I just regard it university. I'm not sure. Um, I don't think it's the same. But we only have school here, and then the next would be basically just university here in Germany. So it's a little difficult for me to understand sometimes. It goes from 1 to 100 in Hinamizawa. Oh, yes. We have some pretty crazy people here.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
違反金の納付ですか?
Are you here to pay a fine?
いえ、公安部の本田屋さんにアポイントがあります。
Hondaya. That name sounds familiar. No, I have an appointment with Hondaya-san from the Public Safety Division.
赤坂とお伝えください。
Please tell him it's Akasaka.
失礼しました。少々お待ちください。
My apologies. Please wait a minute. The clerk, who thought that I was here for a parking violation at first glance, wow. After fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told the person on the line they had a visitor. University, basically upper class college, in my opinion. The same as far as I know. Yeah, for me it was always the same. Here, they're technically the same range of education, but universities are usually bigger and offer longer programs, like 5 years plus also. Oh, okay. So here in Germany, okay, I have to think because I had a little bit of a different path. They gave me the choice basically to have 12 or 13 years of school. So I chose 12 because I was like, oh, I don't want one more year of this hellhole. So yeah, I picked 12 years, which is the highest education basically, which is called Abitur. This is so difficult to explain. And there's I think they put them together. There's one that is just general education basically, which I think lasts up to 10th grade. But you cannot go to university with that general education. So yeah, I did 12 years, and then basically the most common things that you can do is, well, you just get a job that doesn't require any kind of special qualifications. You can do an apprenticeship, which is what I ended up doing, or you can go to university if you have the correct degree, basically. The school degree. It's kind of difficult to explain without using the appropriate terms that we have in German. It only makes sense in German, I feel. It's really difficult to explain. But yeah, that's basically how it is here. I don't think there is anything close to college that we have. And yeah, university, you have your bachelor's and master's degree, like I think you also have in other countries. Usually something like 3 to, I guess, 4 years is usually what you have for bachelor's degrees, and then master's usually like 2 years. Yeah, something like that. That's usually what we have here. Also, thank you for the lurk, Vermo. Hope you enjoy it. Colleges or stuff, just like certificates and may not usually cover bachelor. Ah, okay. They just give you like some kind of certification. Yeah, with university, you definitely get some kind of bachelor slash master's degree. Yeah. Enter uni without too much issue, but if you done basic education or special education, then it's basically no dice. Here, it's actually specifically you need to have. Oh God, I struggle with the official long names in German. Fachhochschulreife and Abitur, I think, also has something else. It's a different name. Let me see. Oh, this is so complicated. What? Ah, okay. So you have Hochschulreife, which I think can sometimes get you into university. We have something, oh, I guess this could also be considered college. I forgot about this. We have something called, well, yeah, Fachhochschule. This is so, you probably are not understanding a single thing I'm saying. I'm not exactly sure what the big difference is between that and university. I think they also give you a bachelor's degree. You just don't need as high of a school degree to get into it. And it's usually more practical, where university is more based on theory. Oh, yeah, that's basically it. But I'm honestly the worst person to ask because I totally forgot that even existed. Um, yeah. Colleges are mostly certificates, associate degree, collection of bachelor degrees, depending on the size. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay. I mean, it's nice that you guys have the option, but yeah, here it's a little bit very complicated. Very complicated. College is the DLC that benefits you. Hello, Ayume. Hope you're doing good. That's a nice way to put it. It's interesting to hear what it's like in the other parts of the world. Yeah, I just wish I could explain it a bit better. It's really interesting to talk about this. But yeah, I'm just doing a really bad job at explaining. Maybe it's easier to just show you like an infograph. I think that would be better because I am really bad at explaining it because well, I only did one of the many possibilities. Hello, monkey. How are you? Come in. I like that moony emotes. How are you? I'm doing good. Oh, that's bright. Welcome,
赤
welcome.
坂さんでいらっしゃいますか？縁のはるばる
Akasaka-san.
お疲れ様でした。
Was it? It must have been tiring traveling out all this way.
こんな部屋で申し訳ありませんね。応接室を押さえてあったんですがね。
Sorry, we have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception room, you see.
議員さんが突然お越しになっちゃったんで追い出されちゃいまして。
But the counselor, is that... That is not the way you usually spell counselor, right? Suddenly woke up and chased me out. I would hesitate to call where we were at... Oh, okay. I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room, as it was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. I had the impression that it was more of a change room that doubled as one for smoking. Alright, I guess they did kind of smoke indoors during that time, huh? I love the emotes. I'm doing good. I'm glad. I also love Mooney's emotes so much. How do I join the free-to-play path? Please tell me about it. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get much of a feeling that Hondaya, who was head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. But I knew that, in exchange, he had both experience and absolute confidence in his instincts.
ご多忙中、突然お邪魔して申し訳ありませんでした。
I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy
警
time.
視庁から参りました。赤坂と申します。
I'm Akasaka from the Metropolitan Police Department.
よろしくお願いします。
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
公安部の本田屋です。
Apparently, counselor is a word for people on the council. Oh, okay. So it's a different position. Oh, okay. I didn't know that there was a difference. The more you know. Clearly learn not to underestimate anyone here. I mean, he has to rely on these people, so it wouldn't be very wise to underestimate anyone in here. Hondaya from the Public Safety Division.
よろしくよろしく。
Nice to meet ya. But so far they're like all very laid back and very friendly.
県警防隊の3階部長から協力を惜しむなと脅されておりますので。
I was threatened by Sankai from the prefectural gangbusters to be generous with my cooperation. Wahahaha.
暴対
Gangbusters.
県警の暴力団対策本部ですか？
You mean the prefectural crime prevention division?
うちじゃ鬼ヶ淵支所の連中は暴力団の延長に位置づけてますんでね。
You see, we're treating the Onigafuchi Guardians as an extension of the local Yakuza. I mean, hearing this right now kind of seems a little too, a little too far, calling them Yakuza, basically, but considering all the things that they did, this kind of seems, accurate. Especially the cutting up the one guy and taking his body parts.
あれを善意の住民運動だなんてあんた、東城もいいとこですわ。
You'd have to be a newbie if you think they're just a residential protest group. They said at the prefectural office, too, that the Onigafuchi Guardians was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential was a lieutenant in that gang.
そりゃ逆。
It's the other way around.
全然逆ですよ。暴力団の活動があって、それに住民団体が大義名分みたいにくっついていると、そういう風に考えてください。
The complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest group as a front to justify their actions. Just think of it like that. Interesting. The whole town is Yakuza? It seems like maybe they don't know that they're being used as basically a front, what he's describing here. Can I request something for you if it's okay? Sure. I wonder if the death of that worker and the cutting up has happened yet, because the police surely would have mentioned that fact. Yeah, I don't think it has. Probably. Let me see. It was 7 years. The present is like 7 years ago, which would be 1985, I think. I think the original story of Keiichi and stuff, I think that takes place in 1983, which would also explain why Oishi's mother is dead, because she wasn't dead in 1983. Because we learned that in the first chapter, he cared a lot about the pension to be able to support his mother. So I guess... let me do math real quick. That would mean that the cutting up incident would most likely have to occur sometime during the end of this year. Something like that. I was trying to reach you for a few days, but is it okay if I DM you something to you, or if not, one of your mods? Whisper is fine too. Sure, you can. What would be the easiest way to reach me? I'm trying to think of something. I don't know. You could DM me on Twitter or something. I think. Yeah, I think that should work. Or like Blue Sky or something like that. Should be okay to DM me.
逆逆。
Completely the other way around. We're gonna also just join the Discord and try it over there. One day I was just about rolling with laughter. This was slightly different than the info given to me at the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. One of those individuals, noticing Hondaya's guffaws, came up to us. Oh,
何の話をしてるかと思えば
I knew it! I knew it was him! There he is! Oh, and with a really nice song, too. Ooh, I really like the soundtrack. Hello, Toonie. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you had a good first week of school. Speaking of Toonie, it's time to fish. I was wondering what you guys were talking about.
おお、クラちゃん。
Kura-chan!
ちょうどよかった。クラちゃんも入ってよ。
Perfect timing. Why don't you join us?
こちら、はるばる東京の警視庁からお見えになった赤坂警部。
Okay, I need to write down the song name. I'm sorry. I have to copy this. It's so good. I need to add it to my playlist. Rikishi Productions presents The Goat has a theme at least. It's so saucy. Yeah, it kind of is. I love it. It's a really nice introduction to his character in this arc. Oh, I love it. Ah, it's so good. This is the guy I found when looking for Higurashi sprites. Oh, yeah. I actually do want to show this meme on stream real quick because it's really funny, and I think a lot of people here would enjoy it. Let me just whip it up real quick. I think a lot of people would find this funny, and not everyone is in the Discord, so there you go. Isn't that just so beautiful? When you say this is just the most gorgeous image you've seen in your life, if this was the cast of Higurashi, you know, I'd still play it. This is gorgeous. He's so beautiful. What did I miss last time? We finished the after party, which was, well, it was pretty uneventful. And now we are playing as Akasaka in the new arc, who has a wife in the hospital giving birth to their child. And we're currently investigating the kidnapping of a kid from the Inukai family, which is the family that the Minister of Construction is a part of, and he is in charge of the dam project. Higurashi if it was good. Wow. Higurashi if they all had air conditioning. I love that. I love that. Thank you guys. That added to the meme. I love it. I have to go help prepare dinner. Enjoy making dinner. Thank you for stopping by. Hope dinner ends up tasting really good. This here is Inspector Akasaka, who came all the way from the Tokyo Police Department.
警部だなんて。
An inspector?
まだまだ新米です。
I'm still a rookie.
赤坂です。よろしくお願いします。
My name is Akasaka. Pleased to meet you.
初々しいのがいいですね。
It must be nice to be so fresh-faced. I like that he's kind of still an ass, even this many years ago.
採用は今年ですか？
Did they hire you this year? He's so smug. I don't know if I should hate him or really love him. I was so confused when I found that pic. Like, where the fuck did they get this middle-aged man from? You don't know the main character, Oishi? How dare you? We're investigating a kidnapping, exactly. I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Hondaya, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those types of people.
赤坂さんにもご紹介します。
Let me introduce you, Akasaka-san.
こちらは刑事部の大石くん。
This is Oishi-kun from our investigative department.
赤坂さんがお問い合わせの S 号の件なら彼が詳しいです。
Regarding the S file you were asking about, he's familiar with it. S file, I'm guessing, is referring to Sonozaki file? That's the only thing I can think of right now. Punch him? No, he's an old middle-aged man. We can't punch this guy. But yeah, I guess we said that we would play with the original sprites. We can, mix and match. Beautiful. This is the first character that actually has a sprite this chapter, so I guess we can just have good old Oishi in this beautiful Ryukishi style. Too constant with Oishi's smugness and air conditioning. And also physical abuse.
S 号
S file. Oh, the music.
園崎の S。
S for Sonozaki.
S 号ってのはですね、園崎家が関連している件を示す、まあ、暗号みたいなもんなんです。
If something is an S file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozaki family. It's something of a code name. Sonozaki. Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at headquarters, there were quite a few people with the last name Sonozaki popping up.
確か園崎氏は鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の役員でしたね。
They play a pretty big role. If I remember right, there's a Sonozaki who is one of the executives of the Onigafuchi Guardians.
確か会計だったと思います。
I'm pretty sure they were the treasurer. The two of them were surprised when I rattled off a post that Sonozaki held. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter.
赤坂さんでしたっけ？
Akasaka-san, was it? I love getting laughed at by older men. Oh, this is beautiful. Thanks for making me feel like an idiot. That's his belly. I mean, it's pretty high up. I can see how you would make that a mistake, but yeah, it is his belly. It's his belly, guys.
あなた、お勉強家さんですね。
You're quite the studious
ひ
one.
ょっとして同盟の連中の主要人物全部暗記してるんじゃ？
Could it be you've memorized all of the central figures in the alliance?
暗記というほどではありませんが、一応鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の幹部リストは一読しました。
I wouldn't say memorized exactly, but I've at least read the list of Onigafuchi Guardians executives.
じゃあ会長と副会長は？
Who are the president and vice president?
会長は現ひなみ沢村村長の君吉喜一郎氏。
We know this guy, of course. The president is the mayor of Hinamizawa Kiichiro Kimiyoshi.
副会長は町会神社部長の古出氏。
The vice president is the priest of the local shrine Furude. So, Rika's father is still alive.
会計が園崎を領して、会計監査は牧野氏。
The treasurer is Oryo Sonozaki. The auditor is Makino. I don't know who Makino is right now, but yeah, Oryo is just, I think, Mion and Shion's grandmother that was mentioned quite a couple of times. Or she probably thinking about ways to use Akasaka as a human shield if things go. Yeah, they... He will most definitely throw us under the bus. Yeah, so I look forward to him being an absolute ass. I mean, Akasaka also said in the present time that it was unpleasant working with Oishi, so yeah, he's just gonna do the usual stuff that he does.
教頭部長が君吉義郎氏、広報部長が園崎貞夫氏。
The liaison is Yoshiroshi Kimiyoshi. The PR head is Sadao Sonozaki. Huh.
赤坂さん、あなたなかなかやりますね。
Oh god, I hate him. I don't know what it is. I don't like him, but I also really like him because of that. He's so unlikable, which also makes him likable at the same time. Akasaka-san, you're pretty
給
good.
料安いけど、うちに来ません？
The pay sucks, but you want to work here?
うちに一番必要で、一番いないタイプですよ。
You're just the type we're looking for. No, thank you. I do not want to work with this scumbag.
ちなみに園崎貞夫は青年部長なんです。
By the way, Sadao Sonozaki is the head of the youth department.
惜しいですね。広報部長は園崎忠孝。
So close. The head of public relations is actually Tadataka Sonozaki. Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. Yeah, speaking to this guy will do that. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear with it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show up on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by.
バカにしたつもりはないんです。
I didn't mean to make fun of you.
お詫びと言っちゃなんですが、なんでしたら村を実際にご案内しましょう。
To make up for it, why don't I show you around the village? For somebody with no feel for the area like me, it would be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more. I don't know if this is the guy you want showing you around the town.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟ってのは結局ひなみ沢村の対外的な別称に過ぎません。
In the end, the Onigafuchi Guardians is nothing more than an alias Hinamizawa is using to deal with the outside world.
村を知ることがあなたのお仕事の近道だと思いますよ。
I think getting to know the village would speed up your work.
いかがです？
How about it? The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Yeah, I mean, they did say that the Yakuza the Sonozaki family was heavily involved. I mean, they are literally everywhere, so yeah, they have pretty big influence, not just in Hinamizawa, but also in the surrounding areas. Kind of amazing how Oishi is both so sus and trustworthy. Yep. I don't know how he manages, but he has that strange feeling surrounding him. Hello, Amadis. How are you? How's episode 4 going? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're not too far, not super crazy far into it, but yeah, it's pretty good. We, of course, met our favorite air conditioning salesman right here. Hello, Lazy. Welcome in. How are you? He's amazing, isn't he? Just like that, the thought processes in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protests, getting to know the village, was the quickest way. If you would. Nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. Oh no. We're in his car. We can never escape his damn car. I'm doing good. I hope your Saturday is going well. Yes, it's going good. Hope you're also doing good. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office and from Hondaya to heart, if my position was exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal info was leaked, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. And also your family? Thinking that, I felt a little nervous. They're so 100% gonna find out about him.
連中は顔覚えるの早いですからね。
These guys are quick to remember faces.
私と一緒にいるところを見られると多分いろいろあなたのお仕事に差し支えると思います。
If you're seen with me, they'll probably do a lot to hinder your work.
月並みですがね、こいつを身につけておいてください。
This might be a little cliche, but put these on. Oishi handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. What? We look? Yeah, this is insanely weird. What? Maybe Oishi will give Akasaka one of His patented shoulder massages. If he becomes reluctant, oh yes, the most relaxing shoulder massage that you can possibly get. Oh, this is gonna make us look so suspicious. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wryly.
どこまで話しましたかね。
How much did I tell you again?
と、
Let's see.
御三家という旧家が村を支配しているというところまでです。
I'm sure this will not attract attention in a small town where everyone knows each other. No one will look twice. I don't know what you mean. The thing is, well, this at least fulfills the purpose of not being able to be discovered, I guess. They can't see my face, so unless I specifically tell them my name and everything, they won't really know who I am. Oh yeah, I was also gonna say that it feels weird playing a chapter where we don't have Keiichi's inner dialogue. I kind of miss Keiichi's dense, crazy, degen personality. I don't know. It's kind of shocking that I would even say this, but I kind of miss him. I kind of miss him. To the part where you were talking about how these three ancient families control the village. The Onigafuchi Guardians was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself, meaning there was a direct correlation between being an executive in the alliance and being a leader in the village, as Hondaya had told me a short time ago. If the village was ruled by three ancient families, then it would mean the Onigafuchi Guardians was ruled by those same three
県
families.
警の資料には何て書いてありました。
What did the documents at the prefectural office say?
死守同盟のリーダー格とかそういうことについて。
About the leader of the Guardians, or whatnot. The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to Oishi's question, it'd be a breach of security. Oh, we can't actually let him know about all of that? I thought the people that we were working with at least would be, you know, able to be let in on all of this information, but I guess because they live so close to Hinamizawa, there is technically the possibility of them being kind of corrupted by their connections to these people. So I guess it makes sense. However, most likely, this man, I judged, was more well-versed in the situation than any of the documents at the prefectural police department, so I decided to answer him.
同盟の会長は現村長の君吉喜一郎と。
That the president of the alliance is the current major of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that and to laugh at the answer as it was recorded in the documents meant that wasn't the case in reality.
では君吉氏以外の影の人物がいる。
So basically, all of the documents that we have are useless because the information isn't really correct. So I guess working with Oishi is really the only thing we can do to get actual correct information. The moment Oishi suspects being not informed, he's gonna do his thing. Turn up the air conditioning. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. If he so much as smells a lie coming from Akasaka, he's gonna, you know, yeah, do his usual thing. The Oishi special, I guess we can call it. So then, that means there's somebody else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes.
県警の持ついや一般的な情報とは異なり
Contrary to what the prefectural office thinks, or rather, what is commonly known.
君吉のじいさんなんてただのお飾りですよ。
Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead.
そもそもこの村じゃ村長なんてポスト自体も形式だけなんです。
In the first place, the post of mayor in that village is nothing more than ceremonial.
つまり同盟も村も本当の意味で支配している別の存在がいる
I mean, yeah,
と
it's
いうことですね。
basically these three families ruling over everything. So this man being mayor doesn't really change a whole lot. Tickle torture the info out of him. Why do I feel like that would work on him for some reason? In other words, there's someone else in charge of both the Alliance and the village?
それが先ほどおっしゃられていた御三家という存在ですか？
Would that be the three families we just talked about?
まあそのあたりはこれからご説明します。
Well, I'll explain that part right now, or rather after the ad break, because there's one in in 6 seconds. So if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that. I will also use this time to stretch a bit, take a little rest, and yeah, that was way faster than I expected. Okay, I will be right back. Let me just quickly put this up, and also fish should be up again. Okay, I'll be right back. I have made it back. Hello, hello. It sure is cold in this air-conditioned car. Well, I'll explain that part right now. All of a sudden, with a thunk, the car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way to a gravel one. Oh yeah, we're now entering the boonies. Oh, hello, Kala. How are you? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Let me shout you out. Everyone, please check out Kala. They are super, super cool. They play lots of retro games on Twitch. I think they're working their way through a pretty big list of retro games. So if you're into that kind of stuff, please check them out. They also have the most beautiful model made by Shirota-san. So if you want to see both a very beautiful model and very cool streams, please check them out. Good old gravel roads. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa and also everyone living in it. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. I'm actually surprised that this is something that they're like advertising with almost. Because in other, arcs, they're kind of trying to bury this and not talk about this. And now they're like, yeah, fear the wrath of the curse. Shirota is powerful. Watching her draw is so mesmerizing. Usually with like art streams, I lurk, and I just kind of, do my own thing. But with her streams, I just can't look away. It's just so unique, the way that she draws with the lineless style. It's so pretty. I don't know how to explain it. It's so good. Hope you're doing well. I am. Hope you're also doing good. Thank you. But yeah, I don't think I can shout her out yet, because there is a little cooldown. But you should also all check out Shirota-san. She is so cool. I guess since we're talking about her, let me at least link her Twitter. Please check her out. She's an amazing artist. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. The construction office must respond. The construction office manager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. I mean, how can you not think that these guys are somehow involved in the kidnapping? Thank you, Monkey. Welcome back to you too. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. At that moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters wearing masks and helmets to hide their faces were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop. Well, that's lovely. What a nice little welcoming to the super beautiful town of Hinamizawa. What is this? A checkpoint?
Huh? 懲りない連中だな。
These guys never learn. Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out.
おいおいおい。あんたらダメだよ、こんなとこで道を塞いじゃ。
Hey. You guys, you can't be blocking the road like this here. As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they visibly faltered.
道開けてくださいな。
Clear the way.
それじゃ通れないでしょ。
We can't get by like this. Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind.
大石刑事の車と分かってればこんなご無礼はしなかったんですがね。
Oh, interesting that they're so welcoming towards him. I feel like that image of Oishi has kind of shifted in the previous arcs where it plays like how many years was it? Like 5 years in the future? What's this? That is Shirota-san's Twitter account. You should absolutely check her out. She does really good art.
大石刑事、いつもの車はどうされました？
If we had known it was your car, Detective Oishi, we wouldn't have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual car?
車検ですか？
Is it in for maintenance?
そんなところです。
Something like that.
台車ってのはどうにも馴染みませんね。
I just can't get used to this car they loaned me. Okay, that's kind of creepy. I don't know why, but this is kind of weird. Judging from their brief conversation, I could guess that they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic. I mean, yeah, okay. So aside from obviously having committed some kind of you know, uh, obstruction of traffic, as he says it right here. I feel like the situation is still kind of strange. A blatant crime.
そっちの怪しい男は誰です？
Is that something you can actually get seriously punished for? I don't think so. I think they just kind of reprimand you. Maybe you get like a fine that you have to pay, but usually they just kind of let you go for that. Who's that suspicious
あん
guy?
た、顔を見せてくれませんか？
Ew, could you show us your face? Nuh-uh. The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I should do.
彼の顔は勘弁してあげてください。
Give him a break.
まだまだ新米でシャイなんですからね。
He's still a shy little rookie.
不審な輩じゃないか確認しようってだけです。
We just wanted to make sure he wasn't anybody suspicious.
最近のひなみさんは物騒ですからね。
What counts as suspicious? I mean, we're here to investigate, you guys. I guess that wouldn't be very well received. Hinamizawa has been in a bit of a stir as of late.
あんたのうち鏡歪んでるのと違います？
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror?
あんたのその面の方がよっぽど不審ですよ。
That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious. I mean, yeah, they're also wearing masks to cover their identities to make this easier to get away with. I like how Oishi said shy in Japanese. Wait, what did he say?
彼の顔は勘弁してあげてください。まだまだ新米でシャイなんですから、ね。
Oh, yeah. He did say shy. I didn't even realize. The men and Oishi continued to talk like that, fading smiles in one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg. Yeah, this seems like a very intense situation. They're obviously not very fond of the police.
ゴミの不法投棄車両まだ減らないんですか？
And, well, of course, the police is not fond of people causing trouble around the area. Has the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased?
オタクたちも本当に朝晩大変ですね。
Legally dumping what? It's a real hassle dealing with it all the time.
警察の方にもご理解とご協力をいただけて助かりますよ。
If the police could understand and cooperate, it would really help. During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide open for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I could see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rearview mirror.
何ですかさっきのは。
That was the weirdest situation. Please, let's never meet these people again. Hinamizawa 5 years ago from the usual timeline is kind of scary. Maybe trash or something? I thought either that or since I think the dam construction thingy is currently on halt. So I figured, oh, maybe they're just dumping like resources for the project there, even though they're not allowed to currently. Something like that, maybe? But yeah, probably trash. What was that just now?
勝手に行動を封鎖するなんて。
Blocking a public road like that.
もちろん犯罪ですよ。
Of course, it's a crime.
目くじら立てても始まりませんがね。
Still, if you get worked up over that, it'll never end. I mean, this is a small crime to commit considering what they have done before.
連中の主張じゃですね。村内に不法投棄をするトラックが出没するって言うんです。
Those guys, see, claim there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village.
それを封じ込めるために不審車両を検問してるって話だそうで。
Oh, so there's not actually any dumping happening, I guess? The story goes that in order to stop that, they're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection.
不法投棄。
Isn't that the police's job, though? Oh my god, is it the dig site? Is this near the dig site where we were in the first chapter? With Rena? Digging up the Colonel Sanders standee? Maybe there's a reason a mean cop like Oishi works in Hinamizawa. I mean, what is still on my mind is the whole calling him, what did they say? He was a servant of Oyashiro-sama. So Oishi, of course, is a very weird guy, and he doesn't always follow the law himself. So I feel like this is the perfect place for him to work in. It is. Oh. Now things are getting interesting. Legal
参拝を勝
dumping.
手に捨てようとする悪徳業者のことですか？
Like corrupt constructors just tossing industrial waste away?
警察が何の手も打たないから自分たちで自衛するっていう論法でしてね。
So there is dumping happening. So it's not just a claim. Their line of argument is that if the police aren't going to do anything about it, they'll take matters into their own hands.
まあ参拝なんて話はどうせ自演だからどうでもいいんですがね。
Well, the industrial waste is just something they're doing by themselves anyways. Okay. By themselves?
連中うまい作戦なんですよ。
They have a pretty good strategy.
ダム現場にですね、工事妨害のために参拝ゴミを自分たちでばらまいてるんです。
You see, in order to hinder construction, they've spread industrial waste over by the dam site. I mean, yeah, that would do it. You can't do anything with all of this stuff in the way, so you just have to take it away first. But where are they getting all of this construction material from? It's not like that's just laying around.
で、それを悪徳業者のせいってことにして臨検を設置すると。
Then, blaming it on corrupt contractors, they start instituting these inspections.
それで工事車両をいちいち足止めしてチクチクと妨害してるってわけなんです。
There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の抵抗運動の一つというわけですね。
It's a full-time job. So then it's one of those methods the Onigafuchi Guardians is using.
多分今の検問でこの車のナンバーが割れましたからね。
With that inspection just now, this car's license plate has probably been recorded.
もうこの先には一切検問の真似事はないと思います。
It shouldn't get stopped from here on out.
連中も私を怒らせると得をしないことだけはよく骨身に染みているようですからね。
Those guys know very well not to get me angry. It seemed like they were kind of scared of him, or like they definitely respect him and they wouldn't try any shit around this guy, but I wonder why. I mean, we know that Oishi is a pretty scary guy, not always, working in compliance with the law, I guess you could say. So I can understand them being afraid of him. Since you can't really make sure that this guy is not gonna, ruin your life, so to say.
この車が工事関係車両だと知れるとですね。
See, rumor is that if they figure a car is related to the construction in some way.
散々検問で足止めを食らうばかりか、投石や鉄釘のばらまきなんかも食らうって噂です。
Wow, okay. Not only would there be checkpoints stopping it at every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting road spikes as well. That's quite
あなたも
extreme.
身元が割れないようにせいぜい気をつけた方がいいですよ。
It's best you be careful so you're not identified.
公安なんてバレたらどんな目に遭うやら。
If they find out you're from public safety, who knows what you'll suffer through. I mean, I feel like they're gonna try to find out anyway, so I feel like we're fucked regardless. He gave them all massages, of course. What else would he be doing? And, a good old fresh water splash to the face, What else would he do? They're all so stressed out. He just wants to help them, of course. Give them some refreshing fresh spring water to drink. Thinking about how Oishi just has this one laugh. Yeah, he just does the good old. I can't do it as well as he does, of course. Oishi definitely having fun scaring the rookie, even if it's good advice. I mean, I feel like he's not wrong, though. Like, with everything that we know about them, I feel like that's pretty sound advice. Don't get find out. But also, I feel like this is not the best disguise. But then again, I don't know what else we would have done. Because if they see my face, then I'm gonna be way easier to identify. But they're also gonna be way more suspicious of a guy wearing this obvious of a disguise. Oishi was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me, it was no laughing matter.
まるでどこぞの内戦の国に迷い込んだような錯覚です。
It almost feels like we've wandered into a civil war in the Middle East, kind of. Wait, there's a different laugh. Probably the only option. Yeah, there's not much left that you can do here, really.
あんた、そりゃうまい言い方です。
Unless you're like thinking of completely changing your face using makeup and such, but I guess they didn't think of that. That's a good way of putting it.
今言われたのはまさにその通り。
It's pretty much just what you said. Oishi turned to me with a grin and menacing laugh.
ここはね、戦争地帯なんですよ。
You see, this here's a war zone. The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland.
あそこの森の中に家があるのが見えます？
You see that house in the forest over there?
古い感じの。
That antiquated one? Looking at where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house. Is it the Sonozaki family's house? And if Akasaka was Lupin the Third, that would happen. Fair enough. What if he was? Maybe that is Lupin the Third's backstory. You never know.
あれが村長の君吉のじいさんの家です。
Everything is possible with fiction. That belongs to the mayor, old man Kimiyoshi. Okay.
君吉本家とも言いますな。
You could say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well.
分家筋が多いですから、
There's a lot of branches, but
御三家の一つにあたります。
they'd be one of the three families.
御三家、
The three families.
南沢村を支配している旧家ですね。
The ancient families that control Hinamizawa?
そうそ
That's right.
う。で、もう一つが古出家。
And one of the others is the Furude
こっ
family.
ちは分家どころか、もう神主一家しか残ってませんがね。
Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priest's family. I guess Rika would already be alive during this time, right? How old would she have been? Like 12? So she should be... yeah, like around 6, 7 years old? Somewhere around there?
ちょうどあっちの方にね、神社がありまして、
Right over there, there's the shrine.
そこの神主をしています。
Here's the priest there.
ちなみにね、死守同盟の事務所はその神社の敷地内にあります。
12 minus 7? It's not minus 7, though. I think the previous chapters are set in 1983, and the present in this chapter was 2 years later in 1985, I think. So she would have been like 7. He's the priest there, by the way. The guardian's office is on the grounds of that shrine. The office of the Onigafuchi Guardians. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Oh, this is in the past, not the future? Okay, so, if I'm not mistaken, the other arcs are set in 1983, and I think in the present, where, you know, he was talking about meeting up with Oishi after 7 years, I think it said 1985? Because it also mentioned that Oishi's mother is dead. which she wasn't in the previous arcs, as far as we know, because he was talking about, taking care of her with his pension and all of that. So, yeah, this is 7 years in the past from his present, but only 5 years in the past from the other arcs, if I'm not completely stupid and misread the number in the beginning of this.
そこを見ることはできますか？
Can we go look over there?
神社は古出家の私有地でね。
The shrine is the Furude family's private property, you see?
警察といえど令状がないと踏み込めません。
Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant.
電柱のバックには村の息のかかった議員もいますからね。
See, they've got a member of the. I don't think this is pronounced diet. Diet? Is it diet? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this. With ties to the village backing them up.
警察にも強いところと弱いところがあるってことです。
You're correct. Okay, so I did misread. Phew. Thank you. And I wonder if he's going to Hinamizawa in the present, if Keiichi and the girls are even around then. Keiichi most certainly. Okay, so in the present, I guess. The girls, I'm sure, are present. I would be surprised if they weren't, but Keiichi, I'm not sure. I think it is diet, like having a diet. Okay, so see, they've got a member of the diet with ties to the village backing them up. I don't actually really know what diet means in this context. I don't know what that means. So if anyone wants to explain, feel free to. I'm not familiar with diets other than the food-related diet. Basically, being the police has its strengths and weaknesses.
御三家とは言ってもですね。
Well, even when we talk about the three families,
そりゃだいぶ大昔のことなんだそうです。
that's something from a long time ago.
大昔はその御三家ってのは合議して村のいろいろなことを決めてたらしいですな。
Way back when, those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village. Oh, legislative branch of Japan. Oh, didn't that I think someone actually explained that to me before. I forgot. Thank you. I forgot about that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. The link was deleted. But thank you. I can still copy it. I'll look at that during the next ad break to get a better understanding for what that. Ooh, Wikipedia is so bright. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'll try to get a better understanding for that. Thank you. Well, even when we talk about the three families, that's something from a long time ago. Way back when, those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village.
ということは、今は違うということですね。
Meaning it's different now?
あんたいちいち察しがいいですね。
You've got a pretty good nose.
さすが高学歴。
That's what I expect from an academic. Why do I feel like with every sentence that he says, he's making fun of Akasaka? He's so sassy. Japanese parliament of some sort. Okay. The car braked to a halt with a squeal. Ahead of where we stopped were several signs. Private property beyond, no trespassing. This is for sure the image that we had when we were walking with Shion over to her little basement party. Let's just call it that. So, is this the Sonozaki property then? Beware of poisonous snakes. Oh yeah, it is. Danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected there with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain link fence wrapped in barbed wire.
私有地なんでここまでです。
Since this is private property, this is as far as we
こ
go.
の先は監視カメラがいくつも仕掛けられてます。
There's several surveillance cameras set up further in.
うっかり道に迷いました。なんて論法が通じる相手じゃありませんからね。
Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys.
この先がそうなんですね。
They're beyond here, right? The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuchi guardians were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three.
ええ
The Sonozaki family, ooh.
こ
Yeah.
の先にあるのが御三家の一つ園崎家
Beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozaki family. I actually didn't expect them to have that big of an impact on the overall story. I felt like the Furude family might be the more important one, but yeah, it seems like they really are one of the most important families here. They're also the biggest one by far and the most well-connected one. They got cameras, I guess so. Probably not very good ones, but considering this is 19, what did we say? 78, right? What sort of cameras would they have had? Oh, the flashbang. Let me just look that up. I'm kind of curious what kind of cameras. Surveillance camera. I want to know how big they are. Some of these are kind of crazy. Some of these look pretty modern-ish. Some of these look very, very big. You could definitely tell that some of these are around the property. Black and white ones, I would think. They had color. When did we start getting cameras with color? Oh, well, quite a long time ago. So I guess, yeah, one of the first cameras to be able to have color was apparently, if this is correct, which I don't trust Google search anymore because of the whole AI stuff and just randomly highlighting stuff that just isn't true or just out of context. 1907. Like even earlier, not even the 40s, even earlier apparently. So that was like the beginning of it, but I guess you're kind of correct. They Kodak, the brand Kodak launched what they called Kodachrome film apparently in 1935, which was like the the first big step to making it widely available. But yeah, it definitely started around 1907. I didn't think it was for that long either. I thought for sure it was like somewhere mid 1900s too, but guess not. In the 70s is when it was the most widespread, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's when they started finally, as well as like using them in private households and stuff, which is probably why they have them here. Would make sense. Also curious, is Kodak, is that a Japanese? Because it sounds kind of Japanese. Is that like a Japanese brand? No, it's not. Not at all. Based in New York. Those would not be used as cameras for filming, I think. Those, I think, would be for photos. And again, I recall an acquaintance talking about photos that are literally over a decade old. It's pretty insane. That's really interesting. Well, I guess when I was growing up, we of course had a camcorder with color and everything. I think since my dad is like pretty into photography, he was taking photos from like a very early age. I think pretty early on during his like teenage years or like early adulthood years, he started taking pictures and color. So I think it just spread very quickly. My dad was born around the 60s, so yeah. Sonozakis are very wealthy, so they would be a step ahead of most people. Yeah, of course, that also is very true, of course. They are so widespread. They have all the connections in the world. They are very wealthy. Yeah, they're definitely a thing, but they can apparently afford it. Also, wanted to know how much, I think we already looked this up last time this came up, but how much is 1,000,000 yen again? Oh yeah, that would be like 6,209 euros with yeah, in current times, which is quite a lot for just trespassing. A nice 6k buckaroos, in fact. 3 would be nice, but no. 6k.
ひなみ沢村を影から支配する連中です。
They're the ones controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows. Among the list of executives recorded in the documents, the number of people with last names from the 3 families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. If the Kimiyoshi family seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had both a light and a dark side. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna pull some dubious shit, you don't want to be in the foreground of everything happening, right? You want to be kind of in the shadows. But even if they are kind of more in the shadows, I feel like being part of the 3 big families and very well known for that fact too, doesn't help your case if you want to stay hidden. They have about a dozen around the main property gates, maybe 2 dozen. So it's not like they have it everywhere, but enough to keep watch. Yeah, they have a pretty big property, but they also have like huge forest, I think like in the backyard and stuff. So it's not like they need the whole property monitored, just the parts where you could easily just trespass, I suppose. Hinamizawa just has 2 dark sides. That's most likely the case. I don't see a light side to all of this yet. You'll simply get snuffed out, yeah. Oh, this is lovely. I love that.
園崎家の頂点は現当主の園崎お涼っていうばあさんです。
The current head of the Sonozaki family is an old lady named Oryo. I'm kind of curious if we're gonna meet her because she seems like a fun grandma to have. Didn't she disown her own daughter and stuff? I don't remember for what it was. Because I guess she just wasn't she just unhappy with her daughter and therefore decided to disown her, kind of? And yeah, give the next leader position to Myon because of that instead of her own daughter. Sonozakis are not people you want to take a chance with, so they have 1 camera and they could have 1 camera and still people wouldn't try it. Yep, I certainly wouldn't.
園崎天皇なんて呼ばれるくらいにその発言には影響力があるそうです。
She has enough clout that you could call her Empress Sonozaki. Okay,
気を
okay.
つけてくださいよ。大物です。
Be careful, she's no small fry.
市長だって最敬礼でお迎えするような VIP ですからね。
Wow, okay. She's enough of a VIP that even the mayor of the city has to bow before her.
まあ、ひなみ沢と周辺の町に住む村の親族の数千の評伝を固めてるわけですから。
Sorry, it's not
政治家
bow.
は頭上がらないんでしょうが。
Bow, like bow, bow. I have to remember that. That's actually a nice connection that I can make in my head. Bow, like bow, bow. Well, in Hinamizawa and the surrounding area, their relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could show disrespect for that. That's a lot.
つまりその人物が鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の事実上のトップということですね。
In other words, that would make her the actual leader of the Onigafuchi Guardians, right?
そうなります。
You've got it. With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of the hidden plot by the Onigafuchi guardians in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled?
あなた、東京からはるばる調べにいらしたんですよね。
You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you? Huh?
え
Oh, yeah.
え、そうですか。
That's right.
何か。
Something the matter? Oh no.
じゃあほら、あれだ。
Then...
犬飼大臣への直訴事件の絡みですかな。
I wonder. Is it related to that direct appeal incident with Minister Inukai?
要するに、あれで要注意団体ってことで公安がマークすることになったと。
If that's the case, then public safety has them marked on a watch list? Why, she must know that we can't really answer too many questions, but he's still gonna do it anyway. Because he knows that Akasaka is gonna cave and just tell him
そういう感じですか。
something like that. Why do you ask if you already know?
大石さんこそ、お察しが早くて助かります。
Having you guess that so quickly makes this easy. While exhaling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly, like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly.
嘘でしょ。
That's a lie, isn't it? Huh?
だから、直訴事件でマークがついたっての。
I mean, the direct appeal putting them on a watch list. I mean, it's not super wrong.
嘘でしょ。
That's a lie, isn't it? It's not quite that, but they're definitely on some form of watch list. Or she knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out as much. I mean, it wasn't a complete lie. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his watchful gaze, however, I felt that was what I was thinking, completely laid bare. Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. I see. So this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. He knows what he's doing. You could learn a thing or two. I wonder if Tokyo knows about Oishi or not. Difficult to say. I wonder how much he interacts with Tokyo police departments. I would guess not so much. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. Okay. All I had to do was stare at the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up. It's not that easy with this guy. It's not that easy. Trust me, Keiichi tried it. And then he got buckets full of mud water.
あなたって人は、本当に隠し事が下手な人ですね。
You really are bad at hiding things, you know?
そういう素直で初々しいの、悪くないな。
Being so young and earnest isn't so bad. You sounded really nostalgic for a second there. Good old times when I was young. Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette, while I tried not to let him notice that I yielded completely. At first I thought I had won, but at very least, Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something, meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car.
素直なところを教えてくれりゃ、もっとお力になれると思ったんですがね。
He's so gonna throw us under the bus. If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you.
素直に話したら、
How would you help?
どう力になれるんです？
What? You said way more than that. If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice.
内容によりけりですがね。ひなみ沢界隈に詳しい情報屋に引き合わせてあげてもいいですよ。
Well, this depends on what we're talking about, but I might be able to set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the goings-on in Hinamizawa.
協力員 ですか。
And informants.
そっか。あんたらはそう呼ぶんでしたね。
I see. Is that why you call it?
どうして私の任務に興味を？
Why are you interested in my
大石さ
case?
ん。
Oishi-san.
そりゃ、あんたと同じです。
Well, I'm the same as you.
常に知るのが私たちの仕事じゃありませんか。
Isn't it our business to know things? I mean, he's a detective. He, of course, would do something like this. It's also Oishi. Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate with for intelligence. I mean, there's a reason why they told him this was confidential and to not let anyone know what this was all about. So I don't know if it's that smart of an idea to say something to the likes of Oishi. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. We were always taught, however, that the rank and file police were no better than monkeys. Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oh, what do you want me to say in German? Out with it! Oishi was an outlaw, even amongst them. And here I was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. What? What is that? I feel like... Oh, I feel like space seems to know what that is. What is that? What is that? I don't even know if I want to look it up. Hello, Gio. Welcome in. How are you? What is that? I don't even know what that means. Okay, I'm gonna say it, I guess. I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what it... Why do I have that redeem? Poopin' fartin'. Poopin' fartin'? What did you want me to say? There you go, I guess. Congrats? I'm good, you? I'm also doing good. I'm confused right now. But I'm doing good. I'm glad you're also doing good. I don't know what that means. I looked it up, and apparently there's... It's a joke? I made use of my free will. First thing my brain thought of. Okay, okay. Well, I don't know how to say it in German, but I said it. Apparently it's not a German word. But people seem to think that it's German for toilet, which is not true. Toilet is Toilette in German. So there you go. I don't even know what that means. It's just nonsense. An American meme, I think? Oh, okay, I see. Well, there you go. Poopin' fartin'. There you go. Oishi was an outlaw, even amongst them. And here I was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson.
その情報協力員はどの程度鬼ヶ淵自主同盟に精通を？
This informant, exactly how knowledgeable are they about the Onigafuchi Guardians? All this guy can do is just laugh like
あん
this.
たも公安の人間ならわかるでしょ
If you're from public safety, you'd know, wouldn't you?
う。そんなの私の口からたとえあなたにだって話せるわけないじゃありませんか。
Something like that isn't something I can't just tell you. Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of those monkeys. Should I trust him? Ask for his help or not? I don't know. I have no idea. Ancient funny. Yeah.
あなたは国。私は金に雇われてますがね。
I wonder if they'll give me the option to trust him or not, because they said we have choices. It's just that you work for the feds and I work for the prefecture.
私たちの職務はそう大きくは違わないと思っています。
I don't think that our jobs are that different. Well, yeah, except that we deal with way more high-profile cases than you would, and way more confidential cases that you do. You don't have a complete read on Oishi's impressive. Yeah, this character is so interesting.
力になれると思うんですがね。
I think I can be of help. However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he claimed. Now, how should I go about this?
大石さんほどの方が無償で力になってくださるとはちょっと思いがたいですが。
That's, quite, brave. A brave thing to say to someone like Oishi. I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached. Oh, look, this is where it gets really interesting, because Akasaka is nothing like Keiichi. Keiichi would have just been like, sure, sure, okay, I'm gonna waltz into the Sonozaki house and possibly get myself killed. What could be wrong? What could go wrong? And Akasaka is actually careful and thinks things through.
そりゃ下心がないわけじゃないです。
Well, it's not like I'm completely without an ulterior motive.
あんたら確か協力員に支払える謝礼用の予算を持ってますよね。
As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right?
領収書不要な予算を。
Something you don't need to submit a receipt for. Of course, he's gonna use it for his personal gain. What else would he do?
そいつでですね、情報屋との接触にかかるコストをちょいと。
Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting with the informants.
つまり情報屋と渡りをつける謝礼をあなたにお支払いしろということですね。
In other words, give the compensation earmarked for the informant to you first.
取引内容が明快で助かります。
Well, it helps that the details of this deal are so clear-cut. I don't trust that that is all he wants out of this. He certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motive like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated for his deal. I love working with corrupt cops. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at these backroom dealings.
誤解しないでくださいよ。
It's not the first time he does this. Don't misunderstand me, please.
お金が必要なのは私にじゃなくて情報屋になんですからね。
It's not me who needs the money, it's the informant, okay?
まあ支払いの関係上、お金は私が預かりますがね。
Okay. Well, in regards to the payment, I'll be handling the money. Okay. That's a little strange.
支払いはいつ？
When do you want it?
今すぐがいいですね。
Right now would be good.
ないなら明日でもいいんですよ。
If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works as well. They just get it in cash? I mean, I guess it's those old times where everything was dealt with in cash, I guess. I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, the payment was upfront, also considering the fact I didn't know what kind of info I would get. I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet.
こういう時はですね、
Wow!
ケチケチしない方がいいんです。
He just grabbed it all. At times like this, it's best you not be so stingy. Okay.
大丈夫大丈夫。損はさせませんから。
It's alright, it's alright. It won't go to waste. Why do I feel like this will just end up being used for a copious amount of beer?
わかりました。
I
ケチ
understand.
ケチしないことにします。
I won't be stingy.
で、調
And
べたい情報は何です？
what kind of information are you looking for? We just gave him the whole fucking content of the wallet?
内容によって多少アプローチが変わることもありますので。
Depending on what you want, how we approach this will probably change.
他言無用を誓ってもらえますか？
You swear you won't spread this information to anybody
大
else.
石さん。
Oishi-san. Oh, not a good idea, boyo. Not a good idea.
誓うまでもありませんよ。
I can't swear as much.
私もあなたたちと同じ。
I'm the same as you.
職務上知り得たことは他言できませんからね。
I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties. I mean, you should know this. He's gonna find a loophole. We're so gonna get in trouble.
わかりましたよ。誓います。
I got it, I swear.
ここで聞くことは他言無用です。
Nothing here gets said anywhere
そ
else.
れに、あなたのおかげで溜まってたツケを全部
Oh
返せ
my
るんですからね。
On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe from my mahjong debts.
私は少なくとも金の
Is he
絡ん
for
だ
real?
約束は絶対に違いませんよ。
In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money. He's... Okay. Yeah. I'm not surprised that he would genuinely use it for mahjong debts. Even if this was just a joke, I wouldn't even be surprised. I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. Oishi wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟がある事件に関与しているか否かを調査しています。
I'm investigating whether or not the Onigafuchi Guardians is related to a certain incident.
ある事件？
Duh. I like that cicadas just set in. Certain
犬
incidents.
飼建設大臣が何者かに脅迫を受けている可能性があります。
There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inukai, is being coerced by
可
someone.
能性とはまた遠回しな言い方ですね。
Saying there's a possibility is kind of a roundabout way of putting it.
大臣の近辺に内通者がいるらしいのです。
It appears there's a mole close to the minister.
その内通者によって高度に監視されているらしく、大臣は脅迫初期から屈服している様子です。
I mean, at least we're not just flat out saying what is genuinely going on. Like the kidnapping, we're at least not mentioning it directly. It appears there is a mole close to the minister, and due to that mole, the minister has been monitored quite thoroughly and was seemingly forced to cede to their threats right away.
警察へも我々へも一切通報していません。
And none of this was reported to us or the police.
なるほど。
I see.
だから脅迫を受けている可能性という言い方になると。
So that's why you're saying there's only a possibility he's being coerced.
だとすると妙ですね。
In that case, isn't it a little strange?
大臣が誰にも通報しないなら、どうしてあんたらは事件を知ったんです？
If the minister didn't report this to anybody, how did you guys know about this incident? If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out.
その説明は私が情報屋に提供する必要がないと思われるので
Yeah,
割愛します。
don't mention that. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm omitting it. Oishi had apparently caught on and quietly chuckled when I refused to explain.
なるほど。
I see.
大臣の近辺にスパイがいるらしいから、公安だけの極秘調査ということになったわけですか。
There's a spy close to the minister, so public safety made it a highly classified
そ
investigation.
りゃ確かに穏便な話じゃないですね。
That certainly isn't a very amicable story, is it?
ことを公にすれば大臣の政治生命も含め政変に発展する可能性は極めて高いでしょう。
If this matter became public, not only would this affect the minister's political career, but the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape is extremely high. And, also, we would be found out that we are also spying on the guy. I mean, for good reason, but still.
犯人グループの目的がそこにあるならば有識事態に発展する可能性があります。
If the perpetrator's aim is indeed that, then this could develop into a very grave situation.
政府の列島改造は、まあいろいろ方々との衝突も多いらしいですからね。
Well, with the government having development projects all over the country, they've butted heads with quite a few people.
どんなささやかなケチでも一つつけば、野党勢力がドット票を伸ばす可能性もあると。
It wouldn't take much wrongdoing for the left-wing parties to suddenly garner more support.
大臣がどのような要求を受けているのかは現在調査中です。
We're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister.
ですが脅迫の方法だけはほぼ分かっています。
I mean, in this case, it's pretty clear. We can be sure that it is probably the Onigafuchi guardians that are involved with the kidnapping. So, I guess they just want them to put a halt to this. Yeah, we're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister, but at least we have a good idea of how he's being
な
threatened.
んです？
How?
大臣の孫の
Oh, okay, never mind.
誘拐です。
We're spilling the beans. The minister's grandson was kidnapped.
周辺は否定していますが最後の目撃から見てすでに誘拐後72時間が経過していると思われます。
They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed it's already been over 72 hours since the kidnapping. That is quite a long time ago.
3日ですか。
So, 3 days.
波の身代金目的ならもう決着してますね。
If they were just after some ransom money, this would have been settled by now.
金銭でなく大臣に何らかの政治的なアクションを要求している可能性が極めて高いでしょう。
It may be this isn't for monetary gain. The possibility that they're forcing the minister to do something politically is extremely high. I mean, yeah, we did say that this was most likely politically inspired.
それを我々は黙認するわけにはいきません。
That's something we just can't consent to.
で、それの犯人グループとの可能性として、鬼ヶ淵死守同盟がリストに上がったわけですね。
So then, the Onigafuchi Guardians was listed as one of the possible perpetrators.
そうです。
That's correct.
大臣の孫を誘拐してダム計画の撤回を求めるか。
The guy must have so many enemies. Ugh. Kidnap the minister's grandson and demand the cancellation of the dam project.
どうでしょう大石さん。
What do you think, Oishi-san?
その可能性はあなたから見てあり得ると思いますか？
From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. At least he's like considering it slowly. The other guy that we talked to was just like, yep, they would pretty much do that. The section chief at the regional office had responded immediately with, it's possible. However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit, he said something that was really just a little bit strange.
明治前まではですね。
Oh no. He's gonna whip out the whole Onigafuchi backstory. This was before the Meiji era, you see. And we're gonna go through that after the ad break. Oh, he's gonna put the whole demon lore thing on us again, isn't he? Okay. Let me fish. And then we'll quickly have our ad break. Okay, this first chapter is longer than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, we'll see how long it takes us to get through the first one. All right, let's take a quick break. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that. I will stretch a bit, get some drink in me, and get some snacks. And I will see you in 3 minutes. I made it back. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Oh, let me quickly just close some of my tabs because I think that's a few too many. Oh, wait, not the national diet. I didn't wanna close that one. I didn't want to close the flashbang. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's so bright. Okay. This was before the Meiji era, you see.
この辺りはひなみ沢村って名前じゃなくて鬼ヶ淵村って呼ばれてたそうです。
This area wasn't named Hinamizawa village back then. It was called Onigafuchi. Okay. So, they're really not afraid of using these old terms that they are trying to kind of get rid of in the current times that, you know, of the earlier arcs. Because they're trying to get people not to talk about the curse, and also the name Onigafuchi is kind of just a myth. It's never really been talked about by any of the characters except for the people that tell us about the whole backstory of Hinamizawa. So here, they're just freely using the name Onigafuchi Guardians, which is interesting to think about because they're purposefully using these fear-inducing terms and names to, well, get people to back off, basically.
うちのばあ様の受け売りですがね。
This is just what I heard from my mother. So I guess he was either too young or didn't live during that time? This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson that I was taken slightly aback.
鬼ヶ淵村。
Onigafuchi.
それで鬼ヶ淵修道名という名称になったわけですね。
Oh, so that's why they're called Onigafuchi Guardians.
鬼ヶ淵村ってのはですね、人食い鬼の住む村だと言われてたんだそうです。
You see, the village of Onigafuchi was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans.
今でも村人は自分の体に鬼の血が半分流れてると信じてます。
Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially courses through the veins of the villagers.
人食い鬼。
Demons that devour humans?
大石さん、それ何の話ですか？
Oishi-san, what are you saying?
情報ですよ。情報。
It's information.
さっきあなたからたくさんもらっちゃいましたからね。
I got a lot from you just now.
少しもらいすぎました。
A little too much, okay.
その分サービスしてあげてるんですよ。
In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie. Oh, how nice, how generous of you. Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around.
先を続けてください。
Please continue.
人食い鬼たちはですね、
You see, these human devouring
普
demons,
段は仙人と崇められてひっそりと暮らしているんですがね。
normally they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world. Okay? Give me a second. I need to know what that is. Or actually, maybe he'll explain it, but I'll look it up if he doesn't.
やっぱり人食いですから定期的に麓の村に降りてきては獲物をさらっていったんだそうです。
But they ate people after all, so apparently they'd go to villages in the foothills regularly and abduct their
それ
prey.
をですね、鬼隠しと言いまして、
They used to call that being demoned away, or onikakishi. Okay, so they don't explain it. Okay, let me look this up real quick. Taoist transcendence? Or actually, let me just, Taoism is apparently a thing. Oh, it's kind of a religion. Originating from China. Enigmatic process of transformation. ultimately underlying reality. Okay. So the literal meaning is religion of the way. Okay. Okay. For anyone that wants to read through this, very interesting stuff. I need to read through this after we finish stream to get a better understanding, since apparently this relies on Taoism. Maybe we can make some more well-informed theories about all of this. Oops. Demoned away. It was the first time I heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from this horrifying tale of demons abducting people in order to eat them. I mean, it's pretty
まあ、
pretty
よく世間
scary.
一般に神隠しっていうのがあるじゃないですか。
Look, you know how there's the common phrase, spirited away?
人がある日突然失踪してしまうとそう言うでしょ。
When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that.
この辺りでは同じことがあると鬼隠しって呼ぶんです。
When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away.
その昔話と本件に何か関係が？
How does that old tale relate to the matter at hand?
いえいえ。
Well, maybe the Inukai kid got demoned away? Oh no.
直接的には何の関係もない。ただのおしゃべりですがね。
There's no direct relationship. I'm just making some small talk
た
here.
だ、
It's just... Ka-thump, ka-thump? The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one.
ただ、なんです？
Well, I don't speak Russian, so that's, '07 to you, buddy. It's just what?
この土地に鬼隠しという名の失踪、誘拐を暗示するキーワードがある。ということだけはお話ししておこうと思いまして。
That around here, the phrase demoned away is somewhat of a code for disappearances and kidnappings. I just thought I'd mention that. Yeah, you just mentioned that with no ulterior motives,
今
sure.
回の大臣の孫の誘拐と関係あるかはわかりませんがね。
I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson.
はあ、深い話ではないんです。
Well, there is no deep meaning behind it.
そんな言われの話があるということだけでもね。
It's just, there's that little bit of history. Onikakushi, human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then, had they already made an example out of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? That's, not a very funny thought, because it's a very real threat
ちょ
here.
っと興味深い昔話ですね。
It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it?
鬼たちの村にみだりに踏み入れば、たちまち囚われ食い殺される。
Ooh, okay. If you set foot into the demon's village without reason, you'll promptly be captured and eaten
だ
alive.
から鬼ヶ淵村には近づくな。
So, don't go near Onigafuchi.
今時の若者はこんな迷信信じませんがね。
Kids these days might not believe such superstitions.
沖宮の明治生まれの年寄り連中には今でも真面目に信じてるのが多いですよ。
But amongst the older folk in Okinomiya born in the Meiji era, many would never question these warnings. Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I mean, for good reason. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division.
何しろこの辺は田舎ですからね。
In any case, we're in the boonies out here. Yeah.
迷信なんかが平気で幅を利かせてるんです。
It's kind of expected that there would be some superstitions around. I feel like once he meets the people in the town, since he's apparently a little bit quicker to catch on than Keiichi was, for example, he'll quickly realize that there is a very real reason that they are afraid of them. Also, thank you for the stretch, hydrate, and head pats. The full care package. Oh, thank you.
東京から来られた赤坂さんにはちょっと想像もつかないでしょうがね。
Somebody from Tokyo like you, Akasaka-san, probably couldn't even begin to imagine it, could you? The man-eating demons, as the price for violating the sanctity of their village, kidnapped the minister's grandson and swallowed him whole. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd, I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Stupid. It was all really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then, I may have already been seized by the curse of the dubious village. Don't call it curse! Don't call it curse! You can speak German? Yeah, I'm from Germany. For me to realize that would take a little more time. Oh, okay, so he was deliberately referring to it as a curse. Okay, okay. Is that the end of the chapter? Ooh, oh, we got a lot of tips. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I have to show you guys this. Land of the Demons. Travel to Hinamizawa. Okay, wait. I have to show you the the achievement image. It is perfect. Hold on. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, can I show you this in not horrible quality? Give me a sec. Oh, it's gonna be very pixelated, but it shall do the trick. Okay. I'm gonna zoom in. Beautiful. Look at our boy Akasaka-san. Isn't that the most unsuspicious thing you've seen in the whole world? Isn't that just gorgeous? He doesn't even look suspicious at all. I don't know that he looks like any regular guy to me. Deutschland, yeah, not sus at all. Beautiful. He looks so gorgeous. I love that they included that. I really like that. Okay, let's go through the tips. Let me save first. There we go. You all tips. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of strawberry jam. Chicken trunk. Huh, okay, these are some interesting tips. Phone call with Yuki, by the way. Oh, really? It's tough when it's such a sudden assignment. Please be careful. Where are you headed? You're already there? Whenever I headed out on assignment, she would ask where. Not just Yuki, but anybody would have asked the same question. If it was a cold place, she would urge me to pack a thick jacket. If it was far, she'd warn me to be careful on the drive over. It was just normal, everyday concern that led to asking such an obvious thing. I felt sad that I couldn't answer such a run-of-the-mill question. Sorry. It's something that you can't talk about, isn't it? Please be careful.
すまん、ユキ。
Sorry, Yukie. It must be so sad to not be able to be there for the birth of their child, but also to not even be able to tell her why. Oh. What is this music? Excuse me? Something, Elena? Okay, I have to translate this now. Give me a sec. I need to know what that says. Okay, so Google translates, says white wind of kindness. Rena? Okay. At some point, you started apologizing right away. Even though, when you first started your job, you were all gung-ho about it. Yukie laughed as though she had realized something. Times like this, Yukie had the magical power to see right through me.
私が入院してもう随分になりますものね。あなたもそろそろ寂しくなってきましたか？
It's already been quite a while since I was admitted to the hospital. Are you finally getting lonely?
からかうなよ。
Don't
寂し
tease
がるよう
me.
な年じゃないさ。
I'm too old to get lonely. What? That's not how it works.
さてさていかがでしょう。
Oh,
あなたは
really?
本当に甘えん坊さんですからね。
You actually like being doted on, don't you?
私と一緒でないとだんだん弱気になってきてしまうのでしょ。
Don't you start getting a little faint of heart when I'm not around? Just say yes.
ああ、も
Ah,
う。
jeez.
今、雪絵の頭に小悪魔の角がにょっきりと生えているのが目に浮かぶよ。
I can see the little devil horn sprouting from your head right now.
君は昔から。
You've always been like this. Why can't you even say to your wife that you miss her? What? This guy cannot show his feelings at all. Too old to get lonely, homie. If you're alone at that age, you're lonely as fuck. Yeah, you just get lonelier the older you get. What is he talking about?
はぐらかさないはぐらかさない。私に構ってもらえなくて寂しい寂しいって。
You can't hide it. You can't hide it. If I don't play with you, you get all lonely. This kind of reminds me of... I don't know. The way Yukie speaks reminds me of one of my mods, Zam. I don't know.
あなたが尻尾を振っている音が受話器を通しても聞こえてきますよ。
I can hear your tail wagging over the phone. They're being playful. It's kind of cute, yeah. Taking a severe amount of copium. He just, I don't know, he likes being teased or something. I feel so attacked. It's very cute. Very cute relationship they have. The side of Yukie wasn't something you could guess existed from seeing her usual modest behavior. And it was something that she didn't show to anybody else but me. So cute. Normally I'd poke her to hide my embarrassment and bring an end to the conversation, but I couldn't do that over the phone. Of course, Yukie was clever. She was teasing me because of that.
あなたを困らせるのがこんなに楽しいと気づいたのはいつからだったんですかね。
I wonder when I figured out that giving you grief was this much fun. So flirting right now, get a room. I mean, they're like quite a bit apart from each other, so kind of difficult.
そろそろ許してくれよ。とにかく、君の元気な声が聞けてよかった。
Give me a break. In any case, it's good to hear you so lively. So I guess she definitely hasn't given birth yet?
そうでしょ。元気になれましたか？
I know, right? Did I cheer you up? I had called Yukie to keep her from feeling lonely when she was by herself in the hospital room. Of course, that was nothing more than a pretense that I, being shy, had come up with. It seemed that Yukie had long since seen through that act. I mean, she has her father. You're the one being all alone, so yeah, it's not that hard to see through. Yeah.
また電話をしてくださいな。私がダメな時はお父さんが相手をしてくれるでしょう。
Please phone again. But I'm not feeling up to it. I'll get my father to talk with you.
もっともお父さんが相手ではあなたのことだから電話先でも直立不動で喋っていそう。
Although I feel if you're talking with my father, I get the feeling that you'd be standing at attention on the other side of the line. For a while longer, Yukie kept teasing me without letting me end the call. I mean, why would you want to end the call? Appreciate every second you get with your waifu. Oh, this is really interesting. Why did you add that as a quote? Listen, she seems to be doing good, okay? So I guess she hasn't given birth yet. Because then she would be exhausted. Chairman XX. Members of the XX party. Congratulations are due as we are celebrating 25 years since our founding. These past 25 years have seen much growth in XX Prefecture. The once quiet scenery of nothing but fields now has seen the opening of a new stop for the bullet train. And with the development of the highway, we've seen the rebirth of a modern city bursting with youthful energy. Listen, she's actually pregnant. What do you mean? She's actually pregnant. That's why she's in the hospital. We've reaped the benefits of new businesses and industry. And with a special reverence, the residents of XX Prefecture have, for time honored traditions, history and culture, business and industry. With these ideals in harmony, they have accomplished in growing their city into one of Japan's foremost metropolises. Of course, the development of XX Prefecture couldn't have happened without the growth of XX Party. We are resolved to see every one of our campaign promises to fruition, reaching our targets definitively, and expediently like arrows fired from a bow. With these arrows as the fundamental basis of the XX Party, our members have sought to pierce the obstructions preventing the happiness of the residents of XX Prefecture. But I do believe that everybody here is unlike an ordinary arrow. While being as unfaltering and straightforward, we have not neglected in seeking solutions that conform to the current day and age, while also keeping an eye on the future. An arrow, once loosened, can only fly to its destination. Everyone here, however, is no simple arrow. Even once loosed from the bow, without neglecting our studies, while employing new methods and implementing more effective and flexible ideas, thus being able to change trajectories mid-flight, we are magical arrows. The modern age marches ever forward. Sometimes it marches faster than the time taken from planning to execution. The following part was not in the script. It is thought to have been ad-libbed by the minister. For example, there have recently been numerous problems with the Hinamizawa power plant project. Rather than forcing through the project solely because it was decided upon by the government, it is necessary to reflect on and adjust to the ever-changing needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. The protests by the local residents that surround the Hinamizawa Dam, these are also the will of the people of XX Prefecture. Having a hard time sussing out the info in these hints. Currently, I'm a bit sick, so my brain is scrambled. I'm also having some trouble connecting things right now. Let me just skim through this real quickly because I feel like this is a little more difficult to get through. So this is clearly about the political party that is okay, so wait, no, actually, let me read this again. So I guess this is like the political party that is responsible for the Hinamizawa Dam project and like many other things, of course. And they're just kind of talking about it and yada yada yada, congratulating themselves for, being able to withstand for 25 years. Kind of describing themselves as magical arrows. I didn't understand this whole thing. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever you said. Kind of, it sounded more like, oh yeah, look at how cool we are. We're way, more exciting than normal people. Okay, but this is like the actual relevant stuff. So, project solely because it was decided upon by the government is necessary to reflect on and adjust to the ever-changing needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. Also, the will of the people of XX Prefecture. So they're considering the opposition's wishes, right? If you feel that there is no need to listen because the project has already been finalized, then you do nothing more than shed a poor light on Japan's post-war democracy. Okay, so this is the minister speaking, right? The minister whose kid was kidnapped. Or not kid, grandson was kidnapped, my bad. I'm guessing this is after the fact. He's making a statement, and it is not part of the script. So he said this because he's being coerced. I get it. Okay, so this is kind of like a conference of some sort, you know, talking about how long they've been part of this whole thing. Yeah. And then yeah, okay. So he adds this even though it wasn't part of the script because the kidnappers are probably telling him to say this stuff. Okay, I get it now. The following is as per the script. For the lasting happiness of the citizens of Japan and the residents of XX Prefecture, please consider these policies thoroughly. I believe, however, we have all gained something from the flexibility and foresight of the XX Party. I've taken up much of your time. However, allow me to say the following to celebrate the 25th anniversary of our founding. Chairman XX, members of the XX Party in attendance, thank you very much for today. From the opening remarks, okay, of the XX Party Prefectural Forum and the 25th anniversary celebration. So clearly, this is a big hint towards the Hinamizawa Guardians being heavily involved with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that, right? Because he clearly has been pushing for the project to keep going. So for him to say this out of the blue, off script too, that's just basically confirmation that the Hinamizawa Guardians or someone in Hinamizawa is 100% responsible for the kidnapping of his grandson. Okay. Gears and fire and the taste of honey. Okay. Days of Children. Another pretty good BGM. The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet, there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is just a matter of fact. It's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people basically aren't that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquettes doesn't matter to me. When I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand. But actually, in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are quite well defined. It's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say that person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could have absolutely no consequence on my life. Yeah, it depends on the relationship you have with these people. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't always mean that they affect person B as well. Let's put it bluntly. The bonds between people are like gears in a machine. The gear that represents me meshes with some people, but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this. Those people would bring up the example of gears in a clock. Each gear indeed only directly meshes with one or two others. However, if you rotate one gear, the one next to it is moved, which connects to the next one, and the next. In the end, all the gears are moving. So, technically, what this is saying is, your or someone else's actions might not directly affect a singular person, like person A, for example, but due to your connection with person B, and for example, their connection with person A, they are also affected ultimately. That's what they're saying, basically? There's a logic behind this, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. The relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. How the gears are connected and how their movements are chained together can be used as a fundamental explanation, so it throws a wet blanket on that argument. So for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. First of all, to say that this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't only one clock. There exist many clocks in this world, each counting their own time. Is this hinting towards the possibility of there indeed being multiple timelines at the same time? Where your actions, or like for example, Keiji's actions might not affect the outcome directly, but by the way he interacts with certain people, the end result will be also affected? Something like that? Seems like it. Yeah, I feel like that's what it's kind of hinting at. Keiji's actions in Chapter 2 have consequences in Chapter 3. I felt like it was more like self-contained. So like, Keiji's actions in Chapter 2 have consequences within Chapter 2 because, yeah, they're counting their own time. Oh, but I guess you could be right. It could also connect between the chapters, for example, between the timelines. Chapter 1 and Chapter 3. Yeah. He goes to the festival, yet he didn't go. I think it's more like Chapter 2 and 3. Because, of the whole Shion thing. Because we didn't actually meet Shion in the first chapter. Because of our actions, basically. But yeah. I get what you're saying. I think it's more so what you're saying, actually, yeah. Okay. If you think about it, the idea that this world is just one big clock is the height of arrogance. Even if you use the analogy of gears to explain human relationships, then you should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks unrelated to a single gear. Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. B is a gear in a different clock, so he doesn't really matter to me at all. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. Okay. Hello, Blood. How are you? Welcome in. We could have met Shion and not known. That is true, technically. Yeah, I don't know what else to say to that. That is true. Could have met her and just he didn't tell us about it. But to be fair, by the way that Keiichi was talking and how he basically barely moved there at all, it seemed like it was more likely that he didn't meet her, but yeah, they didn't explicitly mention her. So it could very well mean that she was also there and they have met before. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say I'm being fallacious? Now let's change the analogy to something more familiar so you can understand. You've probably heard the phrase of fire on the opposite shore sometime in your life, no? For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd probably try and help to put it out, wouldn't you? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burned down your house after all. Oh yeah. The main motivation, basically. I don't want my house to also burn down, so I better help. Give me a sec. just assumed Xian is Mion, didn't tell us about her? I think someone else also mentioned that in one of the previous streams. Even though we have seen them both on screen, I feel like some people might still think that they are the same person. I'm not sure where I stand on that. I feel like I'm more inclined to believe that they are definitely different people because they have shown as two different sprites. They have been in the same room at the same time. Other people have interacted with both of them. But yeah, I feel like technically it is not 100% confirmed in the world of Higurashi, where things are very messed up, that they are different people. But I personally choose to believe that they are two different people, yeah. But what if that fire was in a town on the opposite side of a river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You wouldn't, would you? Even though it would be the wrong thing to do, there's no way the fire could spread to your own house. Even if it turned into a huge conflagration. Oh, I need to look that up. I have no idea what that means. Conflagration. Where is German on this list? I don't even know the German word for that. Oh, okay, I don't know what that means either. There wouldn't be a rivalry between the sisters if it was one person. I mean, it could just be kind of crazy, you know? Specifically in the first chapter is what I'm talking about, mistaking Xion for Mion. I mean... Okay, true. What is also interesting is that Xion only appears on the festival when we know of her existence. You know what I mean? Because in the first chapter, Xion was not in the picture at all. We didn't even know she existed. We didn't even know she was a character in the game. Because we hadn't heard of her. We never met her. And then in the second chapter, we met her. Obviously, we meet her during the festival. And in the third chapter, where it was mentioned that Keiichi was at the festival, it was mentioned that we spoke to her and we already knew her in the beginning of the third chapter, which is interesting. So, does that mean she only came to the festival for Keiichi? Does that mean Keiichi was not Delulu and saw two people when it's one? I mean, other people also saw them both, so... Yeah... I guess he wasn't. Oh, it's a big fire, okay. Even if it turned into a huge conflagration, there's no relation between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are or aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of the river, is it? Yeah, it's it's a time-space kind of thing. Okay, so that was heavily hinting towards there being multiple timelines, I feel. Interesting image? Wonder what the chances are that Keiichi just didn't see her at the festival. I mean, that could be it. I guess Xion just doesn't really have any reason to interact with the group except for Mion because she doesn't know anyone of the group. No one even knew that she had a sister to begin with, so the only reason she would even go there was to meet up with Mion. And I don't know. Now that you say it like that, I guess it is possible that she just he just didn't see her and she was there, but they just never met up because they don't know each other, so it would be awkward. So she just kind of avoided them. Possible? The car had stopped, but he didn't know any more than that. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. Okay. This is interesting because I just skipped all the tips in my playthrough. Very interesting. I feel like if you don't read these, you're kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say that the tips are relevant to read necessarily. I feel like you can still understand what is going on in the story even if you don't read them. But you definitely get more hints as to what is happening, and you're maybe able to understand it better if you read them. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. How could people become this powerless just by being robbed of their sight? He absolutely wouldn't have known this without experiencing it firsthand. He soon realized it was pointless to try and undo his bonds, with his confines of the trunk quickly making him lightheaded. He had no choice but to let this mild torture dull his senses. That's why when the car stopped and the unpleasant vibrations ceased as the engine was killed, he couldn't help but delude himself that he was being set free even though nothing had been resolved in reality. Oh, is that the kid? Of course, he was soon removed from that delusion. He strained his ears when he heard of one of the men who had abducted him, and an older man he was hearing for the first time strike up a conversation.
お疲れさんです。ヒナはトランクに。
Yep, it's the people who kidnapped the kid! Ha 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 ha! They add some depth and dimensions for sure. I highly recommend everyone to read them. The CSA statistics tip was haunting to read. Yeah, that actually was terrifying to read. I never felt that uneasy reading statistics. Like, that was not nice. Nice to see you. The chick is in the trunk.
騒ぎすぎで多少衰弱してるようですが、ご命令通り傷一つつけちゃいません。
He struggled so much that he's probably exhausted right now, but there's not a mark on him, just as ordered.
おう、手間はかけましたの。
This is also an interesting tip because if they end up linking this, oh god, I just thought of something else. I'll talk about this after this one thought. If they're linking this to the demoning away, this is implying that this is indeed a cult again, right? While with some chapters we have the clear indication that there is a cult, this tip specifically again leads us in the direction that this is again, yeah, a cult. Not so much a curse, because if this will be linked back to the demoning away thing in the end, then this is, there's clearly people behind this. There's nothing supernatural going on here. This is just people trying to get their way politically. So this is basically just strengthening the cult theory. What else did I want to say? Oh god, did I forget already? I forgot. No! I had something really interesting to talk about. Damn it. What was I gonna say? It was really interesting. No! I forgot. What did I say? Nope, it is gone. I don't remember. Why not both? Well, probably both, to be honest. Why choose one when you can have the best of both worlds, I guess? Oh, I'm so angry. You know how you feel when you forget something? This doesn't usually happen to me on stream, I don't think. This is infuriating. Okay. If I remember, I'll talk about it. Oh, must have been a handful. Ooh, the flashbang was unnecessary. The trunk opened, letting in a blast of fresh, cool air. Even though up until just now he had been thinking about getting out of that stuffy trunk, when it was actually opened, he suddenly became uneasy. enough so that he wished that the lid of the trunk would once again close, separating himself from them. Suddenly, somebody stroked his head. Of course, since he was blindfolded, he couldn't tell if the hand was petting him or simply evaluating how easy it would be to remove his scalp. Huh? Unable to tell the difference, he would only freeze as he imagined the worst case scenario.
すったらん。あいそうにの。震えとんね。
Poor little bugger. He's shaken.
おとなしくしばらく過ごすがよかろ
Just stay calm for a bit. It's interesting that these guys are talking like the quote-unquote thugs that we met in the second arc. I mean, this is hinting towards them being quote-unquote thugs or like tough guys. So, Yakuza? So, Sonozaki family, possibly? The older man said that kindly as he gently stroked the boy's
う。
head.
恩に辛い思いしちゃろな。だがな。おんめのおじいちゃんは優しい人だね。
This must be real tough for ya, but you see, your Gramps is a nice man.
すぐに助けてくれるだろうの。
He'll help you soon enough. Having heard nothing but the average standard dialect his whole life, the older man's distinct intonation left a deep impression on the boy. But he had no idea what he was saying. For your Gramps to register as meaning your grandfather took a while to process. I mean, this is a kid. I don't even know how old this boy is. Eventually, the hand that was stroking his head loosened the
目
blindfold.
隠しはまずいっすよ。面が割れると後々まずいです。
Can't keep his eyes covered. If he splits his face open, it'd be bad.
あそうかの。なんら、せめて猿靴はくらい外したらんな。
And with that, we might as well take out the gag.
これぎゃ、息もできんね。
He can't breathe like that.
叫ばれたらまずいです。
It'll be trouble if he
こいつの
yells.
ことは俺たちに任せてください。
Leave him to us.
気の利かんやっちゃらな。本家にむごい仕打ちは千にやっちゃっとる。
This is definitely someone from the Sonozaki family. Jeez, you guys don't know how to treat somebody. The main family said no rough stuff. The main family? Okay, I see. What a weird manner of speaking. Yeah. I think I may know who. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, didn't we meet a guy from the Sonozaki family that gave us a ride when we met Shion? Yeah! The guardian of Shion? Isn't it the guy who was basically taking care of the girls from a young age? Was he speaking like this? I don't remember. He's a bodyguard, yeah. Oh, maybe it is the guy. Could be him. I don't remember though if he spoke like this too. But it's definitely someone from the family or like, an employee of the
そこん
family.
とこ、肝に刻むんよ。
You better remember that well.
分かってます。手荒な真似はしませんよ。
Yeah, we won't do anything stupid.
小僧がおとなしくしててくれる分にはね。
As long as the kid cooperates, that is. The man's hand prodded roughly and repeatedly at the boy's head. A rugged hand, unlike the affectionate one that had been stroking his head before. Just stay cooperative. If you struggle, there is no guarantee what will happen. That cliche threat was literally beaten into his head. Great! Lovely. I don't like them. I mean, I like the Yakuza guy. He seems nice. Seems like he is that person. We haven't heard this accent anywhere. I mean, he's speaking just similarly to the thugs that we met before, but I don't think they were part of the Sonozaki, obviously. They were just some random dudes, but it's heavily hinting to him being like Yakuza and part of the Sonozaki family. Which begs the question, who's this guy? Not this guy. This other dude that is a little rough around the kid. Is he also part of that? We'll see. Alright. Okay. Well, that took quite a bit, but I promised that we would also get through chapter 2. So we will also do that. It is only 8 p.m. for me, so that's not so bad. So let's try to also get through chapter 2. But there's an ad break in 7 minutes. So let's take it right now before we start into the next chapter. So if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. I will, do the same. So let me put this up. Let me fish. And then we'll get to chapter 2. Hi, I have made it back. Hope you guys were also able to take a break. So let me save one more time. And let's keep going to chapter number 2. Oh, wow. Oh, we got a new background. A lovely, beautiful hotel. These bed sheets are something else. This is kind of interesting. Cheap hotel in the city. These are like some really tall headboards. What the hell? That is so tall. Why would you need that? You could have like a pin. You could pin like stuff here if you wanted to, depending on what kind of material it was. Just stuck a nail in there and just hang up some stuff. Reminds me of my grandma's home. The sheets will do it, yeah. And the like older furniture. Oh my god, I like the little detail that we have, like a cap here. Wait, did the achievement have a red cap? Nope. I mean, it was brownish. Oh, this could also be like a. This is probably just me trying to find things to make this more believable, but this kind of looks like the mask and stuff. Cool stuff. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? A particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, as a public servant bound to fulfill his duties, it was pathetic indeed. Those negative emotions faded as I drowned my breakfast. Drowned. As I downed my breakfast. It was surprisingly not half bad. I drowned my breakfast. Oh. The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Ooh. I wonder who the informant will be. Oh. Interesting. I look forward to that. Until then, I couldn't just be lazing around. The Onikafuchi Guardians was protesting the dam's construction in various ways. Included in this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into two major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appeal to the public's sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. The latter, peaceful route, stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. As a part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years, there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sightseeing tours. That is quite interesting. Isn't Tomitake, doesn't he also take pictures of birds and stuff? I wonder if that's how he even got here in the first place. I don't remember if they mentioned how long Tomitake has been visiting Hinamizawa, but this is something to keep in mind for sure, because he's a photographer. He comes here for the natural scenery and like birds and stuff. Could be why he came here in the first place. Given he dies constantly, he does more than just bird watching. He also breaks into ritual storehouses. Every single time, apparently. Oh, I just thought of this. Isn't it interesting how Mion in the second chapter was all like, oh, because you didn't give me the doll, a lot of people ended up dying, and also, because we broke into the ritual storehouse, we broke this big taboo and stuff. But they also said to consider the fact that Tomitake and Takano probably broke into the ritual storehouse every single timeline. So, of course, the two of them died every single time, but there was also Arika and Satoko who died because of that, because of them breaking in, because they were like, well, it's not just Takano and Tomitake that are responsible for all of this, but also Rika for changing out the lock, and also the mayor, Kimiyoshi. But they didn't die every single chapter, which is interesting. I don't know what that what that gives us, but it's an interesting thought. He always finds something that is lethal for him. Boy just doesn't get some rest. He just, that throat scratching just feels too good, I guess. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one.
そうですか。
I see.
次回の募集はありませんか。
So there's no applications for next time.
残念です。
Too bad.
あんた、環境保護団体さんですか？
Are you a member of an environmental group?
それとも雑誌さんの人？
Or maybe somebody from a magazine?
いえ、個人です。
No, just here privately.
個人？観光ですかね？
Privately? Then you're a tourist?
観光みたいなものです。
Yeah, something like that.
美しい自然を写真に残すのが趣味なんで。
It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be.
雑誌でとても貴重な自然が残っていると読んだので、楽しみにしていたのですが。
I read in a magazine that there were some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. Was it this ad-libbed lie? That is, not the right grammar. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person I was speaking to laughed happily.
ならあんた、検査来なさい。
Then come.
村はちょいと慌ただしいけど、歓迎しますよ。
Okay, that's kind of suspicious. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here. That laugh is not very calming.
ぜひそうさせていただきます。ありがとうございます。
In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you. I don't know why, but I feel like that's a really bad idea. Just because you're bored, you can't just do something like this. I mean, I guess it's still like relevant for investigation purposes, but
あんた、明日は何ですか？
how are you getting around?
お車？
Car?
もしそうだったら、先にナンバーを聞いてくれますよ。
If that's the case, could I ask you for your license plate number? Oh ho ho.
台湾ないんですがね。
No, there's no ulterior motive behind that, for sure. That was probably related to the checkpoints they'd set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. Yep. I thought about using the car I had borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them that plate number. If the Onigafuchi Guardians was behind this incident, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car.
いえ、実は車ではないんです。
No, actually, I'm not using a car. Which is strange, if you're gonna visit a remote place like Hinamizawa, I feel like you would definitely need a car.
バスか何かがあれば、それで行きたいのですが。
If there's a bus or something, I prefer that.
バスならありますよ。
We do have a bus, actually.
もうすぐ廃線になってますそうですがね。
Oh, the route is going to be discontinued soon, though.
そんでいらっしゃい。
You can take that.
沖宮の駅から出ますよ。
It departs from Okinomiya
ありが
Station.
とうございます。
Thank you very much.
探してみることにします。
I'll look out for it.
ほんと、いつ来ます？
When will you be coming?
南沢さん初めて？
Is it your first time in Hinamizawa?
初めての土地じゃ、いろいろとご不安でしょう。
If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things.
教えてくれりゃ、誰か行かせていろいろご案内させますよ。
If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around.
そんな。そこまでしていただくのは申し訳ないです。
I mean, isn't that what was gonna happen anyway? We weren't just gonna have a tour by ourselves, right? This is what this is about. She literally offered us a tour. Why wouldn't someone be showing me around? Tomitaka did it carless. Fair. He actually made the trip from Tokyo all the way. We don't even know, where was he even staying? Was he staying in Okinomiya, or was he staying with Takano, possibly? Not sure. Oh no, I couldn't ask that much of you.
気にせんでください。
Don't worry about it. All the people in Hinamizawa and the surrounding areas have disturbing laughs. Tomitaka Bill's dear friend. For sure. I mean, he is pretty ripped.
これも村の自然さ守るための PR なんですから。
That's just a bit of PR we do to protect nature around the village. Judging by what I saw at the checkpoint, the villagers were at least wary of outsiders. That's why, in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the dam protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied into the peaceful type of PR that the village was using. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the dam protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer.
本当によろしいのでしょうか。
Is it really alright?
でしたら本当に助かります。
If so, that'll really help. After that, I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I should get on. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. This is not going to end very well with us. After showing me around a spot I take an interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me to somewhere like an anti-dam information center, probably. Then over a cup of tea, they tried to indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take after all. He's gonna abuse this to his benefit. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed into something more casual. Okay, so I'm guessing he's not gonna wear his cap and his sunglasses and the mask, because that's gonna be really weird. I don't know if that's so smart. I feel like they'll recognize him if he walks around with a mask and sunglasses and cap and stuff like that. I guess it's he only did that because he was around Oishi, but I feel like, you know, people that pay attention might be like, oh, is that the same guy? After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okinomiya Station. Ooh. I would feel so unsafe going to Hinamizawa, but, you know, you do you. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okinomiya, the only town in the area. Why would that be discontinued? They never talked about there being a bus line, in the previous arcs. I think Keiichi, obviously, always took either the car, driving with someone else, or he went there by bike himself. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued in the natural scheme of things. That's not very hopeful. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. Oh yeah, of course this would be... Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That would be, of course, planned by the government. But maybe with, the Inukai minister being coerced, he might change this very soon? It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government decided to, from the start, to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler to remove his cloak. Even their bullying had a meaning to it. I don't know what fairy tale he's referring to. The reason why the Onigafuchi guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies, like this to be submerged, didn't seem like a big deal. I wonder if this is around the time that this whole thing made it to the papers. I think they mentioned that it even made it, like, to Tokyo and stuff, so... But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. This route will be discontinued at the end of this financial year. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Okinomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Oh yeah. Every time the image shakes, I get a little spooked. Along the way, we passed through the checkpoint before without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms had at some point become coated in a thin film of sweat.
浮田水道前へ、浮田水道前へ。お降りの方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I like that they ask too, like, are you gonna leave the bus? I guess the bus could also be shut down between this and the other chapters. Perhaps the whole damn project is a ploy to save money to shut down this this one bus stop. That would be crazy. Considering, actually, I think in Japan, it's not that uncommon for a train to drive between, like, the city and a super remote location, because that is the only form of transportation for some people. I think I heard of one specific train driving, like, literally out to the boonies to pick up, like, a singular person to get them to, I think, what was it, like, Tokyo or something? Because that was the only means of transportation in that town. So that was really interesting. I love public transportation, trains and buses. I love trains so much. It is a meme, unfortunately, that the German train system is absolutely garbage. And it is. It is really bad. You've probably heard about Deutsche Bahn. It is garbage. It is so bad. But nevertheless, I really love trains. I love looking at them. So, yeah, that makes me a train enthusiast, I guess. I love public transportation if it's affordable and stuff. But, yeah, it's extremely expensive. They're super shit here in Germany. That's that. And I don't like loud people and sweaty, trains in the summer. But other than that, I like public transportation. Yeah, that was a quick rant. Unfortunately, I am from the US, so public transportation is so lacking. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Here we at least get a train every single hour where I live, but public transportation is kind of ass. Japan is pretty good. Buses are shit here though. Buses are more or less okay here, I feel. I don't hear nearly as many bad things about them. I'll take loud, sweaty passengers than a car-dependent society. True. I agree. Though, not actually, you know what? I will not talk about that because that is a little too dark for this stream. I have changed my mind. I don't want to talk about that. I hate US infrastructure. It is unfortunate, yeah. There's a channel on YouTube that I watch that covers the topic of, like, walkable cities and stuff like that. Oh, what is it called? I don't remember. I think the guy lives in the Netherlands. And he talks about, you know, being able to use bikes, of course, and how many countries or well, not that many countries, but like for example, France, I think, is trying to reduce car dependency, and they're trying to motivate people to use bicycles, for example, to get around the cities. I want trains so bad, but people here love their cars. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I love using public transportations and like using bikes and stuff. Due to where I live, taking a bike would probably take me like an hour to get to work, so I don't do it for that reason. But I would love to if I had the chance. That would actually be super nice. Bikes and motorcycles. I had like a scooter when I was younger. I recently gave it away because I just wasn't using it anymore, and I don't like having to shell things. I am very lazy. I just gave it away to a random person. Yeah, I love them. Very nice. Oregon is one of the best states for biking, and it's still so bad for bikes. No. I feel like Germany is kind of okay. At least where I live, it's pretty decent. If you're in the city, of course. If you're out in the boonies, it's horrible here. You'd have to drive on the pedestrian walkway, or you would have to look for bike paths, which is super rare. So either that or you're on the fucking street. Have you ever tried going by bus to a train station with a suitcase, a backpack, and a big suitcase art students usually have? I'm so sorry. I didn't do that obviously, but I used to actually buy furniture secondhand and try to transport it using buses. That was an experience. It worked. I actually transported a whole keyboard, like as in like a piano keyboard thing, in a bus once. So yeah, things are possible. Are they practical? No, but it works. It works. That is sick. Yeah, it was an adventure. That was quite nice, to be honest. I was surprised they even let me enter the bus, but they did. They did. Pretty cool stuff, yeah. I just wish it would get more, fleshed out. So that we don't have the Deutsche Bahn meme of it being late for like days. Oh, the times I was stranded in a random town because the train just decided to break in the middle of my way home, or it just didn't come at all, and I had to wait 3 hours for the next train. Ugh. Maybe we don't need furniture in this house. What do you mean? Okay. I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant that it must be quite a remote place. Oh boy. In actuality, the stop I got off at was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As soon as I stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different than the interior of the bus assailed my body. What? It's the infamous street. Right now, Oishi or Hondaya weren't beside me. That's right, at present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, I brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that if somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. Lovely. Lovely. But we know that he's not gonna die, at least. I think. Pick the size of Germany, and my state is 2/3 the size. And it ain't even a large state. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Uh, to be fair, even though I say it's pretty bad, we actually just recently got like a train ticket thing that lets you travel all across Germany for like, I think it was $40 per month. So you like it's a ticket that you use that you get monthly, I think. Yeah. And you can travel all across Germany with that ticket. There's no limits within the month, of course, that you have the ticket in. So to be able to do that is pretty impressive. It works if you can, catch the trains and they don't cancel the train rides. So it's not that horrible. But yeah, I'm so sorry that the US is struggling so much with that. I hope that they can figure the shit out. It's gonna take, of course, centuries, I feel like, for them to fix the issues with transportation in the US. But, as long as some advancements are made, I'd be using that shit all the time. Yeah. I used it to get to my old job in the city. But yeah, my current job, it would take me like twice the amount of time that it takes me with a car. I only drive like 20 minutes with a car. And with a train, it's more like 50 minutes because I have to take a train to another town and then get a bus. And buses out here in the middle of nowhere, oh god. You're lucky if it has the right description on it because, US hates its citizens. Oh no. All the trains. I'm aware that the US hates me. No. Come to Europe. Europe loves you. To be honest, it's, yeah. It's rough. You just need one more car lane, guys, and it'll be fixed. Mm-hmm. One more car lane. Oh, yeah. That'll fix everything. That's the solution to all of our problems. Who would have guessed? I didn't seem suspicious, did I? Well, not with the mask and the cap and the sunglasses. My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. Camera and a knapsack. Oh my god, is this just the story of Tomitake? Inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. Was the festival in July or was it June? Oh god, I'm not sure anymore. It was July, right? My parents said that this summer they might fund my driving license lessons and exam. Ooh, good luck with that. I took mine when I was 21. It was a little expensive. It was like, oh, how much was it? 2,000 euros, somewhere around there. But I failed once because unfortunately uh had a red light incident. I was so nervous that I didn't see the red light and I just ignored it and just went along. That was at the very end of my exam. Oh, don't be like me. I had to retake a couple of lessons and the exam, of course, and I had to pay twice. Does it make you wonder if Tomitake's getup was just an act? I didn't even consider that. I didn't even consider that. That's an interesting thought. Oh, you think that's why he dies every single time? Ooh, okay. Something to keep in mind for sure. Lessons and exams are for truck driving simulator practice. Exactly. That's expensive, is it? It's pretty cheap here. It's more like 3K as of right now. I think I got a pretty good deal actually. It's gotten way more expensive now over the last couple of years, so I'm glad I did it 4 years ago. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. No, it wasn't something something to be that concerned about. It's alright. I was just a normal tourist. Just be calm. Don't be like Keiichi when he gets nervous. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. Oh my god! I'm sorry! Oh, that freaked me out. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was not that bad, but it freaked me out for some reason. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream. That freaked me out. I didn't expect the eyes. Oh my god, I'm sweating. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, that freaked me out. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, let me take off my sweater now. I am warm enough. Oh my fucking god. I was like, oh yeah, something creepy is gonna happen, and I was expecting just text to pop up, and then I see the big fucking eyes across my screen. Oh, oh god. Oh, oh, that scared me so much. Oh, who thought a visual novel could find? I jumped out of my seat. Oh, that was one of the most intense jump scares I've ever experienced. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Console edition CGs are so good. They are. Oh my god, it was so well timed too. Don't be like KTN. Shit. Fun fact, the only time we did see these eyes was last chapter. Funny. I missed them so much. Got out of the shower with my watertight speaker. That scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry, Space. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm so sorry. I will protect you guys. Get behind me as I shake violently. It is out of the blue and certainly doesn't herald good tidings. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I don't like the eyes. These genuinely freak me out. I don't know what it is. The way these are drawn are so fucking creepy. I can't stare directly into them because I'm so intimidated by them. Like genuinely, I'm not kidding. I'm easy to scare, of course, obviously, as you can see by the games that I freak out on. But I genuinely can't look into these because they scare me a lot. So let's get through this. Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me silently. Oh, I don't like that. I don't want to look at it. They were staring right at me, as if they had seen right through my proud little outfit. Just staring, looking down on me. Oh, Ryukishi, this is just so well done. Stop it. I don't like when your when your horror visual novels are actually scary. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows opened to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But all the more, their silent stares told me more than a million words could. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo. Oh, I don't like this. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. Oh, I don't like looking at them. No, there was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. Oh, that was... That had me feeling nervous. Thank you for the Kalebaki. I look forward to seeing that. Oh. Wow. Like, I'm not kidding. That was one of the most impactful moments. What the fuck was that sound behind me? In a visual novel I've ever had. Give me a second. I need to turn around and check that I'm not gonna disappear soon. Why is it worse that there is no cat behind me? Why was that sound behind me just now? Oh no, I'm genuinely scared. I'm sorry. They have such menace, such aura. Yeah! It's like a scary version of that painting of the King of Britain. I don't think I know which one you're talking about. What? With the red field of souls? Oh. I don't think I know which one you're talking about. Feel free to link it in the Discord so I can take a look at it. I'm kind of scared of it now though. City slickers don't know us country folk can do that with our Oh no! I'm originally from the city, and I moved here out to the boonies. Oh god. That was me and your walls. Stop it! Stop! How dare you? Why is it that every time these eyes appear on the screen, I hear weird stuff behind me? Oh, I'm actually scared. I don't know how visual novel does this to me, but this is so good. I love that. That was so well timed. Thank you for that jump scare game. Okay. Phew, we are calm, we are calm. A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify that face as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. This painting? Oh my goodness. That is scary as hell. What the fuck is up with that painting? I have never seen this one before. Okay, that's a little creepy. Alright, okay, I can see what you mean. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. It was a bus stop that they normally just passed on by. Somebody actually getting off here, there was no doubt that had drawn some attention. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at the stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous since this was my first undercover assignment. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool. But that wasn't true at all. Whew. In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. We're not getting away unscathed from this. Either our family is gonna get absolutely destroyed by this, or something else is gonna happen. There's no way we're getting out of here alive. Or our family. I mean, I guess we did kind of get out alive. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there I decided to wait. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the dam opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any real relation to the dam project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how filled with the excuse me, can I read? That was just how filled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl mentioned in the beginning. That was strange. Which was, I think, why we were meeting with Oishi in the first place? Oh my goodness. Would you look at that? It's Rika! The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. Let me actually just give you the 16:9 view so she doesn't look super squished together. There you go. Actually, normal proportions. Rika. Nippa! From the creators of Tiny Rika, even tinier Rika. She's adorable. Look at her. Look at her little feet. Look at them. So cute. Aw, she's adorable. Cute. Whoops. I have to obviously also change it back. My bad. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so why was I so worked up about it? Finally, I realized. This girl, to us as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Okay. You came across a sleeping Rika? Okay. So, in the opening, you remember that scene? I think it was a girl with short hair, a young girl, holding up her hand up towards the POV. And then it changed to Rika, I think. So him saying this is a little strange. Almost as if there's going to be a connection between their child and Rika for some reason. Yeah, there's a connection here for some reason. Interesting. Okay. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or a girl was in the end dependent on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with things the way they were, the possibility was high. Even so, Yukie had been saying that the chances that it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I had already decided that our child was a girl. Aww. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. This is actually quite sweet, because, you know, in certain parts of the world, girls are not considered to be something that you want for a kid. So him genuinely wishing that it was a girl is kind of cute. Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought the most ideal had materialized right in front of me. A girl with blue hair. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. Okay, that is getting a little strange. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. How do you have an ideal for your own kid? Even so, I felt like I was sullying her just by looking at her like that. She had an immaculate, no, a divine air about her. Okay. Also interesting to keep in mind because of Oyashiro-sama, you know, obviously being some form of deity for the people in Hinamizawa. Her having a divine air. Very true, because she's supposed to be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Sounds like a major hint. Yeah. The thing about the ideal is like so specifically mentioned in here that it must have some meaning. Oh. That is a big mouth, girly. The first thing I thought of was Totoro when he yawns too. He gets this huge mouth. She looks like Totoro right here. Interesting that Akasaka having these thoughts and Keiichi probably not considering it at all. Yup. I mean, obviously Akasaka has a different view on this because he's expecting a child with his wife. So he's thinking of things in a very different way. Of course, he's also an adult and not a kid. So yeah. Sleepy Rika. That girl with an angelic smile with a yawn wide enough you could see her molars woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. I mean, you were staring at her. The girl spoke. No, cried out? I forgot that we had the Ryukishi's express. I love Ryukishi's expressions. I had to look at this in the console sprite though. Oh my god, look at her. Oh, she's so small. Oh no, she's adorable. What? That is so cute. Oh no, that is so cute. Oh my goodness. Wait, how does Rika usually look in the Ryukishi sprite? Doesn't she look the exact same? Am I going crazy? Doesn't she look the same? Hello, River! Welcome in. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. Yeah, she's a baby Rika! Okay, because the change is... Oh, sorry. Is so obvious with the console sprite. I'm switching back to the console sprite. Just look at her. She's adorable. How can we not look at her in this form? Meep. Meep? Beep. Console sprite gang. Oh yeah. I wanted to play with a Ryukishi sprite, but Baby Rika, I just can't. I just can't not have Baby Rika. Like that character on the show with the Muppets? With the orange hair? Wait, there's a character that does the meep? I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind. Meep. This dude is great. I love Akasaka. Me? She's like, what the fuck?
Me.
This guy is so cool. I love I love him. Oh, never mind what I said about me missing Keiichi. This guy is great. This guy is so good. I love him. Oh my god. Beaker. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I don't know Beaker. I don't know Beeper at all. I'm also not too familiar with the Muppets. We're communicating, yeah. This is so cool. Is that Short and Slender Muppet? What are the signs do? Oh god, I guess I just I haven't watched the Muppets enough. Meme to meme communication. This is so good. I love this interaction. My favorite moment of this game. Holy, that was so cute. I recommend the Muppets. A Lived. On? On Muppet Treasure Island has a kit? What? I don't know what that is. The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression. Cute, but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up, who responded with me, but when she said the same. Suspicious. She definitely thought I was suspicious. You are kind of suspicious. It's one of the Muppet movies. It's a movie with Tim Curry. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. See, I guess I am a Muppet fake fan. I know nothing about them. I'm sorry. I will have to go back and rewatch all of the Muppet stuff so I can fit in. I feel like, to be honest, that should be pretty fun. It's you know, Muppets are a classic. Me. Meep.
Me?
This is so good. I can listen to them do this all day long. This is so awkward, I don't know. We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In this silence, I felt like I was the one who had to say something first. Yeah. Or we're just gonna be stuck in a meep loop. If you watch the Muppet movie, you'll know what they're about. It's nice for newcomers. Okay, thank you. It's going on the watch-along list. Mara, can I please copy that message? Oh, I'm just gonna copy the whole thing. I don't care. I mean, it's literally just called the Muppet movie. Why did I have to copy that? I'm an idiot. Oh no. Only seen Muppets at Christmas special. It was nice. Man, I feel so left out. I feel like I watched it when I was very young, so I barely remember anything. Damn it, this girl was way better at interrogating somebody than Oishi.
怪しいものじゃないんだ。
I'm not anybody suspicious.
私は
I'm cute.
ニパ
Cute! What I could only have described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. This is so adorable! You might be familiar with the term angelic smile. To me, it was like that phrase was created just to describe the smile she gave me. Aww, this is so wholesome. The girl smiling while saying Nippa was probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. Oh my god, is he gonna do the Nippa? That's right, this was a kid's form of communication. Having the other person emulate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding.
ニパ
The star too! Oh, I love this! This is the best guy in the whole game. Oh, he's great. He's so good. What does Nipa mean? I have no idea. She just says it. He's like very young here. She can barely speak, but she's really innocent. I mean, to be fair, Rika doesn't speak much in the other chapters too. She just comes up and says meep and Nipa all the time. After seeing a bunch of Alpha on TV, I had no desire to watch anything Muppet related ever again. Oh boy. Really peak fiction, Yukishi. Thank you. This is really good. This is truly peak fiction. I agree. Oh, I'm smiling so much that I actually... Oh, my face hurts. This is so cute. Oh, wah, wah. Stop smiling. We're not happy. We're neutral. We're neutral faced. Oh my goodness. I have to adapt a stone faced expression. Okay. She observes and says meep and nipa. This guy seems like he would be good with kids. I mean, that's a good sign that he's gonna be a good dad. Which is why, like, this is super wholesome and cute to me. I'm starting to smile again because this is just so cute. This is very cute, guys. I'm so happy that I'm witnessing this. I'm saying it in a tone like this because my face really hurts from smiling. It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What was I doing?
Nipa.
Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way. Oh, this is making me so happy. Oh, this is so good. Actually, I have tears in my eyes. Oh, this is beautiful. Luckily, nothing will go wrong this chapter. Please don't remind me that something is gonna go horribly wrong. No, no. We gotta cherish this moment. I shouldn't stop myself from smiling just because it hurts, because we should cherish the nice moments in this chapter. His whole view changed. I know what the hell's happening, but it's nice. I'm gonna go with the flow. We go from the scariest moment in the game for me personally to the sweetest moment in a heartbeat. I love this. Nothing goes wrong. Yeah, just gotta be hopeful and cherish the Nipas. If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them. Oh my god, I can't stop smiling. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. Oh! That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end by the arrival of a car. No. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face. Ah, we don't get it right, unfortunately. Hi there, good afternoon. Yo, it's the person from the phone, right? Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right?
Hi.
Huh? Oh, yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. Hop right on in. It looks like the weather isn't going to hold up for much longer, so I'll show you around real quick. Real quick? But my beautiful tour. Huh? The weather. It changes fast around here. There'll probably be evening showers again today. If that happens, you won't be able to take any pictures. Come on, get in. Me. History teacher is so cute. And then of each list with what we need to draw, he wrote, "Thank you for your drawings." Aw, that's cute. Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat. Always the cat comments regarding her. It's so funny. I'd followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming. Well, if it isn't Rika-chama. Oh, praise be, praise be. He just hasn't said a single normal word in this entire chapter. It's interesting he knows about all the dangers, but at the same time, people in town are also just living in their lives. Yeah, they're just, going on about their daily lives. While also, physically hurting people and going on protests and stuff. I can't blame the villagers for taking radical actions against their homes being destroyed. Same. I mean, again, we don't condone that kind of stuff, obviously. Especially like kidnapping of kids. It's absolutely horrible. Obviously, I don't think it needs to be said. But I can understand the fact that they do it, not the methods. She has one neuron. Yeah, she does. It's Nipa. No, she has two. Nipa and Meep. I don't condone kidnapping, but I can condone the other stuff. Hurting people, I can't condone. But I guess the whole demolition and stuff like that, I mean, that could be seen as kind of a gray zone. You gotta make people aware of you. Hurting people, kidnapping people, obviously not good. only kidnap kids if they act terribly. Okay. The protests are probably held on a no-to-no manner. I doubt the majority of the village would accept kidnapping kids, yeah. It's probably like a few people that are like really crazy about all of this. And there's probably also some normal people. And there's obviously also people that are all for the damn project because of the severance money that they get. Not severance. Settlement money? Mm-hmm. Severance is in regard to work. Violence begets violence. Wanting to displace an entire village and their culture is inherently violent. I don't blame Hinamizawa for reacting back, especially when they've tried peace. That is fair. That is fair. They have indeed tried peace, so the only thing left to do is obviously this. So yeah, it's difficult. It's not black and white, exactly. But yeah, there's all sorts of people here. Like yeah, Sadako's parents, for example, that are all for it. Oh, sorry. A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile and an old man. It's a man? I thought it was an old lady. I'm sorry. Praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold. So the girl turns her face at me, tilting her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduces me as a tourist who came to sightsee Hinamizawa. She's talking! A young man who came to the village for sightseeing. Hi! Oh my goodness. The girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. Well, yeah.
この村の自然がとても貴重だと聞いたんで、ぜひカメラに収めたいと思ったんだよ。
I heard that this village is surrounded by precious nature reserve, so I very much wanted to record that with my camera.
私はこう見えてもとっても写真撮影が好きでね。
Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures. No way! No way she mentions Tomitake. Wait, what does the MK stand for? Tomitake MK second? She's cute, but please back off. Yeah, I don't like when the characters get too close. Because they're going to attach Akasaka, it won't turn out well. Uh-oh. Oh no, and with a kid on the way, this is gonna be so bad. This is gonna be so bad. Ah, Mark. Oh, okay. Tomitaka Mark second. He doesn't get it, but we do. It's an inside joke, guys. Huh?
Tomitake?
Tomitake? Huh? Makino? This is Makino! This is Makino. Oh, what role did Makino have again? Oh, I forgot already. Ooh. Is it okay if I come along too?
そんなレイカ様が来ても面白いことなんか何もないですよ。
Oh yeah, they mentioned Makino earlier when listing the people's positions in Hinamizawa. I forgot what Makino's role was though. I couldn't. You could come along, Rika-chama, but there's nothing interesting to see. Nothing that she hasn't seen before anyway.
レカ様は境内でマリア遊びでもしててくださいな。
You should go play near the shrine or something. No, I want her to come along. A distinctly displeased expression creeped across Rika-chan's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their faces was a privilege young children had.
もしお差し支えなければ、この子も連れて行ってあげてください。
If it's not too much of a problem, could you bring this child along with us? Aw, cute. He's very happy. I don't know. I'm kind of suspicious of her for some reason with the whole Yashiro-sama rebirth thing. Interesting that Tomitake has been around this long, coming in and out. Yeah. I wonder for how long. And yet he was still considered an outsider. I don't think she means bad. Yeah, but it still makes me suspicious of her, right? It's not like she has a choice. Like, if the whole supernatural aspect is true and she's just, you know, possessed by Oyashiro-sama, it's not like she has any control over it, I guess. But yeah, as you say, I don't think she has any bad intentions. It's just dangerous. Weird about the syringes. Oh, I completely forgot about that too. Oh, hello, Didi. Welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you had a good stream. Let me shout you out. Hello. Hello again, Austin. Hello again. Hello. And also, hello, Didi. Hope you had a good stream. I saw that you were playing Minecraft earlier. I dropped in very briefly during an ad break. Hope you had a good time checking out Minecraft for the first time. And also Animal Crossing. Hope you're having a good time on your island. I've been a little burnt out because I grinded it too much to get to my 3 stars and get KK Slider on my island. But I want to get back to picking up items to catalog and picking up all the recipes to fill up all of the DIY recipes. I missed you so much. I haven't been able to stop by since my break. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think I've been able to join your streams either because it's always too late that I'm trying to sleep early for once. But I hope you had a good time. Ready to fight the Ender Dragon with us? Wait, what? How far are you guys? I haven't even had the time to play on the server. Oh my god. I saw that Didi had like stacks of wood and everything. I was like, what? How do you have that much wood already? I have a shack-like house in Minecraft. It's the start. I have to start playing tomorrow. I will finally play Minecraft on the server. Finally. Oh yeah, I guess, by the way, anyone that isn't on the Discord and doesn't know about this because I only made the announcement on Discord, we have a joint community server for Minecraft with Didi. If you are interested, I guess, now what I can do is just post the application form, if I can find it, for anyone that isn't on the Discord but would still like to join in. Oh my god, where's the link? There you go. It includes the rules and just a very simple application stating your usernames to add you, basically. Teasing a little, but I hope everyone is enjoying. Yeah! I just went ham smashing trees. I see. Yeah, I'll finally play tomorrow, I promise. I will finally also build something. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you again for the raid. Feel free to rest up and make some food and stuff, of course. I think it's around afternoon for you. So yeah, take a break, rest up a bit, and thank you again. I had to defend Austin's house because a zombie followed me inside. It's okay. What is he gonna do? They're usually very nice. Okay, yeah, we're, for everyone that just raided in, I guess a little bit of context. We're currently on the, Himatsubushi chapter for Higurashi. We're on, or arc, we're on chapter 2. We are playing from Akasaka's POV, which, he is a detective from Tokyo, investigating a kidnapping of the Minister of Construction grandson. And we're currently in Hinamizawa because we want to investigate the Onigafuchi Guardians, who are basically just the citizens of Hinamizawa. And we have just met Rika and had the most adorable exchange ever. So yeah, we're having a good time with the cute little baby Rika. POV change, interesting. I didn't expect it. I mean, they announced the POV change in the after party for the last arc, but it was regarding the first answer arc, which was supposed to be the POV change to Shion. But instead, we got one for Akasaka for the last question arc that they just sneakily slid in there. But yeah. When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another Nippa as she clung to me again. Ah, not bad at all. I want this girl to call me Papa. Okay, that is a little strange. No. Father. Dad. Daddy? Ugh, okay, no, that's strange. Akasaka, stop! What am I doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Just calm down. Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika-chama never listens if you say no. Come on, hop on in. Not the D word. It's only bad if you let the internet ruin it for you. It's not bad if you don't think about the weird stuff that the internet has made out of it. Listen, guys. Okay, this seems creepy if you have, like, no context, but, I mean, it's still a little weird. But he is expecting a child. He is married, and his wife is currently in Tokyo in the hospital. About to give birth to their child, and he is pretty much idolizing Rika because he's like, oh, this is the ideal kid. I want my kid to be like this. So him saying this is just a little weird, but it's in context. The context is important. Come now, Rika-chama too. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled on the side. the sounds. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into his seat, and began bouncing around right away. Why does that sound just fit perfectly for her for some reason? How much context can change? Yup. Hope to God nothing happens to Akasaka. I mean, this whole arc started off with Akasaka 7 years in the future from where we are right now. Meeting up with Oishi because of this case that they are investigating. So, yeah. Seems that he at least doesn't die. After Irie, I don't trust Higurashi men about wanting to be Papa. I totally understand. But yeah, it seems another hour has passed since our last break, so we're currently gonna take a very quick ad break again. It has already started, but for anyone that can still hear me, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, some fish. I don't know why I'm whispering. And I will also take a break. I will be right back. I'll be stretching and drinking and snacking. All the good stuff. Hi, I am back. Oh. There you go. I just watched that clip and oh my god, I really jumped out of my seat. You can even see it. Looking back at it, it wasn't that scary. I guess I just didn't expect it. It was a pretty good jump scare though. I liked it. Okay. I hope you guys were able to take a quick break as well. Let's keep going. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and began bouncing around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs. Come on now, Rika-chama. If you're like that, our guests can't sit down. Hey, Rika-chama. Ah, girls are nice. I wonder if my own child will play around like this too. No. It was written in that guide to raise a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Kids are kids. If you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them. It's soft and springy, Nipa.
Nipa.
He's gonna be spoiling his kid. He's gonna be spoiling his kid like crazy. He's gonna be a good dad, I feel though. Now the sinking feeling she's gonna tail Akasaka to the dam project area. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, I mean, we know it's not gonna end bad for him personally. Oh, but you know how it always ends for the girlies. That's not good. That's not good. And we know that her dad seems to be a little violent. You know, having beaten her as a kid when Satoko broke into the ritual storehouse. So that's not gonna be fun. I just remember that. It's not gonna be fun. The end is not gonna be fun, guys. It's always papers. They always get me with that. Are the people who say you gotta be strict that end up being soft as heck? Yeah, but it's cute. I'm definitely going to be a terrible father. No, you're gonna be a great father. Don't say that. It was decided that I would be a doting parent before my child was even born. I mean, that's cute. Better to be a loving parent than a really horrible parent. Keiichi's parents win the Good Parent Award by virtue of the fact that they're nice to their kid and involved in his life. That's true. They're actually generally pretty good parents. Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places that I think look nice. Have you eaten lunch yet? Yeah. I had a light meal at the hotel. I don't know how I feel about taking food from these people. When was the canned meat incident again? I think it was quite a while ago. So I don't think he has anything to worry about, but still, I feel like for some reason they have some hidden reserves that they would just feed him, because why not? Is that so? Well then, let's get going. Yeah, we're a lot true-ish, so like, yeah, roughly 30 years ago from where we are now. They could still have some like old, I mean that probably 30-year-old canned human meat. Well then, let's get going. We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa. Yay!
君はリカちゃんでいいのかい?
Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan? Sure. My name is Rika Furude. Oh, this name should ring some alarm bells. I can already do additions in the tens digit.
Ah, そうなの.
Oh, is that true?
それはすごいな.
That's amazing. I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all on my head. Aww. The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. It is. Not sure about Keiichi's parents? What do you mean? His dad is a not I was gonna say Fujoshi. Is a doujinshi artist. And his mom is just a, mystery novel lover. Nothing suspicious about that. Technically, canned goods never go bad if the cans are intact, but I don't know if I try it. Does that also count for meat? I don't know if I would eat 30-year-old canned meat. Imagine. We talking about yaoi? Yeah, almost steered the conversation in a different direction. Dearly, the salt brines last forever? Okay. I don't know if I'd try it either, but yeah, I guess you could, technically. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated, like it was never there at all. Yeah, we have an ally. I had to be at least a little thankful that I met this girl. Well then, let's get going. It's time for Hinamizawa nature watching! The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto. Oh yeah, let's go. Doito. Oh. Yippee! Taking pictures! Oh, not that bridge. Oh no, I don't have good memories with that. I think we've seen that before. Seen this before. Oh. Aww, cute! That is so good. That is so peak. Peak! Rikishi, that was so good. That was so good. This chapter just makes me so happy for some reason. This is so good. I love this. That is so cute. I have to clip that just for my own personal, oh my god, that is so adorable collection. Okay, getting his guard down before she stabs him and they dump his corpse in the woods? No! You look very sad at the bridge, that or flustered. Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah, haha. She does a little peek. I love that. That was so cute. I don't mind this going on for the remainder of the chapter. Same! This is so much better than Keiichi's degen talk for the slice of life part of the chapters, you know? We usually only get Keiichi doing weird fucking stuff. This is so nice. This is a nice change of pace. It's so wholesome. The old man, who was apparently named Makino, was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Onigafuchi Guardians? Okay, there we go. That's the role. No killing random MC. He's too precious. I'm sure the rest of the chapter will be cozy just like this. Ahaha. Haha. Haha. Showed me around the places that were all breathtaking, even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing. I couldn't help but be impressed. First of all, this was different from the simple scenery of a city. The scenery of a charming village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to the villagers, had a tranquil appeal to it. This is so pretty though. Like, these actual real-life images are quite nice. I want to see the originals. I think they are somewhere online. We'll definitely check those out after we finish the game. The problems were all just Keiichi. It's all just him. This will have a good end, right? It feels like this signals a turn on the story now that there's extra emphasis on the mysteries versus more slice of life. True. I mean, aside from this also taking place 7 years prior. No, sorry. 5 years prior to the other arcs. Very interesting. For the actual village online, knowing how famous the VN is, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, someone commented on one of my playthroughs that one of the VODs that I uploaded to I can't speak. To YouTube. That I should check them out, but after I finish the game, because it may contain spoilers if I look it up. So I'm careful with looking it up. I haven't looked it up yet. But I have been told it's very worth taking a look, so I will. Your live location contains spoilers. Yeah. Well, in the process of looking it up, you might spoil yourself. I think that's what they meant. At first I thought I was only releasing the shutter as a part of my tourist act, but midway through I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. Tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. I was especially captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. If there wasn't that whole uproar over the dam, I would want to bring Yukie with me here some other time. Why does that feel like he jinxed it? Why does that feel like she's gonna die? Oh my god, this just reminded me of the phrase that they said last chapter about how the curse kills everyone around you that you love before killing you in the end. That's a lovely thought to have. Oh god, this is gonna end so horribly. They have like merch and stuff with the game there? Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be so fun, isn't it? Ah. I wanted her to breathe in this fresh air as well as show her this rejuvenating verdant scenery. Ooh, new locations. Is something like this that interesting? You're a strange person, Akasaka.
いや、こういう円筒状の郵便ポストなんて今はとても貴重だよ。
No, these cylindrical mailboxes are rare nowadays.
どことなく漂うノスタルジックな雰囲気は渋いと思わないかな。
You wouldn't happen to think they're elegant, would you? I mean, she's a kid and she lives here. This is nothing important to her. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. I was looking up Akasaka stuff and his family is involved in some of the new Higurashi stuff. Nice to see they're not just a one-off for this chapter. Ooh, it's nice to see that there's a spin-off, I guess? Is Hinamizawa fun?
まあ楽しいよ。
Yeah, it's fun.
退院したらぜひ家内を連れてもう一度来たいよ。
Once she's discharged from the hospital, I'd like to bring my wife here at least once.
その時には生まれている子供も一緒にね。
With a child that would be born by that time. Oh no.
今は出産を控えて入院しているんだ。
Right now, she's in the hospital waiting to give birth.
予定日がもうすぐでね。
She's due any day now.
君みたいな可愛い女の子だといいんだけど。
It'd be nice if they're a cute girl like you.
お客膳はもうすぐおめでたですかいね。
Sir, oh no, he said it in the presence of Makino too. Now they know I have a kid on the way. No! You shouldn't have said this. Wait, did he say where he was from? No, he didn't. He didn't say that he was from Tokyo. But that's not hard to figure out. Oh god. Sir, it seems like congratulations are soon to be in order.
そんないけねえよ。
Still, that's not good.
奥さん放り出してこんなとこに遊びに来てちゃ。
That makes it even more suspicious too. To leave your wife behind and play around in a place like this. Oh, Akasaka. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly how Makino said. There was no good reason for a man who was waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. You gave away your disguise! Did I slip up? Oh god. Well, oh no, he's just like Keiichi.
ひなみ沢への旅行は前々からの予定だったんで。
Terrible, terrible liar. Well, a hospital in Tokyo is not very specific. Tokyo is very large. Fair, fair. Your earnesty is gonna be, is gonna be the end of him. Yeah. He's definitely be the cause of his own demise. We had already planned this trip to Hinamizawa a long time
妻の家
ago.
族が付き添ってくれているから大丈夫だし。
My wife's family is with her, so it's alright.
そんなに前から予定してたんなら
If you
大
had
自
this
然ウォッチング
planned so far in advance.
確かね間に合わんとかいね
Oh god, oh god. Then how come you didn't make the sign-up deadline for the nature watching?
いやそんだったらこんな窮屈な思いさせんと綺麗な観光バスで回れたのに
If you did, you could have toured around on a nice bus instead of being cramped up in here. It didn't seem as if Makino was actually digging for anything. You keep thinking that, buddy. But if this conversation continued any longer, it would put some unexpected holes in my cover. You need to... stop. Stop talking. Should have said he was a photographer and this is a trip for work. Yeah! Literally that! Rika being cute and teasing out literally all of the info out. She's the reason for all of this. She is scary. Acting like Phoenix, right? Right. I halted the conversation by pretending to take another picture.
じゃあ最後の一番景色のいいとこさ案内しましょうかね
Well then, for our last stop, I'll take you to the place with the best view. It was slightly before evening, the sun was still burning brightly, but a cool breeze had begun to mix itself into the air. It seemed my exploration of Hinamizawa with Rika-chan was just about done.
一番景色のいいところですか
The place with the best view?
そんなリカちゃま境内からの景色さ置いて他にありませんやね
Well, Rika-chama, where else could it be but the view from around the shrine? Hearing that, Rika-chan smiled even more.
では赤坂を僕のお家へご招待なのです
Well then, I'll introduce you to my home, Akasaka. Huh?
リカちゃんのお家って
By Rika-chan's home, you mean, huh?
神社ですよ
The shrine.
古で神社
Furude Shrine.
高台にありましてね
There's an observation platform.
景色さ見られるんですよ
You can see some real pretty scenery. Oh man, that must be really nice. I wish we had something like that here. Ugh. Akasaka should have just told him he was nervous about being a dad and needed some fresh air, and so he came to the countryside at his wife's suggestion. Yeah, that would also have been a really, really good lie. But why can't they ever come up with a good lie? Mention of the weather is so hard to keep track of, but if you're diligent enough, you could recall events from other chapters happening around the same time. And if the events spill over, you could connect reasons as to why things are happening like they are. That's an interesting thought to keep in mind, but I think, wasn't it during the after party that they said that the weather might be different? During the same days and stuff? But in other timelines? I think they said that because in the last arc, it was raining during the festival, when in other arcs it wasn't. If that still holds true though, because it's difficult because the last arc was so convoluted. Keiichi wasn't actually there. He was obviously killing Teppei, so while he was killing Teppei, it was raining, and he saw people from the festival going home because it was raining. But if he was there technically for some reason or another, does that mean it didn't rain after all and the weather was the same? Or because they specifically mention it in the after party, it was actually raining, because why else would they mention it? Or they're confusing us, which I am definitely confused if you can't tell. Coming up with good lies on the spot is hard. Oh yeah, true. I couldn't even even come up with a good lie if I had enough time to plan it. I'm so bad at lying, oh my goodness. Things played out as if the weather was good. The girls didn't mention the weather, right? Yeah, they didn't. Why did they mention it then? Is it only to confuse us? Oh no, you just made things way more confusing. There's so many questions. Law enforcement gets training to keep their cool, so yeah, he shouldn't be that bad. To be fair, he's a rookie, so he probably doesn't have enough training to be super good. Like, just take Oishi. The man's a genius at coming up with stupid lies on the spot and tricking people. I was actually thinking of, oh god, skimming through my VODs to have an actual notebook with notes. I know that Kame said that he has a notebook, so I'm genuinely just considering asking him if he could share his notes with me. Because I just want to keep track of all the questions. Had I known it was gonna be this convoluted, I would have taken notes from the very beginning, man. Because this is so crazy. I feel like I'm struggling to keep track with all of my theories, and I definitely should have taken notes. And I regret it. I don't have time to go through months worth of VODs to make note of questions I may be having. We sent a rookie out here solo without backup. They didn't think this was a big deal. So yeah. There's a lot, and I said we should take notes. Yeah, it was already too late. Maybe we should still start now. I'll try to make some notes of what comes to mind after stream. I'll actually DM Kame to share some of his notes. And we have a Higurashi tutor study session, a study for Higurashi with me stream. Wouldn't that be something? Just a review of what has happened so far. Oh, we could actually do that at the end of this chapter, since then we switch over to the answer arcs. That could actually be quite a nice stream. Just gather a bunch of questions that we want answered for the answer arcs. I think that would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah. I definitely recommend notes for Omineko though. Yeah. I heard that people who have finished the game don't even understand what the game is about, so I will definitely be taking notes for Umineko from the get-go. Into the previous chapters if you're up to it. Yeah, I think let's do a stream at the end of this arc to take notes. And just think of everything that we want answered, our theories. Yeah. That sounds good. I don't want to fail the test. Well, you better study up. Better join the studying stream. Or you're gonna fall behind. How are you gonna advance to the next class, Austin? Can you tell me that? Your future depends on this. Your future as the basement Miku mod. How is it gonna continue if you don't study? Close book test. See what you remember. Make predictions. Closest to the truth gets a cookie. Not bad, not bad. That's a good idea. It's all in the head game, isn't it? No, I don't think they're gonna do that to us. They wouldn't do that to us. Flashbacks in school all over again. No! But you better study. This is real life, young man. Yeah, let me just take a note of this so I don't forget to schedule in a stream. Oh god, please don't let me forget this. Anyone who's present right now, feel free to heavily remind me to schedule a stream like that in. I will forget because this is gonna take me a couple of weeks to finish this chapter, so please feel free to remind me. After finishing, what was it? Oh god, I can't remember the name of this chapter for the life of me. Himatsubushi. Himatsubushi chapter schedule and I can't phrase tasks, which is why it takes me hours to make a to-do list. I'm just gonna call it study stream. Oh my god, I'm literally just gonna call it that. It's okay. I had one teacher actually put a bottle of ketchup on my school desk to inspire and motivate me to... to get... What? Are you kidding me? What the hell? I'll add a Trello card, thank you. I don't often check Trello. I should check it more often. I just recently updated it to move all of the done tasks over to the right. I will have to check Trello more often, but thank you. Trello mentioned it in streams. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone working together to get my peanut brain to remember things. Okay, moving on.
Furude Jinja.
Furude Shrine. The girl who called Furude Shrine her home, Rika Furude, by the way. If I remember correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. And Furude was, that's right, one of the 3 families. Even if the Sonozaki family is said to hold all the actual power, it was still one of the old houses that held some authority. But if he paid attention in class, he will remember that this is basically the last kid in the family. It ends with her, basically. Thanks for the reward. Menacingly, it was looking at you, staring you right in the eyes, telling you to catch up. No, more important than that right now was Furude Shrine. If I remember correctly, Oishi had told me. Within the grounds of the Furude Shrine, there were the offices of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Not only that, but we have the ritual storehouse too. And since the land around Furude Shrine was private property, the police couldn't set foot here either heedlessly. Furude Shrine, even Oishi couldn't simply set foot into. The main base of operations for the Onigafuchi Guardians had been given the unexpected opportunity to enter here. I couldn't have asked for more.
楽しみです。
Oh, if they found out a detective basically got into Furude Shrine grounds, that's not gonna be good. That's not gonna end well for him. Left the next year, but the teacher wouldn't let you proceed to the next assignment until you got 80 on the previous one. God, sounds horrible. I don't have a situation like that. I guess parents are alive here, aren't they? Yep, they are. The first guy who was dismembered too is also still alive. That hasn't happened yet. I'm looking forward to it.
ぜひお願いします。
Please, if you would.
じゃあ、酒々参りましょうかね。
Well then, let's get there quick.
天気も少し怪しいですからな。
The weather seems to be getting a little iffy. Ooh. Will it actually start to rain and we will have to take shelter inside the shrine buildings? That would be kind of neat. The sky had suddenly become overcast. It wouldn't be odd if it started raining soon. The cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. Maybe he will check out the shrine search thing for fun, you know? Oh my goodness. For fun, of course. This is day 2. He did wake up in the cheap hotel. I feel like most chapters cover like an entire day. In most cases, yeah. The van stopped in the shrine's parking lot. Also parked there were numerous other vans with loudspeakers mounted on them, to act as makeshift propaganda vehicles. Oh, yeah. The ones they have in Japan are really interesting. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger." This is so wild to me, how things shifted so quickly within 5 years. I'm guessing because that's around the time where the ritual killing started to happen? Like, now? So they stopped with the whole Oyashiro-sama curse Onigafuchi thing and started to bury it so Hinamizawa's reputation could be rebuilt. So I guess we're gonna end this arc on the dismemberment of the one leading the construction thingy? Or a slogan of a similar kind. They gave the feeling that even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm any onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of those banners were similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults towards the government. There were horizontal banners, placards, and so on and so forth. They proclaimed that, without a doubt, this was the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. For Rika-chan, however, this hectic place was also her home. That must be so lovely growing up here with all this political tension. Beautiful. Rika being the technical ancestor of Oyashiro-sama. Technically, she's the reincarnation. I feel like that would be more accurate of a description. Must be incredibly tough. They're using her ancestry as a defense mechanism and as a thing to be scared of and revere. Oh, yeah, now that you're saying that, yeah, right. They could technically weaponize her. Oh my god, what if they did? Because they're all aware of the fact that, what was it, the eighth, oh god, eighth girl, born in a row, I think it was, would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, and they are aware that it is Rika. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went so far as to weaponize her. Oh my god, for everything that's about to happen. Ooh, that's great.
着きましたのですよ。
We've
ただいまなの
arrived.
です。
I'm home. Rika-chan crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners.
神社はダム反対運動の事務所も兼ねてましてね。
The shrine also has the offices of the anti-dam movement.
こんな風景もあんたらには反安保闘争みてえで懐かしいでしょ。
For you, this probably brings back memories of the anti-security treaty conflicts back in the day. Okay, I don't know actually what that's about. If anyone is very familiar with what this is about and the history surrounding this, feel free to info dump. I will read through it. Oh, I guess, never mind. He's gonna explain it? Student movements against government policies, movements that bordered on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace, if only in order to garner global attention. Okay. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth like that was widely considered a road to glory. Oh, wow. I think it was just the firstborn. Yeah. You're right. Had to be a girl 8 times in a row. Weaponized Rika sounds kind of funny, like a tiny baby Rika rocketing like a missile, just being like, me. Nifa! That would be quite something. Say nothing, say nothing. Shush! I recall in Astro Boy's manga, even Osama Tezuka made mentions of probably events similar to this. Oh, that was a huge protest and student movement in the 60s as part of the wider anti-war protests. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing here. The more you know. I feel like I'm learning so much about Japanese history just by playing this game. I mean, obviously, this game is loaded with the Japanese history around that time, of course. I had looked it up because I realized the creator of Danganronpa is the right age to have had parents who lived through the events. So between that and the 80s economic crash, writing about despair made sense. That is very interesting. I did not know that. That's pretty cool to know since I love those games. That gives a lot more context as to why he wrote about that. Which is also... Oh. Actually, never mind. I can't talk about it because I will spoil you. I will talk about it when you get there. Hehe. It was slightly before my time.
私は別に活動家ではありませんので。
If it was around the 60s. How old is he? This is 1978. He is expecting a kid. How old could he be? Like in his late 20s? Japanese economy crash is a common cultural standpoint in their media. Yeah, it makes sense now that I think about it. There were a lot of elements in Danganronpa that hinted towards that. Currently in his 30s, so he'd have been a student-ish age in the 60s. I guess before his time. He didn't really live through that, I suppose. I guess he wasn't really a part of that. I don't know. His early 30s. So he must have lived through this. Strange. I don't know. Well, whatever. Hello, Unusual. How are you? Come in. What do you want me to say in German? Out with it. I'm not really an activist or
普通
anything.
に学び、普通に卒業しました。
I studied without incident and graduated without incident. Okay, so I guess he just didn't partake in it.
国の政策にあのような暴力や立てこもりで対抗しようというのには
Oof.
私は同意できません。
Why are you saying that? No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. You're gonna make big enemies. Oh no. I don't really agree with the violence or occupations they use to protest the government's policies. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
あんた、それはそれで立派な意見さお持ちだね。
You have quite the nice opinion there. Oh yes. Okay, we are in trouble. Why would you say that? He's a bit stupid. A little bit, yeah. Anything? It just told me that I could do it and clicked it without thinking? Then I will say the following. Vielen Dank, dass du heute hier bist. Ich hoffe, du hattest einen schönen Tag und ich hoffe, du wirst auch weiterhin einen schönen Tag haben und ein schönes Jahr haben. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to say. There you go. You might not have been involved, like, yeah, but it's difficult to fully avoid because the students were occupying the school buildings. I'm impartial, but I don't really like extreme activism towards the government. Yeah. Basically what you guys are doing right here, I don't like it. Danke. So basically, let me remember what I said. I said I hope you had a nice day and continue to have a nice day. And also continue to have a good year. I know, that was the most basic thing to say. I hope you enjoyed it, I guess. Yippee!
政策に意見したかったら同じ意見の政治家に投票するか自ら政治の世界に飛び込み 正当な手続きを持って意見を主張するべきであると思っています。
If you have an opinion on a policy, vote for the candidate who shares your view or enter the political world yourself and assert your beliefs in a lawful manner.
それが民主政治の原点です。
That is the foundation of democracy. I mean, you're not wrong, but...
それに暴力で挑戦するなど
Oh,
あってはならないと思います。
I mean, I kind of agree, but this is not something you should be saying in a situation like this. It's nice to have your opinions, but sometimes you should keep them to yourself. Likewise, Spooky, thank you. I'm reading a novel by the author of another. Set during this time period, they talked about how our character's dad had to come and fetch her from school daily in fear she'd get accidentally dragged into a riot while crossing campus alone. Oh my god. That sounds absolutely horrifying. I thought he wrote Akasaka as a self-insert. Interesting. I don't think that's something you should challenge with violence. For a young'un, you have some fine beliefs. I saw that feeling of respect reflecting in Makino's gaze. Is it respect? At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve. Don't give me another eye jump scare.
赤坂が何を言っているのか全然わからないのですよ。
I have no idea what Akasaka is saying. She probably doesn't understand anything that's going around her, but it doesn't mean it's not influencing her. Rika-chan, feeling like she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face. I can't imagine Makino was very happy with his opinion either. I don't think it's respect. Akasaka has a hard time thinking from the perspective of others. Yeah. I don't think it's respect either. That expression was so charming, I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. Oh, this is cute, but it's not gonna end well. It's often said that a father wants to spoil his daughter rotten. I think I understand that feeling very well.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
リカちゃんには難しい話だったね。
It was a little bit hard for Rika-chan to understand, wasn't it?
日本は平和の国だから自分の言いたいことは平和的に訴えなきゃいけない。
Oh god, I'm just thinking about this. Last arc, we had Keiichi basically seeing himself as Satoko's Nini, so her brother. And in this chapter, we have Akasaka seeing himself as Rika's dad in a way, or like heavily projecting himself onto or projecting his to be born kid onto Rika. Oh, I guess I will not read that message then.
暴力で訴えてはいけないということさ。
You shouldn't resort to violence, in other words. No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things probably wouldn't understand. It probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika-chan anyway.
では赤坂
What is that expression? Well, I don't know what the message says, but can one of the mods, I guess, delete the message so no one else gets spoiled? I don't know what it says. I don't want to spoil myself, so I will not read it. I will not read it. But yeah, please don't spoil things if you know more about the story. So then,
僕
Akasaka,
たちの村はどうやったらダムに沈まなくなるのですか
how do you think we should keep our village from being flooded by the dam? Even if I regretted my careless words, it was too late now. Yeah, I don't think Didi meant to do that on purpose. It's all good. Just that message never happened. Just forget it. It's unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. Didi most definitely didn't mean it intentionally, so all good, guys. No, it's okay, Didi. It's all good. Really, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I I I can barely catch myself trying not to spoil something. It's all good. It happens. It was a misfortunate um misfortunate? Is that a word? Unfortunate accident. But of course if you wanna go, it's okay. Here I was at the main headquarters of an organization, telling them their way of doing things was illegal. Preaching that violence was not the answer. A complicated feeling had mixed itself in with the respect in Makino's gaze. It was when I finally realized it wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who would agree that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everybody knew you shouldn't be proud of. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. It's not black and white, but for these people living here, having to, witness talks about their town possibly being flooded and disappearing into nothingness, yeah, that's pretty rough. So, of course, you will resort to things you wouldn't usually condone. Misfortune is a word, but misfortunate isn't. Well, good thing I corrected myself. It is a word now. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate would be the word. Okay. Well, I have created a new word, right? We should totally use that word. Misfortunate. However, right now, Hinamizawa was in a predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project, through the efforts of the various propaganda campaigns enacted by the Onigafuchi Guardians, was being called into question. I mean, she clearly seems to understand some of this stuff, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't give us this serious look. If they further strengthened their campaign, they might be able to suspend or change the construction plans. But that was at the most just a possibility. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before this place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of Hinamizawa, this place might already have been underwater. Yep. If they didn't do anything, this would already all be gone, so I can't blame them for doing this stuff, but obviously, as he said, no one would usually condone that, so this makes it really sad. Because technically he's right, but also it's just not that easy. It's not that black and white. On it. Thank you, '07. Yeah, vote your way out of everything? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I almost want to say their behaviors are justified. Of course, they're crossing a line with certain things, but there is just no other way. They don't see a way out of this.
僕たちはここでしか生きていけないのです。
We can't live anywhere else other than here.
都会では生きていけないのです。
We can't live in the city. The words of this remarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with the screams of the hearts and minds of the residents of Hinamizawa. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that, so she definitely understands the general situation of what is going on. Which makes it sad, because... ugh. I don't know how much she knows. They're just defending their homes, exactly. I love how gray everything is here. It makes it very difficult for me to... I like placing myself on one side morally. So... This is really difficult because I can't do that here. You're not able to do that as a reader because you know it's wrong to use violence and stuff, but at the same time, you can't help but feel bad for these people about to lose everything. I could only respond to Makino and Rika-chan's heavy words with silence.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
よそ者が気安く言えるような問題ではなかったですね。
This isn't a problem that an outsider should lightly just poke their nose into, is it?
謝罪します。
I apologize. Makino, unsure of how to reply for a while, could only laugh pointlessly. Well, that's an awkward laugh. I really feel for Hinamizawa because it's so rich in culture and community. All of that would be completely destroyed. Yup. I mean, they clearly have a lot of history. Like, their history goes way back. And it would just be wiped out in a single day. Like, I guess it was in the last arc, which is so sad. That makes it even sadder, too, because they fought so hard to keep Hinamizawa from being wiped out, and then you have Keiichi wiping out the whole thing. Oh no! All the government would do to compensate is just throw some money at them to make them shut up, but it won't bring their community back. Yeah, their community or their history just vanishes. In one day. Doesn't help we don't know exactly everything that is happening, but that just mirrors life. You won't have complete info. Yeah, right. And these people are like clearly operating on emotions, right? Like anyone would in this situation. This is super understandable why they would do something like this. Can't help but side with them, almost.
お客人たちのようなよそに住んでる方々には関係ねえことです。
It's nothing that concerns guests that make their home somewhere else.
ひなみざわさん気に入ってくださったんなら、お客人のお友達みんなにも、ひなみざわさ素晴らしいところだって宣伝してください。
If you enjoy it here, please tell all your friends that Hinamizawa is a wonderful place, please. Makino seems very nice still, so maybe he hasn't caught on yet.
そういうのが何十年、何百年と広がっていけば、この村さダム底に沈めるなんて、ふざけた計画もやがてはついえるんですかね。
If word spreads to dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, then that ridiculous plan to submerge this place at the foot of a dam will eventually fall apart. He followed that with a smile that said, "Please don't think much of it." Makino letting me not worry that much was really a stroke of good fortune. Yeah, it's kind of nice that we're not getting the eye treatment again. They really put into question that a volcano just happened to go off spewing gas and killing basically everyone. It may be the curse, but possibly it's something else. Possibly something else. It's like... I was thinking, okay, maybe like Hinamizawa is destined to quote-unquote die? We technically don't know what happens after Keiichi dies every chapter, right? We don't know what happens after that. Could be that Hinamizawa is just destined to vanish, and that all of their efforts are just in vain? Maybe I'm going too far with my thoughts right now, but yeah, just my thoughts. Just my thoughts. Going rampant. Becoming infatuated with the idea of making friends with a little girl had made me completely forget my apprehension at being in enemy territory. I can tell that. Being reminded of this right before I was going to step foot into their headquarters might have been a good thing. If we'd had this exchange in the middle of their office, if there was a short-tempered youth in there, they might have come at me. Thinking of how extreme they were, in the worst case, my life could have been in danger. It seemed that I looked quite despondent? Oh, I have to look that up. It's another word I don't know. And low spirits from loss or hope or uh and low spirits from loss of hope or courage at that moment. That would be unfortunate for sure. Yeah, it would be. It's possible we have been repeating similar days and events. Yeah. I mean, they basically confirmed that we have like different timelines. Hmm. Hmm. I'm trying not to let what I know about the anime influence what I'm thinking of, but it's hard. Because the more I play this, the more I remember slowly. Like the whole talk about the timelines, I was like, that sounds so familiar to me for some reason. Like there's a light bulb that's about to turn on in my brain. Like I'm just moments away from it turning on and reminding me of what it's all about. And the whole thing about Inamizawa being destined to basically fall apart, destined to doom, basically. I don't know, that's a very depressing. Yeah, it's depressing. Maybe their fate was set in stone by the dam, but merely delayed. Oh, that would be so sad. All of their efforts are just in vain. They're just destined to doom. Misfortunate. That would be so misfortunate, guys. Makino, thinking he had said something wrong, became flustered, trying to think of a way to improve my mood.
本当に軽率なことを言いました。
I was a bit careless just
本当
now.
にすみませんでした。
I'm very sorry.
ええ
No.
そんなねお気にされないでください。
I don't even know what he was careless about. No, don't worry that much about
今
it.
日案内してもらった村のあちこちはどこもとても美しく素晴らしい場所ばかりでした。
Spooky's neurons are about to connect. Yeah, you're gonna see a spark on my model. Just a bright flashing light when that finally happens. The sights you showed me around the village were all beautiful, wonderful places.
もう一度来たいと心底思わされました。
I really do want to come here one more
そん
time.
な美しい村がダムの湖底に沈むことになれば必死の戦いになるのもわかります。
If this beautiful village is going to be submerged at the bottom of a lake, I can understand why you would fight so desperately. I had somehow managed to use my despondent look to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, Makino had returned to his usual high spirits. It seemed he believed I completely sympathized with his point of view. That's good, that's good. Careless about saying just Pokemon go to the polls. If you listen closely, you'll hear the gears start to turn. Yeah, you'll just hear it slowly begin to clatter inside my empty brain. Something really dusty and old and rusty is gonna start moving slowly. You'll hear the creaking.
そうそう
Now,
そんな話はこれくらいにしましょう。
let's leave the talk at that for now.
本当にとても景色さいいところがあるんです。
There's a place around here with a really great view.
行きましょうですよ赤坂。
I'm scared now. Let's go, Akasaka. Pika-chan, seemingly happy to be free from all the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the stone steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I also darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected on the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were several folding tables and chairs, and a number of the older town council members were livening things up with chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary? Huh? more words, excuse me, while I look this up. Incendiary. Incendiary? Right, that's not the meaning of it. Tending to stir up conflict. It also has another meaning, designed to cause fires, as an adjective. Okay, but in this case, obviously they mean to stir up conflict. Akasaka see, akasaka do. Mm-hmm. Monkey see, monkey do. Well, I guess yeah, that does kind of relate to the other meaning. Yeah. To catch fire easily could spark conflict. They weren't saying anything incendiary, like the damn project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed idle chit chat between local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance of a shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erect with Onigafuchi Guardian's headquarters written in bold brush strokes. That was their base of operations. And I guess we'll look at that after the ad break because there's one in 20 seconds. Wah wah. I'm sorry. I don't have any more. I don't have any more snoozes. So I guess we'll take our usual resting the eyes, stretching the legs, getting the drinks, getting the snacks break. And I'll also be doing all of that. You haven't seen Hinamizawa burned down in a giant fire yet? Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. The volcano might erupt in other ways and just shoots a giant fireball at Hinamizawa. That would be quite something. But okay. Let me stretch. Also fish. Keep forgetting about that. Fish. Okay. I will be right back. Okay, I am a bag. Hello? You caught a weird drawing of a fish? Oh no, I didn't see the image. Ah, I'd love to see that. Sometimes there's some interesting catches. I don't always read the names, but... Wait, can I actually... Oh my god, we have a fish... Decks? Are they sorted by... value? No. No! Sorry, I'm completely... I'm completely interested in this right now. Give me 1 second. I wanna know what it looks like. There we go! We're drawing of a fish. I can't even see it. Let me like really get close to the screen, I guess. Or actually, what would be way smarter would be doing this. Oh, you can't really see it. Unfortunate. Wasn't even looking. No. No one saw it. Simply can't it again. Yeah, just get good, man. 10 pixel drawing. That was lit. You can count the pixels on it, man. Okay. I always say that I would drink water during the breaks, but I always just end up stretching and doing some stuff on the side. And then I forget to drink, and then I drink while I'm already speaking. Good stuff. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm all hydrated. Yippee! That was their base of operations. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you ask what I had been imagining, this is a bit embarrassing, but I'd have thought it would be something much more dramatic. With barbed wire fences and barricades. My first impression of the place, though, was completely different from that. It looked like a simple backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than exactly that. The old folks who were chatting had noticed Rika-chan's presence.
リカちゃまじゃないの。
Oh, isn't it Rika-chama? Oh my god! I just made the connection between the holding the beads in their hands, like rubbing it. Isn't that what you do when you pray to your god in certain religions? I never made that connection. I could have figured out that she was Oyashiro-sama's incarnation way sooner. Oh my god. They did that in the first chapters too, and I just didn't pay attention. I didn't even think about that. Because I was like, oh, they're probably gonna do that again because they're kind of crazy in the head, and oh, why would they do that? Oh, of course. She's the reincarnation of their deity. Big brain. Well, isn't it Rika-chama?
もう子供はお家に帰る時間だよ。
It's time for little kids to head on home.
ここは僕のお家なのですよ。
This is my home. Right, she is. Think you're right? Yeah, look at that. The brain cells are activating. Look at that. The old folks guffawed since she wasn't wrong. From that exchange, I could tell that this Rika Furude girl was loved by everybody.
牧野さん、その人
Oh my god. We got a Kimiyoshi sprite? Can't believe my eyes. I didn't think we'd get a sprite for this guy. Hold on. Oh, they didn't originally have one for him. What does it look like here? Oh, just the same. Okay. Kind of interesting when they mix and match sprites like this with the mod. Okay. Obviously superior when they actually match. Another console edition W. Yeah. In terms of compatibility and having sprites for every character, definitely. Makino-san, who's that?
電話をくれた観光の人は
A tourist who phoned?
そうですよ。
That's right.
こちら村長さんに、ひなめ沢の組吉村長さん。
This is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Mayor Kimiyoshi. going overtime? I am. I said that I would finish chapter 2 too. Oh, actually, let me just quickly, I forgot to do this. Move my desk up so I can stand for a bit since I'm streaming quite long. I don't want to sit for 6 hours on my ass. Okay, there we go. If you see me dancing, just think of that as me stretching. We're so close to one of my favorite scenes. Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. This rain gonna run into my bedtime. Yeah, you know what I said about me having a healthy sleep schedule? I don't think that's happening today. There's the mayor then. He's rocking that, what? Martin Luther hairstyle? Like the religious Martin Luther? Thank you for the stretch. I will stretch. Dancing. It's always tomorrow or the day after. No, doesn't work like that. You're supposed to keep your sleep schedule every day, and I don't even do that on the weekend. How will I wake up at 5 a.m. on Monday? I never wake up that early. I'm kidding. I wake up at 6 earliest because I pass out and then I never wake up again. The mods are finding Akamus rule-breaking content. Gasp! Oh no! He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking that he would be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, this old man was the president of the Onigafuchi Guardians, none other than Kiichiro Kimiyoshi himself. I don't know why this just popped into my mind. I think because he said he would be scary if he got angry, which reminded me of Rika's father. But considering that everyone should know she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, now tell me, why would her dad beat up Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation? For supposedly leading Satoko into the ritual storehouse? Isn't that weird? Why would you do that? I would be scared as heck. Everyone seems to, like, pray to her and, like, treat her with the utmost respect. Of course, they say that she's a kid and everything, and they definitely don't make it seem like she's the reincarnation, because they never mentioned that until last chapter. But wouldn't you be scared of hitting Oyashiro-sama? Captain Spooky Civil War in the movies soon. Could be that they're very stupid or they think they can control a god, which is super weird. That all circles back to the whole thing about weaponizing her too. Oh. Is one of the main three families, is it religious or more just genealogical? I think you have to explain that word to me, I'm sorry. I don't know what that means in this context. Or in general, I guess. Why does he look kind of scary with his eyes open like that? I don't know. I don't like the way he's looking at me. Welcome to Hinamizawa. What do you think? It's quite a relaxing place, isn't it?
ええ
Yeah.
今日一日美しい場所をいくつも堪能させていただきました。
I was able to appreciate a multitude of beautiful places throughout the whole day.
貴重な機会をお与えくださったことを感謝します。
I'm thankful for being granted this rare opportunity.
今時の若い方なのにまた真摯な方だね。
Even though you're one of the young uns, you're quite the gentleman.
喜一郎。
Kiichiro.
赤坂に見晴らしのいいところを案内したいのですよ。
I want to show Akasaka a cool place. What would that be? Is it just her family name that the village respects her? Hmm. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I guess so? But then, why would they be praying with the prayer beads and everything every time they see her? You know what I mean? Or not every time they see her, but they tend to do that every now and then, which makes me think that not everyone seems to just respect the name, but also what they think might be behind it. Could also be that the father just really doesn't believe that she could be Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation. I mean, they did say that it was kind of a tale or like a rumor in the family. So maybe he just doesn't believe it? Hmm. Also curious to think about that. It's basically just these three members of the family that are left over, right? It's her parents and her, and that's it. There's no one else. Everyone else just seems to have died? You would think that a family this influential would want to... how do I word this in a way that it's not weird? Keep the family going? They would not want, the family lineage to end so abruptly, you know? That's also something to consider because all of the families seem to just, they get kids, the family keeps on going, especially like the Sonozaki family got so huge. Why is it that only the Furude family is kind of like dying out? Thinking that the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long, Rika-chan butted into the conversation. For her to call the mayor by his first name, I felt it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. A girl of the Furude household, one of the three families. She was probably different than the average villager.
赤坂、
Oh my
こっち
god.
なのですよ。
Every time she comes so close, it kind of spooks me a bit. Akasaka, over here. Rika-chan tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over, and waiting for me was a magnificent view.
これは
Oh
すごい。
my god, I think this is actually the image that I use for my YouTube thumbnails. Beautiful! Gorgeous! Let me see. Can we do a little bit of this? Does it change anything? No, it just shows you more, which you can't see because, I have it cropped. Give me a sec. I can fix this. Higurashi. There you go. This is the whole image. Beautiful. Yeah. So pretty. Sunset. It's like we're we're playing 13 Sentinels after all this week, guys. It's right here. Rika jump scare chapter, kind of. And I jump scare chapter, too. Got games on your phone? Can I go on the iPad, Mom? Dad? Found you for the YouTube beauties? What a beautiful village where nothing wrong ever happened. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. I'm very glad that people decide to come over and just join real time. That's really cool. But yeah, I love this image. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna use this for the thumbnails because it's really pretty. Okay. You're now in the visual novel. I kind of am, aren't I? But I do enjoy the 4x3 aspect, ratio. So I do prefer to keep it at that too. This is amazing. It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. They, knowing that this was the best view in the entire village, kept quiet as I stood there awestruck. I really wish they would pan the camera back up because I really want to look at not the trees and, the bushes that right in front of us. Hello, people on YouTube. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. And you made a typo in front of so many people, like 4 whole people that watch my VODs. How dare you? You embarrass yourself live on stream. I'm so sorry. I cringe for you. I'm kidding. It's all good. I was holding a camera, but had completely forgotten to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, it wouldn't be able to show everything. If there was a way to explain it, it would only be that I would be able to put it into words. It was such a breathtakingly spectacular view that I struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could only stand there and wonder. A cool breeze helped abate the heat rushing through my body. That comfortable sensation also left me speechless. Nika-chan, who had been holding on to my sleeve this entire time, spoke, and then pushed me off.
僕の一番のお気に入りの場所なのですよ。
This is my favorite spot. As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. That smile seemed very fleeting. You ask why? That was because the view from her favorite spot would eventually be submerged under the deep green waters of the dam reservoir.
こんな
That's
村が
sad.
湖底に沈むことになってるなんて信じられないよ。
I just can't believe that this village is going to end up at the bottom of a lake. I said it quietly so that only Rika-chan could hear it. I regretted it as soon as I did. Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that? You know, when I said that this guy seems smarter and more mature and, obviously an adult in comparison to Keiichi, I take it back. He has a little bit of idiot in him. For those words were all too cruel. However, Rika-chan didn't let them cast a cloud on her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile.
沈みませんよ。
I won't sink.
ダム計画なんて必ずなくなっちゃいますのです。
The dam project will definitely go away. I mean, she's right about that. It was just like a little girl to say something like that. There was no basis for her saying so. It was just her wish.
赤坂はこの村が沈んでしまうと思っていますか？
Ha! Idiots! You think this village is gonna be submerged? How dare you think something so stupid?
沈んでほしくなんかないよ。
It's not that I wanted to be. I knew how important the dam was. I knew that it was necessary. I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would be made. I agreed with the project in general, but couldn't agree with some of the details. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her... Why did you have to say that? I thought I agree with you. I don't agree with you anymore. I really want to know more about the project. It's so general. We only know that there was a dam that was supposed to be built here. That's it. We don't really know anything else. Unless I already forgot what they told me. I think the most info we got about this project was during the first arc, so maybe I should go reread that. Seems that Akasaka failed that cut up Yup. Did you even read the previous 3 chapters, right? How are you so out of the loop? We don't know the actual reason for the government to do this. We can speculate? If I had to guess, probably, I don't know, monetary reasons? Financially beneficial for there to be a dam here? I don't know. Probably there's a reason for this to be good for the government? Why? I don't know. But it's always about money, isn't it, in the end? most of the time anyway, so why wouldn't it be in this case? So I guess from a like a political standpoint, you could say that yeah, it's good for the country or the area. We can speculate that it would be good for monetary reasons, but does that mean that it's okay for a whole town to just vanish? No. They want the town gone at the very least, and when hell broke loose, the whole of Japan was shaken by just the village getting overrun by gas. I mean, yeah, it was a nationwide incident. I mean, you could never even go there anymore. That was literally a zone that you had to stay clear of because everyone entering the village would just die. So that's crazy. This is so much sadder than I remember it being. The whole damn project in the anime, when I watched it, I don't remember it being this big of a plot point. But then again, I was like, what, 13 when I watched it? I probably didn't fucking understand it anyway, so yeah, this is really interesting. I love this. I love that they're focusing on all of this. This is a really good chapter so far. Yukishi is cooking. It had after effects of people having cursed symptoms. Right. Yeah, they did mention that. They did have like cursed symptoms. Oh, what did it include again? Oh, you clearly seem to remember a little better than I do already. I did mention I have shit memory. I don't think I have to explain that. Um, they had like coughing and stuff. They were feeling physically unwell, I think. Yeah. If everyone in a town just died, that would shake any country. Yup. I don't think they properly explain why the dam is being built, if I remember correctly. That's a shame. I would love to know more about it. Suicidal tendencies and violence. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I remember. Not completely sure, but people began to sort of lose it all over. That is so interesting. I feel like that will be important. I feel like that will be important. The words, Inamizawa syndrome kind of come to mind. But I don't know. I feel like that's gonna be important. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna write this down. This is going straight into notes because I feel like this will be important. And I can't believe I forgot about it. Inamizawa. I can't write. Inamizawa syndrome slash curse symptoms. Okay. Feeling. I think they were feeling physically unwell as well, unless I'm completely misremembering. Feeling physically unwell. Suicidal tendencies, violence. Just lost it. Also, dams are being built around the time to control floods and infrastructure. Yeah, that makes sense. Japan, of course, has this. Yeah, of course. They have this huge problems with flooding, so them building dams probably also has a pretty important motive of the electricity you can gain from flood water flow. Yeah, of course, it also has monetary reasons, but it's also not bad. Of course, it's not a bad thing per se to build a dam. It's just bad when something like this happens where you eradicate a whole town because of it. I mean, losing it would be a thing if everyone in the village you were from died. Yeah, But the people who were kind of related to the people in Hinamizawa, they definitely committed suicide. That was mentioned. Or they died in accidents. So those people definitely died, but it was unrelated people that started having these Hinamizawa curse symptoms. That was really interesting, and I can't believe I forgot about that. So either they just completely lost it, because some people will project themselves onto other people's situations so much that they start to identify with it, and may become like mentally unwell and just start to display, like, for example, people can, I think, exhibit symptoms of an illness if they believe strong enough that they have this illness. Kind of, you can, I guess, compare it to the placebo effect. If you believe in it, it can work. The same, I guess, also holds true for like illnesses and stuff. So that's what I thought it was, but thinking about it now with all the context in retrospect, I feel like it might be more than just that. And they're supposed to protect civilizations, not destroy it. Exactly. If you're gonna destroy a whole town to possibly protect some people, because from what I have learned from watching like documentaries on this whole topic, which wasn't a lot, but it is said that these dams don't necessarily do a whole lot. Of course, it's better to have them than not to have them. It'll do something in the case of a flooding, but generally it doesn't fix the issue per se. It still is a high risk of the whole thing just being destroyed when a big tsunami, for example, hits. Like, I think that was actually the case in the documentary that I watched, that they built a huge dam and it was still all destroyed when a big tsunami hit. So there's not even 100% chance that it will protect in case of a flooding, tsunami, whatever. So the fact that they're willing to destroy a whole town over the possibility that it might help is kind of insane. Hypochondriac is the word. Yeah, people who are like deathly afraid that they're ill, or they believe that they are ill, so they will actually portray symptoms. That's cliche, but the gas spreading feels very weird. They said that Keiichi would have died, but they really know that the gas started in the swamp to begin with. That also struck me as weird that he didn't die. He also ran through the entire town with no mask and he didn't die, which is so strange. It's really weird. Idia killed himself before all that happened. Keiichi did curse him, but it could be related somehow. Rika was also dead that day. Idia is really, really infatuated with her. Well, wasn't he more so infatuated with Satoko? I mean, I guess Rika too, but yeah. At least I thought that was the case. It is definitely very strange. I mean, there's also Satoko and Teppei just vanishing into thin air. People like Chie apparently witnessing that something was going on and she tried to actually flee and dying because of that, which is interesting because how would you know? Oishi also disappeared into thin air with possibly a couple more detectives. Everything is so strange about that whole incident. Which is why I really, really hope we can circle back to that in the answer arcs, because I want to know more. That was so interesting to me, and I want to know more about that whole part. Not to rush your speculation time, but the scene currently is my favorite in the chapter. Oh yeah. Sorry, I got caught up. Actually, did I send that message so I can have my notes? Okay, yeah, sorry. Let me just drink something before we continue. There's just a lot of thoughts. Okay. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, all for the sake of one girl's smile. Aww, that would actually be super sweet. That would make him officially the best character. I'm not really much of a humanist, but what? How sentimental of me.
沈みませんよ。
It won't be submerged
ダムの計画はもうすぐなくなりますですから。
because the dam project will soon go away. Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but were seasoned with a hint of resolve, as if she were talking about an unchangeably predetermined outcome. Okay. As surely as the sun rising in the east,
もうすぐ
it'll
な
be
くなる
it'll be gone soon? Wanting to ask her why she believed that, I turned around.
はい、
Yes,
なくなりますのですよ。
it'll be gone.
どうしてそう言い切れるんだい
What makes you say that?
それはなのです。
Well, you see,
ん
she seemed to want to answer, but as though unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was about to say. No!
赤坂が何をしてもしなくても、
I want to know! Regardless of what Akasaka
ダム
does,
計画は今年で終わりになってしまうのです。
the dam project will end this year. Okay. Huh. Hmm. I'm thinking. I wonder if he's an active cop in the present. Was it stated he was? Because after this, I can't see him getting fired or released. I can see him getting fired or released somehow. Yeah, I wonder that too. She wants to answer, but doesn't want to tell her secret at this point. With all the teasing, we know that Rika is more than just an ordinary girl. I mean, it's no secret that I watched the anime, and I know that there's something with Rika, but I don't remember what it was anymore. I know that there was something important about her, but I don't know anymore. Okay, so what I was thinking about was that, you know how I said that Hinamizawa ending is kind of predetermined, like it's going to happen? Maybe certain events, like, you know, the dam project going away, obviously, is also a thing that is certain to happen. Why would she know that? Pika is doing a little bit of the Steins Gate, I feel. Jumping between the timelines, I don't know. Maybe I've been reading too much Steins Gate lately.
もう決まっていることなのですよ。
It's already been decided. That was a lie. If something like that had already been decided, then the Onigafuchi Guardians would have no reason to continue existing. Okay, so if Oyashiro-sama really was a deity, you know, it wouldn't be far-fetched to assume that Oyashiro-sama, if he exists, could possibly travel between timelines to try to avoid Hinamizawa quote-unquote ending. And so, in the form of Rika, possibly giving her this information by being her reincarnation form thingy? I don't know, possible? I don't know, no idea. Maybe we're about to get some clues. We are. Can change a canon event, SMH my head. What if you can? You know, good old 13 Sentinel style. Trying to change events that are sure to happen by time traveling. Doing some weird, yeah, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, exactly. Using the good old telephone booth, the good old blue one. The TARDIS, yeah, I remember the name. I haven't watched much of Doctor Who, I apologize. I only watched a couple of episodes. From my point of view, it was like they were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into an endless battle. Oh, clueless Akasaka-san. If they knew the damn project was cancelled, it would feel much more relaxed around here. Well, she knows. This village, though, could hardly be called relaxed. For evidence of that, I just had to remember how charged the atmosphere was at the checkpoint or at the bus stop. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, were still fighting. I'm kind of scared by her staring into my soul. And this girl, even knowing the villagers' grim resolve, had already declared their victory. The villagers throwing themselves into this endless war and this optimistic girl who said they had already won. That contrast was somehow strange.
どうしてそう思うんだい？
Why do you think that?
何か確信があるなら私に教えてくれないかい？
Yes, please tell us. Give me something. If you know something that makes you that confident, could you tell me? Rika-chan stayed silent for a while, seemingly choosing what to say. I'm begging.
だって
Because.
だって
Because? She looked like she was lost on whether she should continue or not. As if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it. That kind of expression.
決まっていることなのです。
It's already been decided.
他に言いようがないのですよ。
There's no other way to say it. It's already been decided. What does that mean? It's a predetermined outcome? But why? And what else is a predetermined outcome? It's not enough. I need more. The peepers. She's staring at her soul, into our soul. She doesn't want to tell. It may be very harmful. Maybe she can't say it. Maybe she has never told anyone. Maybe if she says this out loud, it might change something? Tell us. Yeah, tell us. This experience with laying open her thoughts and it going horribly wrong. She must really want to talk about why she knows this. I mean, if we're right, which is far-fetched to be real honest, although they have been hinting at it with the timelines, it just... Why would they tell me that if it wasn't possible to kind of manipulate them? They also were going on about it in the after party, like, oh, what if we could change some things to have a good ending? My god, that just kind of solidifies it for me. Trying to prevent the end of Hinamizawa? Is this what's all about? Trying to preserve this? Ooh, okay. I'm spiraling down the theory rabbit hole, okay?
決まっているって言ったって。
It's already been decided, huh? It really is just like a little girl to say something like that. Couldn't believe it was actually true. Which makes me believe it actually is true. Well, it's Steins Gate all along. Oh, God. Ugh. It is, isn't it? Where's the jelly banana? Where's my spoon? She was the only one saying such things with confidence. My real mission that I had forgotten about during this fun-filled day resurfaced at the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Okay, maybe we're spiraling too hard. Maybe she just knows about the kidnapping. What if Rika is the mastermind behind all of this? You know, they said that Oreo was the mastermind. Well, what if it's Rika? What if it's Rika? You know? No need for all that wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey if you can just, control a whole town as a kid. You know? Now, the Onigafuchi Guardians kidnapped the minister's grandson and already succeeded in the negotiation of the cancellation of the dam project? I think so. Since we had that tip talking about it. He sounded very much like he wanted to maybe cancel it or reconsider doing things the way that they were planning to. Did Kimiyoshi actually already know that and was just playing dumb? Was that what this girl was really telling me?
赤坂、
Okay. Girl called out my name suddenly.
なんだい？
What is it?
東京へ帰れ。
Oh, actually. Ugh. Ugh. I'm shivering. Alright, she scares me. She scares me. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. She doesn't get the demon eyes when she gets all scary like this, which is so interesting. Usually all the characters, when they get super serious and the ominous things start happening, they get the demon eyes, but she doesn't. She never got them, in fact. Rika is the mastermind, then why did she die? Oh, no, you're asking the hard-hitting questions. Why did she die indeed? Wow, I have absolutely no, I don't know. But you know what? I will copy paste your question because I think that is a really good question to keep in mind. So into my private Discord it goes. It's like they'll fail to secure the grandson, that or someone else gets killed in place of him. In the end, this minister did stop the project in the end. I mean, they have him. We had that tip where they had him in the car. He was blindfolded and tied up. And well, they did have that conference where he kind of went off script and he was like, "Oh, maybe we should, reconsider what we're doing. We should protect these people, maybe." And yeah, seems like that'll definitely do it. They seem to have been successful in coercing him. That's ominous. Oh yeah, he's warning him. She obviously knows what can happen. Which is also interesting considering that she compared him to Tomitake, who, as we know, dies every single time. Who came here, also from Tokyo, as an outsider. Oh, and also, oh, yeah, you're so right. He didn't mention he's from Tokyo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. He's too cute for a demon. So honored to be in the questions notes. Yeah, you should be. You should be. Only very special questions go into my Discord. Mm-hmm. Yours is the first one, actually. Yeah, he did not mention it. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. So she knows more, obviously. Or Oyashiro-sama knows more. Ugh. Go back to Tokyo. Huh? I wasn't only surprised at that sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I had never once mentioned I was from Tokyo. Well, based on my accent, you might have been able to guess where I was from. What was I getting so worked up over? Oh, I'm getting chills. Stop! Oh, I have to put on my sweater. Ugh. I'm scared. It was probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor.
あなたはさっさと東京に帰った方がいい。
Oh my god, and the voice too? Hello? She sounded like a grown-ass woman there. Excuse me? Wait, how did she say this?
東京へ帰れ。
Oh my god. Listen to the difference in voice acting. Wait, what? I have to skip this one. You should definitely go back to Tokyo right away.
でないとひどく後悔することになる。
If not, you will woefully regret it. Okay, we have to listen to this back. I'm sorry. You just have to listen to the difference.
東京へ帰れ。あなたはさっさと東京に帰った方がいい。でないとひどく後悔することになる。
That cannot be accidental. That cannot be accidental. That is absolutely intentional. That was so different. Safety sweaters off. Shit is getting serious. Okay, like that, sussing out an accent. Just a kid, right? How bad could it be, right? I don't know about that. Voice gets lower and she does sound like an adult. Prince is even crazy if you listen to her even before. Okay, wait. Oh.
決まっていることなのです。他に言いようがないのですよ。東京へ帰れ。
Oh my god.
あなたはさっさと東京に帰った方がいい。でないとひどく後悔することになる。
Her previous voice almost sounds
決まっていることなのです。他に言いようがないのですよ。
like her. Her deeper voice almost sounds like, of course it's more natural because it's a voice actress. Oh my god, what am I even thinking about? Like, oh my god, it sounds more natural. Like, yeah, it's it's the voice actress is probably closer to her natural voice, I would assume. It's the same voice actress too, by the way. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she sounds so different. That is insane. She's such a good voice actress. Sounds like the same voice, but certainly differently toned. Like, yeah, you can hear that it's Rika, but like, I won't lie, it does sound like a different person. If you just heard them in like different games, I don't think I would have been able to be like, oh yeah, that's definitely the same VA. Like, that's quite impressive. The girl had been holding my sleeve the entire time. She'd been tugging at my sleeve, since hurriedly dragging me over to show me this wonderful view. This was the adorable Rika-chan who I'd spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with a doppelganger when I wasn't looking. Oh no, not the whole doppelganger thing again! She had been holding onto my sleeve this entire time, but somehow this girl was someone other than Rika-chan. She looked like Rika-chan, but she wasn't. She was some girl I had never met before, or some god. That girl had told me in an indifferent voice that I would eventually regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart. Oh no! I mean, only if you don't leave, like right now. Okay, so he said that he worked with Oishi for 3 days. We met him on the first day. Does that mean we have 3 days with Oishi? Or 3 days in Hinamizawa? Does he leave tomorrow? I think it's time to bring back a possession theory. The thing is, every time we had a case of possession, we had the demon eyes. So the fact that we're not getting demon eyes is making me very suspicious. Of course, could be that they just chose to not go with demon eyes. Actually, in fact, we can check the original sprites. I feel like console sprite kind of makes it scarier for sure. I don't think... Or is it a different kind of possession because it's not a demon, but a deity? I think he cut his visage short. Should be doing this to try and get him away from the kidnapped boy. Probably knows what he's after too, so he just wants him to leave so he won't interfere. That's a good point, yeah. The other voices also didn't change. That too. I guess the only person whose voice... Okay, so they obviously all had like this very serious tone, but none of their voices shifted down noticeably. Like, they had a very serious tone and they sounded very scary, but they didn't sound like a completely different person. There was also Keiichi who sounded like he had like a deeper voice. But it wasn't this noticeable. Might just be irrelevant though. Something will happen tomorrow to shake Akasaka to his core and abandon his objective. That's my thoughts on it. But I wonder, will it be too late? Because I don't see this ending well for Akasaka. Why would he be meeting up with Oishi after 7 years? After thinking, oh, you know, this girl that I met on there during my time there, that was kind of strange. If he wasn't hung up on it. You know, I feel like something is going to happen to his family and he will go back to investigate it and then he'll die. I feel like that could be a likely outcome. That is my theory for this chapter, I suppose. Take that and make of that what you will. That I would eventually regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart.
それがあまりにもみすぼらしくて気の毒な姿だから。
I love her voice. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see. Where's my usual kawaiso, kawaiso?
今のうちから警告してあげているのです。
I thought I'd warn you right now.
どうして私が後悔することになると。
Why would I come to regret it? Oh,
いちいちうるさいな。
stop whining. Okay, we need a full screen for this again. And I need to set this. Oops. Need to experience the whole thing. Stop whining. I couldn't believe that I was hearing such cold words come from Rika-chan's mouth. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her using ventriloquism or something? I don't know what that means. And you can't even read the whole text. Ventriloquism. Reproduction of the voice in such a way that the sound seems to come from a source other than the vocal organs of the speaker. Okay. Thinking that, I wanted to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move.
あなたの親はあなたが赤信号の横断歩道の真ん中にいるときどうして危ないのかを全部説明し終えるまで
Oh my god.
あなたの手を引っ張らないの
When you tried crossing the road when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk?
引っ張るでしょ
They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they?
まず歩道まで連れ戻してからなぜ危険なのかを解くでしょ
They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they?
つまりはそういうこと
In other words, it's something like that. The girl I had spent time with, Rika Furude, would not speak like that. She would speak with a cuteness befitting her age, with brief, childish remarks expressing her emotions honestly. She definitely wouldn't speak with such pointed words.
警告はした
Oh my goodness, this is very intense. This is really intense. He doesn't care for Oishi yet. He still wants to talk to him for information, probably. I wonder how much they know about his family, how much they know about Akasaka. I mean, she seems to know a lot. Oh, okay. I see. Thanks. She does this to save him, and she has to be stern to make a point. Yeah, she has to literally scare him for him to leave, for him to get the fuck out. I understand why it's a favorite scene. Yeah, it feels like a real turning point. I feel like we're really learning something here. Like we're learning stuff. We're not clueless. I feel like she's giving us lots of hints. Maybe. I hope. I warned you.
勘違いしないでほしいのは私が あなたを嫌いだからこういうことを言ってるわけじゃないってこと。
It's not like I'm saying this because I hate you.
死んでもいい人に危険なんかを教える必要はないのだし。
You don't need to tell somebody who's better off dead that they're in danger.
君は誰だ？
Okay, sorry, I had to think of what she just said. Who are you?
リカちゃんじゃ。
You're not Rika-chan.
Hmm?
What is that expression? Oh my goodness. Hmm? Huh? Okay. Wait, I have to... Sorry. Okay. That's a very ominous laugh. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika-chan, she let out a strange, quiet giggle. What? Okay. It was a laugh not befitting a child of her age. It was like she was possessed by something. No! Her change was just that total and complete. Was Rika-chan being attacked by some terrifying phenomenon? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. Rika-chan is acting strange. Somebody, help! Thinking that I'd yell that, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile? That's right. To him, it looked like nothing more than me and Rika-chan fooling around. Okay, I thought like he was in on it, okay. I got really scared for a second. I was like, oh my goodness. He didn't notice that there was something terrifying happening to her.
赤坂の怖がり。
Akasaka is such a coward. The girl had obviously grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and calling me a coward, she laughed again. That cackling girl, approaching me in a strange manner while still laughing, lost her balance and fell flat on her face? Rika-chan fell down. If it was just a while before, I would have extended a hand to help her up without hesitation. But now, extending a hand to this ominous girl who looked like Rika-chan but wasn't, required a bit more courage than I had at the moment.
Me.
Oh my god. What did I just read? What did I just witness? Huh? Is that a case of possession? Oh my god, is that a case of possession? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no. Things are getting back to me. Oh, I think a spark might have turned on. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna say this. I think it might be a spoiler if I'm correct, if my brain isn't confusing me. It's incomplete. It's incomplete in my head, but I have a theory. I will say it when we get to that point, I guess. If we ever do. Is it a spoiler? Okay, no, it's not a spoiler. Not really, if I don't mention one specific thing. I'm almost certain that she's possessed by Oyashiro-sama, but... if I remember correctly... Oyashiro-sama is not exactly the person or the god that we're imagining him to be. Wait, no, maybe I'm talking bullshit. Oh, okay. I will put it in the notes and I will DM you guys because there's something in my brain. Okay, wait. How do I put this into words? I don't even know. Oyashiro-sama. You know what? I'm gonna write down chapter 7. And the people who know what chapter 7 includes might know what I'm referring to. I can only see a small little icon of chapter 7, and that's all I'll say. Do not look up chapter 7 if you don't know what I'm talking about. Because the game icon in Steam is what I'm thinking of. That's all I say. That's all I'll say. Because I don't want to spoil anyone. But that's all. That's the only connection that I made. She lost consciousness. Oh yeah. Really like a sort of possession. Also, there's gonna be an ad break in 25 seconds. Why would you do this to us? He was taken over by a force, and the force, while mocking, was warning him. But it's so strange that she doesn't get the possession eyes. I don't know how to interpret the oh and the hmm. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? Maybe I might be wrong. Now I'm second guessing myself. I was so sure a moment ago, but maybe I'm second guessing myself. So I made the connection between the possession and the icon of chapter 7. And Oyashiro-sama. But I don't know if that connection is right. My brain was like, yeah, that is maybe something you remember, and then I'm not sure that I do. Now you guys are making me second guess myself, but that's okay. Because if you didn't make me second guess myself, that would be a spoiler. Exactly. But let's take a quick little break. Because there's an ad break right now, so I can't continue anyway without leaving some people behind. So I will go stretch and stuff. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that as well. The point is that you can't interpret it. Yeah. Exactly. So you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Also, hello again, Vermo. Welcome back from your lurk. But yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick break. I'm back 5 seconds early because I'm standing here and I'm thinking about I feel like I'm going crazy, man. I feel like I'm going crazy, guys. I feel like I have all of these theories in my head and I'm like trying to connect the dots, and I feel like I really something sparked in my brain, you know? But also I'm so unsure. I just love casting doubt. I can tell. It's kind of, I feel like I will not be sleeping well tonight. I'll be thinking of this the entire night. But yeah, welcome back from the ad break. I will not spiral again into theory land. Let's leave that for when the time comes. I feel like at this point I would need a redeem for like the swirly glasses. Because I feel like sometimes I just nerd out. I'm like, oh my god. Like when I'm not streaming, I sometimes get these ideas about Higurashi. And I'm like, oh my god, I need to just scream this into the void that is Twitch right now, but I can't just go live in the middle of work or something. And I'm like, oh, I need to get this out. And then sometimes I will just DM Rising or just tell him about this, and he's like, you know, I just lurk in your streams. I don't really stay up to date with the story. Like I get glimpses of the story, so I don't really know what you're telling me. And I'm like, it's fine. Just listen to me. Just hear me out. I know you have no idea what I'm talking about, but just hear me out. Really listening to your theories. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me going absolutely cuckoo crazy. Just to murder your friends, okay? I'll try. It's really hard, but I'll try. It lends itself to trying to figure it out so well. Yeah. Okay, let me actually open a window for a bit. I'm sorry if there's extra noise because of that. Hold on. I feel like me thinking has made this room very warm. There's just smoke coming out of my head. I didn't open the window during the last break. I forgot. Meep. The girl cried out thus. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept across her face. You've got to be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting. Oh my god, I think you guys are right. It was as though, after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what happened. So I was like, oh, maybe she's just acting. Maybe she's acting. Is what I thought. But with this, I'm now considering the possibility, like seriously considering that he's 100% possessed by Oyashiro-sama, which isn't like the typical possession as we know it because the other people don't just faint and lose memories too. So it seems that this innocent little girl who has nothing but Meep and Nipa in her head gets possessed or is possessed by Oyashiro-sama, who sometimes takes over. And she just forgets everything that happened. She just knows that she sometimes passes out. That also reminds me of the time where Keiichi went to the school storage shed. Do you remember when we found her seemingly having cried and stuff? Being roughed up? We don't even know what that was about, do we? Frederica, it's needles, a scuffle. Yeah, the scuffle in chapter 2, being dead in 3, and possession in this one. But maybe they said that the events are canon across all the timelines, or arcs, I guess. So, her having needles, having a scuffle, being dead, and possession. So I feel like the possession in every single arc is canon. So she is possessed in every single arc. Because the creepy eyes. No, that doesn't hold up. What I was about to say doesn't hold up. My theory doesn't hold up. I think the position, oh, my brain, I'm so sleepy. The possession, is definitely canon across all the arcs. That I'm sure of, almost, I think. Who knows, Yugi and me. Us, hopefully soon. Yeah, it wasn't a scuffle, but she fell onto the ground herself after that happening. Yeah, maybe she, like, because of wherever she just kind of fainted, I guess. Um, she kind of hurt herself, which made her cry or something like that. I don't know.
冗談だろ
You're joking, right?
リカちゃん
Me.
I don't know if Rika-chan had heard me or not. Just cried out like that, as if questioning herself.
お客人
Hey, Mr.
リカちゃまも
Rika-chama too.
お茶が入りましたよ
Tea's ready. I wonder if the other people know that she sometimes deals with this? After that, she was just blankly staring into nothing? Yeah, it's strange. I'll write that down too. To kind of keep track of. Because that's an important part too. It seems like that anyway. Rika Scuffle Chapter 2 question mark. Also, give me a quick second. I'll be right back very quickly. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back now. She may have lost her memory, maybe, but she has some understanding of her situation. She was super hesitant to speak up. Perhaps that side comes out when she wants to actually tell someone what would happen. But the thing that is interesting is that she didn't pass out when she kind of turned into that. Like, there's no clear indication of when she's actively being possessed by, I'm guessing, Oyashiro-sama. But there is a clear distinction between her changing, quote-unquote, back. It was a sudden shift, yeah. Yeah, her voice was lowered, but there was, like, no other... It was, like, as if she was purposefully pitching her voice up. and then just decided to just speak in her natural tone. Like there was no shift or like no switch, but she was there the whole time, just acting as her, being able to control her. And then this time she just decided to be like, oh yeah, just go ahead, be normal, Rika. Also, hello, Dracoli. Welcome in. How are you doing? There weren't many other signs beforehand, at least none that I've noticed. Perhaps there are signs for her change. Yeah, we have to look out for that. I noticed that she had that serious expression when we were talking to Makino about the whole thing on our view on the protests and everything. Um, so I suppose that could have been a sign. But other than that, her kind of asking questions about where he's from and everything to see how he would answer. Maybe also a sign. Maybe the sign is when she acts smarter than she should be. We always thought she was super smart, but it turns out she's just possessed, guys.
塩大福もあるからにぜひ食っていきんさいな。
There's some snacks too, so please come and have some. An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. Hearing that there was snacks, Rika-chan's expression changed.
わーいなのです。
Yay! Her carefree smile. That was a familiar smile, the one that belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. That's so strange still to say. Any hint of the creepy girl that was just there, spouting sinister words, had vanished.
ほらリカちゃま。
Come on, Rika-chama.
手を洗ってきんさいね。
Wash your hands first.
バッチおててにゃ食わせるまんじゅうありんせんね。
There aren't any manju here for dirty hands, and I have to look up what manju is. Ooh. It's like a dumpling? Like a sweet dumpling? Something like that, apparently.
ちゃんと洗いますですよ。
I'll wash them real good.
みー。
Rika-chan responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. She stopped halfway, turning around to call to me.
早く来ないから僕は赤坂の分までおまんじゅうが食べられてホクホクなのです。
If Akasaka doesn't hurry up, I'll eat his share of manju too. They're steaming fresh. That sounds so good. Fighting words sure is a way to describe a deity of sorts warning you to get out before you can't get out anymore. Yeah, you should listen to those words. I mean, he's in utter shock, obviously.
お手手を洗わない人はおまんじゅうが食べられないのですよ。
People who don't wash their hands aren't allowed to eat any manju. No matter how you looked at it, that was Rika-chan. Those words and the way she said them, no matter how you heard them, they were definitely Rika-chan's.
ほんでお客人。
Come on now, mister.
大人なんだからお手本を示してやってくださいな。
You're the adults here, so show her how it's done. The old lady urged me to wash my hands. He'll have plenty of time in the evening to think things through, yeah. Listening to the Higurashi. The old woman overacting is too funny. I love her voice. I love when the old people in anime or games are like voiced super, I don't know, is like energetic. Yeah, like she's kind of energetic. I like that. Without any resistance, I lined up beside Rika-chan at the wash station. Splish, splash. I stared at Rika-chan, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had probably learned at school.
みー。
You're washing her hands?
間違っていますか？
Did I do something wrong?
間違い。
By wrong, you mean
僕のお手手の洗い方です。
how I'm washing my hands?
金シールを4個しかもらったことないです。
I only got 4 gold stickers for it. Is there a wrong way to wash her hands? I mean, not washing them would be kind of wrong.
僕はお手手を洗うのがきっと下手なのですよ。
I'm probably bad at washing my hands.
間違ってなんかないよ。
You're not doing anything
それ
wrong.
だけしっかり洗えてれば十分だよ。
If you're washing them that carefully, that's more than enough.
それだけではダメなのですよ、赤坂。
But it's not, Akasaka.
ちゃんとたわしを使って爪の間の赤も落とさないと金シールはもらえないのです。
There definitely is. I mean, I guess not using a brush would be wrong for starters. I don't have a brush. I guess I should get a hand washing brush. If you don't use a brush and clean out the dirt underneath your fingernails, you won't get a gold sticker.
うん。
People were taught how to wash hands properly in America over and over. It's scary when you see how many wash their hands. I mean, we had like a bunch of little graphics hung up at our workplaces and stuff, showing you how to wash your hands properly, showing you that you should be doing certain motions, trying to get under your fingernails by doing like circular motions with your fingertips on the palm of your hand and stuff like that. So I guess that would, like, for certain amounts of time, of course. So I guess that would be considered the proper way to do it. Maybe because of Precious give her 10,000 tons of gold stickers this moment. Yeah!
リカちゃんは真面目で偉いな。
Rika-chan, you're very diligent. That's something to be proud of.
ニパー、赤坂に褒められましたのです。
I was praised by Akasaka. No matter how you looked at it, it was Rika-chan. There was no trace of that girl from before. Exactly what was that sinister girl?
リカちゃん、さっきのあれはどういう意味だい？
My boyfriend was in food for 10 plus years and he runs them underwater for like 10 seconds. It's actually scary. That is no, that is not how it works. That is very scary. That is not good. You should definitely watch them for longer than 10 seconds. Rika-chan, what was the meaning of what just happened now?
さっきリカちゃんは私に
Oh
東京
no.
へ帰れってそう言っただろ。
Just now you told me to go back to Tokyo, didn't you?
言いましたのですか？
Did I say that? I was at a loss for words. She didn't remember what the girl just now had said. Like I would ever believe something as occult as that could happen. Like I would ever believe that Rika-chan could be possessed by that strange girl and say those creepy
リ
things.
カちゃんが確かにそう言ったよ。
Rika-chan, you definitely said that.
みー。
Her expression told me that. Despite my saying so, she had no idea. She wasn't playing dumb. She actually didn't know. Exactly what was that just now? Just as Rika-chan had, a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us, both looking like we had no idea what was going on, must have certainly been a humorous sight to behold. They're just two confused people standing next to each other washing hands. Oh, it's all good. I had a longer stream than this. Didn't I have like a 9-hour Higurashi slash Monster Hunter stream at one point? I'm pretty sure it was like 9 hours. Could be worse. While partaking of tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Guardians that highlighted their resistance efforts. Of course. Why wouldn't they? God forbid a girl having demonic possession hobbies. Akasaka, yeah. Let a girl have her hobbies. How dare you? Don't shame her. Older folks talked passionately on how long and grueling the fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika-chan, who had heard these stories countless times before and was nodding off. She's just like, I don't care. Eventually, Rika-chan noticed I was staring at her and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. That smile was Rika-chan's after all. There was no hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my unreasonable fear of Rika-chan lessened with the passing of time. I could by no means forget what had happened. It eventually grew dark. The mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. Oh. It's still a lot. I know. Thanks for looking out for me, though. It's all good. I'm not pushing myself. I'm actually still quite energetic. I'm still moving. I'm standing, in fact. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. That her warning him about him having to leave, or else he's gonna regret it. Either that was just a threat to get him out of here, or something genuinely happened to him or his family, which is why she needs him out. So it doesn't happen because she cares about him, or maybe mm, for something to not happen that would ruin her plan for some reason, he needs to leave. It's interesting to think about. Going on your own in the dark to the hotel, yup. Episode 4 is surprisingly immersive. I forgot how it felt. It's so good. Like, I literally can't put it down. Even if I didn't say, oh, I'm gonna finish chapter 1 and 2, I would probably still be streaming. She did say she wasn't saying it because she hated him, but who knows if they're a reliable source. Yeah. So, I guess if she's telling him to leave because he's gonna regret it, that means that something has happened, and she doesn't want that to happen to him again. Maybe the sinister laughing wasn't necessarily her trying to be creepy? Or, no, let me rephrase that. Wasn't her trying to seem malicious? But her just trying to scare him off, to get him out. For his own sake, possibly? She was antagonizing him or threatening him, yeah. So maybe she really does care about him. But I guess he didn't. I feel like some things just might be unchangeable. Maybe him leaving early is unchangeable, so she might be trying to get him out by using any means necessary. The laughing is thinking about what might have happened to him before and laughing because of it. I mean, she was giggling too. It wasn't like a normal laugh. I had the impression the laughing was like, oh boy, you don't know the half of it. Yeah. You don't know how bad it's gonna get for you. You don't get the hell out. Yeah, I can see that. Have you heard her laugh in other chapters? I can't recall off the top of my head. No, I don't think we have. Not that I can recall either. Either I just don't remember, or she didn't. I don't think she did. So this is actually the first time we hear her laugh, which we have heard every single other character laugh. I didn't even notice. It eventually grew dark. The mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my regular report with the section chief.
そうですか。
I see.
では、また明日もぜひいらっしゃい。
Well then, please come again tomorrow.
お電話さくれれば、すぐに迎えを出しますんでね。
If you phone, we'll send somebody to pick you up right away.
ご好意感謝します。
I appreciate your hospitality. Wait! Didn't we have the meeting with the informant? What about that?
ぜひ明日も遊びに来ようと思います。
I'll probably come again and enjoy myself tomorrow.
ええ、さしてあげてくださいな。
Yes, please do.
あんた、レイカちゃまに大層気に入られたみたいだしね。
It seems that Rika-chama has taken a pretty big liking to you.
赤坂は明日も来ますですか？
Why is she glowing like that in the dark? It's like that one scene where she was kind of glowing with the background being black. Was that today? I think it was. Didn't he say that it was in the evening and that he couldn't slack because of that? He had to do something in the meantime, right? It's like way past evening now, isn't it? It's like night, right? They need to do things like their job, right? Who needs jobs? Yeah, I mean, I guess he's technically doing his job. He was investigating, and I think he struck gold. Yeah. Akasaka, are you coming again tomorrow?
明日は5次元で終わりですから、3時くらいに来てくれると嬉しいのですよ。
I finish after 5th period, so if you could come around at 3 o'clock, that would make me happy. Please come again. That pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Depending on what happened next, all that might end up as nothing other than my hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Furude household, one of the 3 families, had taken a liking to me, then this was a strong foothold for my investigation from here on out. It was like a free ticket for a reason to visit Hinamizawa. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination, and having this girl who was the embodiment of my ideal daughter grow so attached to me wasn't bad either. He's asking for a specific time. Why? Because this is just innocent Rika. I feel like he just doesn't know. Gonna make signals, Miss Scary Little Girl. Like, yeah, what are you doing? This is how you're supposed to communicate with others. We need a teacher. One way or the other. Maybe to keep him at bay at a certain point in time. Maybe to talk to him again? But he said, like, right now. Like, you should get out right now. Like, as if not to meet with the informant, as to not keep pushing further. So him coming back would kind of defeat the purpose. Maybe this is also a test to see if he will actually leave? I don't know. I had successfully dove into the belly of the Onigafuchi Guardians and had the mayor as well as other important members of the alliance welcome me with open arms. This was a great turn of events. However, I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I could clear my mind. The shock from that incomprehensibly strange incident continued to torment me. I guess no informant meeting? Did I get the date mixed up? Was it tomorrow then? Not today? Oh, 3 more tips. That's a lot. Let's go. The terrifying shrine girl met with someone's adorable daughter. And the image for that achievement is wrong chapter. I think what was it called? The manju. Actual assumption is just that Scary Rika and Tihi Rika are 2 different consciousnesses. Yes, I think I agree. It seems likely that normal Tihi Rika just doesn't know about what is happening, and she's just an actual innocent girl being possessed. With our Tihi Rikas just in vastly different ways. True. Giggling either way. Okay, but let's save and go through the tips. It's Mita all over again. Oh no. We know how that ended. It's baby Mion! Shion? Mion? Oh, cute! Oh my goodness. Oh, so cute. I'm sorry. Oh, cute. Baby minion. Or yeah, could be Shion since the hair is tied up. Recently watched the Mita video you shared and enjoyed it. I'm really glad about that. I thought that was a really good video. I guess for everyone who's interested in it, I guess I'll also post it here. You should play Me Side before you watch that or watch a playthrough of it. Oh, where did I share it? Oh boy. Let me scroll up, scroll up. Okay, found it. I thought it was quite nice. So, yeah. Here you go. So glad I found your stream in chapter 2. I could have missed so much more. Aw, I'm so glad you're here. I'm really glad that we are enjoying this together. It's really, really fun. I don't think I would enjoy it as much if it wasn't... thank you, Joshiyama. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, I don't think I would enjoy this as much if I didn't have people to share the enthusiasm with and the theorizing with. It's really, really fun. I really enjoy it. I mean, this is obviously a great game. I would have enjoyed it, but it just makes it like 1,000 times better. Didn't watch the stream because I need to play it. Yeah, definitely do that. I highly recommend it. That is a deep fried photo. It kind of is. But isn't it always? Oh, you got spoiled takes the wind out of my sails to look further into me side. That is unfortunate. I mean, there is 2.5 endings, or like 1 and 2 halves, I guess. So I would still recommend it. I would actually just recommend it for the gameplay alone. The ending is not relevant. It's a good ending, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the game is enjoyable even if you know what it's about. The gameplay alone makes this worth playing. Like, I mean it. This is not a game where I would say played only for the story, but actually mostly play it for how genius the game design is and how atmospheric it is. I really like it for like gameplay aspect more than the story, actually. The story is good, but the gameplay is so good. Yeah, there's a lot to enjoy, just the quality of the story, the journey, exactly. The ending, even if you got spoiled, I think it's still so good. But yeah, this is not about me side. Let's go through the tips. I have no idea where we are. The sound of the car grew closer, followed by the sound of it braking as the engine cut out. At that moment, his up until now lackadaisical footsteps grew decisive as the man in the room dashed up to the wall beside the window and carefully peered outside. It was his comrade's car. Even so, he didn't relax his guard. Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Thump, 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 thump. It was the passcode.
帰ってきたね。開けちょく
Ah,
れな。
the
俺だ。
kidnappers. I'm back. Open the door already.
ああ、お疲れ。今開ける。
Ah, you must be tired. I'm opening it now. After the locks were undone and the door opened, a man appeared, his arms laden with swollen plastic grocery bags. The bags in his hands had 7 Smart written on them, with bread and milk cartons able to be glimpsed within. The contents of those bags were then spread out over a sheet on the floor.
カップラーメン買ってきちょん。お湯沸かせな。小僧はどうしてる？
I bought some cup noodles, so go boil some water. What's the kid doing? I don't know if I can do the accent justice.
ん？ずっと寝てる。
He's been sleeping the entire time.
手がかからなくて助かるよ。
Thank God he's not causing any trouble.
うんこ垂れるときは騒ぐけどな。
He did struggle struggle a little bit when he was about to shit himself? Okay.
漏らさせんな。練習は万一の時。やばいって。
You're not gonna let the boy go to the toilet? Are you kidding me? Don't let him crap his pants. It'd suck if he started smelling like an outhouse in here.
分かってるよ。
Yeah, I know.
猿グツワは定期的にチェックんな。外れてもまずいん。きつくも締め付けちゃあん。
Pick that gag every now and then. We don't want it to get loose, so keep it tight.
窒息させたら意味がなん。
But not so tight that he stops breathing. Poor kid. What's he gonna do? I mean, I'm guessing they brought him like way out into the middle of nowhere, so him screaming, even if he did, I don't think anyone would hear him.
分かってるって。あれ、携帯コンロのガス管頼まなかった？
I said I know. Huh? Didn't I ask you to pick up another can of gas for the portable stove?
もうガスねえよ。
We're out.
聞いてねえ。だは。
You never asked, ya idiot. Idiot.
マジかよ。ついてくれよ。くそ、くそ。
Nah, seriously? Come on. Work. Damn it. He rattled the portable stove as he struggled to get it to light. Seeing that, the man who went to buy supplies let out a deep sigh, and with a backwards glance at that sight, began to walk to the corner of the room. The kidnapped boy was sprawled out on a sheet that was spread out on the floor. Oh, poor kid.
小僧、元気かいね。
Boy, you doing okay? Of course, the man didn't assume the kid was able to hear that question. That was because the boy's ears were plugged, with his eyes and ears thoroughly covered by packing tape? They're robbing him of all of his fucking what? Senses! This is insane! This is so horrible. Also, his mouth was gagged with a thin, twisted up towel. Oh my god, this is so horrible. Yeah, this is so bad. Because of that, the boy was unable to close his mouth properly, his cheeks sticky with his own saliva. Oh no. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Both his arms were tied tightly behind his back with a leather belt.
今んところ順調らし。命の心配はない。
You seem to be doing okay, at least. You're not gonna
お
die.
前のじいさんがしぶりよったん。耳たぶの一つも切り落とさなきゃならんかったんけ。やらんくて済んで助かりよんよ。
If your grandpa wanted to play tough, we might have to lop off an ear. It'd be great if we don't have to. You could chop off literally anything else. Why would you choose an ear? Just like take a finger or something, or like the fingertip. You don't have to take the ear. You would get mentally unwell. Yeah. What are they doing to this fucking elementary school kid?
本家はこうと決めたら鬼やんね。どんな残酷なこと命令するかも想像つかん。
Now, the main family says we do, though. Tough luck. I can't even imagine what kind of cruel things they'd have us do.
その本家が小僧に傷一つつけるな言うてんから、とにかく順調なんだろんな。
I wonder if they'll actually let him go in the end. The family says not one scratch on him, though, so it seems to be going well for the time being. I mean, if they were planning on killing him, they might as well just not blindfold him and everything. So they're trying to make sure they don't get found out, which is probably reason to assume that he's going to be let go if negotiations go well.
大臣はダム計画を撤回で水面下工作。ひなみ沢ダム計画は無期凍結へ。
Oh, okay. The minister is discreetly withdrawing the dam project. The Hinamizawa Dam is indefinitely postponed.
小僧の解放はいつ頃になるんだろうな。
I wonder when we're letting the boy go. I hope soon. Hello, Sagi! Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. Let me give you a quick shout out. And everyone should definitely check out Sagi, please. And thank you. But yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, they're waiting to get the signal to just let him go. Hopefully. I hope they won't have to hurt him. How are you? I'm doing good. Hope you're also doing good. Something terrible is going to occur for sure. I don't think this boy is getting out unscathed.
早く一服したいもんだぜ。
I just want this to be done with. I just want to be done with this already.
本家が決着のタイミング測ってるらし
The main family
い。いつになるかはあらんが、近いうちやんな。
seem to be engaged in that time, and I don't know when it'll be, but probably soon.
よかったな小僧。もうじき解放されるぞ。
Isn't that great, kid? You'll be let go real soon. The men didn't know if their voices were heard by the boy. For him, there was nothing he could do but continue to sleep to escape this harsh reality.
それよん、ガスをどうするんね。ラーメン食えんよ。
I'm okay. Glad you're good. Yes, it's so lovely to see you. More importantly, what are we gonna do about the gas? We can't eat cup noodles raw. I
ガス
mean,
切れたなら言うてえなも
you actually can. I know a lot of people did this when they were younger, but I used to actually just break up a package of, I think it was Vietnamese noodles, and just put the powder in and just ate the noodles. I just ate the noodles crunchy. Was good. It was pretty good. Yeah. That was good times, good times. I used to do that pretty regularly. That was probably not good for my stomach. Vietnamese noodles? Is it Vietnamese? The brand was, it just said yum 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 yum. Are they Vietnamese? I always thought that they were. It just says Asian cuisine. Where are these from? I don't think it says anywhere where they are from. I guess all I can say is that they're Asian. Which is not very descriptive, unfortunately. But yeah, I used to just break those up inside of the packaging, put in the seasoning, and just eat it like that. It's pretty good. More importantly, oh yeah, I read that. The noodles. Okay, so that's going smoothly. Why I like rainy days. That's already a beautiful music to start off with. The weather forecast had predicted that it wouldn't rain at all this entire week. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything. When every day is the same, unchanging, sunny weather, however, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. If it's simply clear skies for a week, a month, a year, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. The weather specialist said that they had carefully scrutinized a large quantity of past data, so it wouldn't be so likely for the forecast to be wrong. Also interesting because we were thinking about whether or not the weather had a relevance to the timeline of things, which I feel like it could? I think, like, you might be right. I think Space said it, yeah. Yum Yum, I think it might be Thai. Oh, I love eating raw noodles. They're really good, but not healthy for you, I don't think. Rainy days, my beloved. I love rainy days. So relaxing. I knew as much. But even then, there was occasionally a day where I was hoping that it would be wrong as I stared up into the clear blue sky. Was I being mischievous and hoping so? I waited and waited, feeling almost suffocated by the boring blue sky, undisturbed by a single cloud. If you could die from that suffocating feeling, then the population of Earth probably wouldn't have increased at this point. In other words, the only person who was being suffocated by this was me. Who is this? And so, I welcomed the summer evenings where not even the weather forecast could predict a sudden shower. Is this Rika? To because of the whole predicting things. So being able to predict things and having unpredicted things happen would be a welcome change. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Could be possible. The fact that they kept mentioning it, and it's always mentioned in chapters, and weather playing a big factor in the story is something to think about. I haven't read much VNs, but I don't know if weather would be a thing to be mentioned a lot. Not in the VNs that I have played, but to be honest, I haven't played anything like Higurashi. I don't know, but I can make some assumptions. Yeah. I feel like... We'll see. Maybe they will drop the name. Why is this Keiichi's house? Let's say that tonight's dinner was going to be curry rice. Hold on. Oh, now I don't know what his house looks like usually. Is this the console image for his house? Might be. Whoops. So, is this Keiichi then? But he doesn't live in Hinamizawa. Why would he come up now? Are you just reusing images? I don't know. Yeah, looks like it. Then we're called down to the dinner table. What was waiting for you was instead an eggplant and a bell pepper stir fry. This is just on your mother's whim, by the way. I would be delighted by such whimsy. I don't really like eggplants or bell peppers, but still, I would be delighted. The fact that the pre-established routine of curry rice had been broken would be amusing. Okay. This is definitely about predetermined outcomes and wanting them to change. If tonight was repeated 100 times and 100 times you had to eat curry rice, yet for just this one night that was changed to an eggplant and bell pepper stir fry, there's no way you couldn't enjoy that chance happening. I hate pre-established routines. I really hate when things are all decided beforehand. I have no love for boredom. I always get my hopes up that something today will be different from yesterday, no matter how trivial. Basically Undertale. Rika is Flowey. Oh no. Not only do we have Sans' nest confirmed, now we have Rika Furude is Flowey confirmed. Oh boy. Where is MatPat when we need him? It's been decided that this entire week starting today was going to be clear skies. The weather forecast decided upon it, so the god of weather must also feel obliged to do so. But who's to say that a rain cloud might not just show up one day on a whim? It's something that nobody can say for sure, but because that thought remains in this world, a creature such as myself can continue living without being suffocated. Tomorrow will probably be a hot and clear day. However, I'm the only one that knows that predetermined fate. Even with but a slim 1% chance, something changes. Hoping for that 1%, I hung up upside down weather charms on my sunlit eaves throughs? What is that? It's like rain gutters? Kind of? A creature such as myself? Yeah. So it's definitely Oyashiro-sama, or whatever she's possessed by. So, from that, we can guess that whatever Rika is possessed by is... reliving the same fate over and over and over again. That everyone will die. All of their loved ones, anyway. Like the whole friend group. each time just falls apart. So, in the hope that that will change, keeps reliving, revisiting the timelines. Oh my god, this is really like Science Kit! No! We're back! The banana! My spoon! In the end, I spend my days waiting for those unexpected things in life to happen. I pondered why I was hoping for it. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. I've had my fill of clear skies. And why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. The fact that it was going to be sunny tomorrow was boring. So why was I hoping for a rain cloud? In the end, it doesn't really matter whether it rains or shines tomorrow. Basically, it was just that the rain would water my heart, which was withered from boredom. That's why rather than a TV drama where the plot's already been decided, I prefer to look up at the sky. Huh. Hashtag deep, I guess. Damn. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Interesting. It always goes back to banana, what did they call it? Gel banana? Mm-hmm. This tip would have been nice to read first time over, yeah, but then it wouldn't have quite had the same impact. I feel like it was really building up nicely to this. I like it. I like it like this. Okay, I don't know how long the next tip is, but there is an ad break coming up. Yeah, so I guess let's take a break now again. I can't believe it's been another hour. We're almost streaming for 8 hours. This is crazy. I thought, oh yeah, it's probably gonna be like a 6-hour stream. No biggie. Never mind. We're here for 8 hours. Maybe she susses out when things are going to change depending on if it's going to rain or not, having a chance to try something different in the moment? Maybe. Because if something changes, like it could be the weather, right? That would be a very clear indication that things are different. I could see that being a possibility, you know, keeping track of the weather to know whether or not something has changed. I mean, I wish I read that. Oh, yeah, for sure. That would have made things easier. You should absolutely read these tips when you play games like this. Okay. Probably last outbreak. Let's get this through with. If you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right now. Don't forget to fish if you want to fish. I will fish if I can spell it right. There we go. And I will be right back. I'm gonna stretch. Do the stretchy stretch, get the drinky drinks, stuff like that. Probably. What do you mean probably? Well, we never know. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this is probably the last hour break, and then we keep going for like 3 more hours. Sometimes that happens. So, okay. I'm gonna be right back. Hi, I am alive. I haven't fallen asleep yet. It's only 1 a.m. Where's my sleep schedule? Ugh. Okay, it's okay. You're pulling through. Last one. Last tip. Yeah. Barley tea and black tea and a millstone. With baby Mion. That'll wake me up. With Irie, unfortunately.
だいぶ血圧も良くなってきましたよ。そのお年でこれだけの回復力があるのは、いやいや、感服するばかりです。
Your blood pressure has improved. For you to recover this quickly at your age, I'm rather impressed.
お嬢さんなら100でも200でも元気にお過ごしになれますね。
He's here to look at Grandma. At this rate, you'll still be kicking after a couple hundred more years, Oryo-san. Do we get a voice for Oryo? The young doctor in his medical coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon.
入江の先生はほんにお上手で。わしんたいな死に損ないは早うしなんと若者の邪魔になっていけんね。
We even get a sprite! Oh my god! Wait, do you have one of the other ones as well? Nope. Well, I'll take it. Lovely. Hello, Oreo. Cute! It's not like she did anything wrong. Wait, who? I wonder if the tips have sprites that are introduced in later chapters? Huh. Interesting. Thought? Maybe. Man, I'm so glad that I installed the mod. I can't believe I almost missed out on these sprites. You're a very good physician, Dr. Iria. If a persistent old fart like me doesn't hurry up and die, I'll just be in the way of you young folk. Ah, I like her. The old lady Oreo laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face. Then turning towards the sliding door, she called out in a strong voice.
しみこさん、かたえこさんおらんね。入江先生に麦茶でも入れてやりゃな。
Is Shimiko-san or Taiko-san there? Bring some tea for Dr. Irie and spike that too so he can pass out and we can call the cops on him. The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer until finally the door slid smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl. It looked like the old lady's granddaughter.
シミコさんは今日はもう上がっちゃったよ。何かよ。
Oh my god, look at her! She's so cute! Cute! But not nearly as cute as this one. What? She looks way cuter here. What happened? She looks like a teenager here. And she looks like a little baby in this one. What about this one? She just looks like regular old Mion. Please. Hirukishi, we need a baby Mion in your style. Cute. So cute. Like she did anything. Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you mean now. Just a normal sprite with a red shirt. Isn't she like slightly smaller? She looks younger face-wise? Kind of, a bit? I don't know, I don't remember the manga gamer sprite anymore. Didn't have time to draw more sprites. Probably not. Would have been nice though. Would have been cool. To see baby Mion and a Rikishi sprite. This is so adorable. Shimiko-san already left for the day. Do you need something?
みよ、入江の先生に麦茶を入れたってんな。
Mion, make some barley tea for Dr. Irie.
了解。抹茶も飲む？
Okay, got it. Do you want some too, Granny?
紅茶の方がいい？
Or would black tea be better?
砂糖もミルクもたっぷり？
Want lots of milk and sugar?
わしが加減するから入れんでええんね。砂糖壺とミルクも一緒に持ってきてんな。
I'll measure it out myself so you don't have to put any in. Just bring the sugar jar and some milk when you bring the tea.
はいはい。
Hey, Kay. Cute. Artist actually made Tiny Mion in Rikishi's style. Wait, I think I saw that the other day. I didn't know what they meant by. I think they just titled it Baby Mion and I was confused. I was like, Mion doesn't wear that. I think I know exactly what artist you're talking about. Oh my god, also, talking about artists. I think it might have been the same artist. For anyone that loves Higurashi, I don't know if anyone streams in here, but if you're like an aspiring VTuber or V Void Screamer, as I like to refer to myself in my head, this person is, oh my god, yeah, yes! It's the same person! Yeah, they're offering Higurashi slash Umineko style VTuber model art. I was heavily considering it, but getting a rigger is hell. So, I will not be doing that again. Maybe someday I'll overcome the trauma of looking for a rigger. Yeah. Just for anyone that wants to go through the rigging hell. But yeah, let me look for the... Oh, there's baby Mion. But yeah, don't check out the accounts if you don't want to get spoiled. Because you can definitely get spoiled on their accounts. For reasons I won't mention because it's a spoiler in and of itself. There we go. This is a baby Mion though. Or, yeah. Rishion! Right. Where is she? At this point in time, would Shion be around in the house? I think so too. Unless they separated them pretty early on. V Yapper. Pretty much. I should change my Twitter handle to Spooky V Yapper or Void Yapper. Looks not being able to look at stuff without being spoiled because spoilers are kinda integral. Yeah. There's so many Umineko memes on my timeline for some reason. I've never played the game, but apparently me liking Higurashi stuff. I haven't been spoiled for Higurashi for some reason, but the Umineko memes, I feel like they could spoil you with context. I just look at them and I'm just confused because I don't understand them, which is good. I just look at them and I'm like, okay. I don't get any of this, which is good. The girl named Mion, after giving a rather uninterested response to her taskmaster of a grandmother, returned to the hallway.
先生の麦茶は来客用のガラス茶碗に入れるんよ。ちゃんとお座布団もつけてな。
Pour the doctor's tea in the cups for the guests, and make sure you bring a coaster too.
水滴もちゃんと拭き取っとくんね。
Also, make sure to dry the outside of the glass, okay?
わーってるってうっさいな。
I like how rude she is. It's just good old Mion. Yeah, you're such a fussy pants. A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hallway. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady let out a wry smile slip across her face as she chided the girl.
しょうがないやっちゃな。叱られるうちがはなんねえなんたく。
I got the impression that the story is so dense, some spoilers would be harder to grasp. I mean, I literally watched, or rather not watched, I listened to Tsaro play the extra chapters for Umineko with the White Day stuff and everything. And I think I even kind of watched the ending of Umineko, if I'm not mistaken. First of all, I don't remember any of it because it was so confusing. And I was just listening to Tsaro's stream on the side. And everything that they were talking about, I was like, what is going on? I mean, I missed out on like so many hours of gameplay. So if I wasn't confused by just watching like the end, that would be strange. I finished Umineko and realized the big catalog of memes made across the decade were unlocked waiting for me to enjoy. Same thing with Higurashi. I look forward to look at those memes and finally understand. I look forward. Knowledge and context is important as any other series. Exactly. Exactly. Geez, that girl just won't learn. Nothing I ever scold her about sticks.
おりょうさんおりょうさん、まあまあまあまあまあ、そこまでは言わなくても、ミオンちゃんも若いなりに頑張ってますから。
Now, Oreo-san, you don't have to say that. Myeon-chan is doing her best in her own way, even though she's so young.
あれの母親もな、しょうがないやっちゃったんね。よう似とる。
Her mother was the same way, couldn't teach her anything. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
で、その母親の母親もまたそっくりなんじゃないですか?
So her mother's mother must be exactly the same, no? The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way.
入江先生、申し訳ない。症状開けてもらえんけんね。
I mean, Oreo is clearly not the best person, you know? I kind of feel bad for her. Being sick. I mean, she's old. She's old as hell. But, I don't know. Even though she's a horrible person, I kind of feel bad for her. We haven't seen Mion and Shion's mother, have we? We have not. I don't even know where she is. I think they just, well, threw her out of the family? They disowned her, basically. Dr. Irie, I'm sorry, but could you open the doors for me?
風が涼しそうだわ。
It seems there's a nice cold breeze outside. The cool chirping of the Higurashi had at some point started leaking through the gap in the doorway. Irie stood up and opened the door a bit. A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale air that had built up in the room, and we hear the Higurashi.
日中はだいぶ暑くなったように思うんですが、まだ朝夕は涼しいですね。夕べは少し肌寒いくらいでした。
It's gotten fairly hot during the day, but the evenings are still rather cool, aren't they? It was almost downright chilly last night.
そんな朝夕もまた、ひなみ沢のいいところな。
It's kind of sad. Everyone is just kind of fighting for Hinamizawa to persevere. Yeah, those types of mornings and evenings are another one of Hinamizawa's fine points. Idiot replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the cushion beside the old lady. And then the two of them, for a little while, soaked in the voices of the Higurashi.
わしゃ100まで生きにせ。もうしばらくは死ねんよ。
I'm going to try and live to 100.
山の剣、きっちり蹴りつけるまでは、勘の蓋かって収まらんわ。
She died in chapter 2. Right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure they mentioned her being found dead in the well. I think. I'm going to try and live to 100 until the business with the dam is proper finished. I ain't kicking the bucket just yet. So yeah, it's safe to say that she survived up until our story kind of starts. She kind of dies somewhere around that time. It's funny they continue to have every chapter in the summer, even if it's said years in the past. It's always around the same time. It's always around like June, July, yeah. I wonder if Akasaka's going to the festival. That would be something.
国が一度決めたことを撤回するのはなかなか難しいでしょうね。
To get the government to withdraw a decision they've already made is a fairly difficult thing to
国
do.
のやることはないつの世も一周すますみたいなもんね。そんでもだいぶ重いやっちゃ。
The way this country does things is like turning a millstone, a heavy one at that.
石臼ですか？
A
知
millstone?
らんねか、イシウス。
Don't you know? A millstone. EDA quickly affirmed that of course he knew what the old lady was talking about. For he knew full well that Oryo didn't like having her stories interrupted.
国のイシウスはなんでもゴリゴリ引いちまう。大したもんよ。
This millstone, see, can grind anything to a pulp. It's rather impressive.
でも簡単には回らない。重いイシウスなんねんな。
But you see, it doesn't turn that easy because it's a rather heavy millstone.
たくさんの人間がせーのってやってようやくじりじりと動き出す。そんなイシウスなんよ。
Lots of people have to work in unison to get it to even budge. It's that type of millstone. That's an interesting analogy. Idiot pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Eventually, Mion returned with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Oreo was talking and in a good mood, she quietly knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea, careful not to interrupt.
だから一度回り始めたら簡単には止められんね。回し始める一番初めが一番重い。
That's why when it gets going, it's not that easy to stop. It takes the most effort to move it right before it starts turning.
それが嫌だからみんな手を休めんとゴリゴリ回し続けるんね。
Everybody hates that, so everybody keeps pushing it along without rest.
摩擦係数の話でしょ。確かにバッチャの話、理屈はあるね。
You're talking about friction, right? I get what you're saying. She's so adorable, I can't get over it.
ちゅうことはだ。何かの間違いで突然イシウスが止まっちまったらまた回すにゃどえらい力がかかる。ちゅうこったな。
So, in other words, if there's some sort of mistake and the millstone suddenly stops turning, to get it turning again takes a great deal of power, more or less. What they set off was a series of yearly killings around the festival time. I wonder if this took place before. If they had something like a cycle before. Because they end up killing someone with the curse and everything. And with that, they set off the yearly curse killings, basically. So by mentioning to get it turning again takes a great deal of power, more or less. Like it's like this has happened again. Like maybe this isn't in relation to the curse killing, but it kind of sounds like it is.
確かに一度中断した計画をもう一度動かすのに必要なエネルギーはかなりのものでしょうね。
Certainly, to get a project that's been suspended going again takes a lot of work.
簡単には止められんイシウスだけどな。一度止めれば二度とは回らん。
Maybe I'm looking too deep into this. Maybe the 8 hours isn't doing good things for my brain. Ah, it's a millstone that isn't easily stopped. But once it's stopped, it'll never turn
そ
again.
ういうイシウスよ。
It's that kind of millstone.
石臼を止めるいい手があればいいんですがね。
It'd be nice if there was some way to get that millstone to stop, wouldn't it? When Irie responded with that, Mion and the old lady suddenly sunk into silence. Irie, instinctively thinking he had said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But that silence wasn't the result of rude words. For what crept across Mion and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles? Okay. Okay. That's creepy as hell. I I didn't expect this to turn creepy suddenly. Maybe I was right? About this being about the curse killings? Because why else would they creepily laugh like this? The atmosphere surrounding Irie suddenly froze, leaving him flabbergasted, thinking that the scornful smiles creeping across both of their faces was the result of some mistake of his. He could only grow afraid. It hadn't been that long at all since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, Irie could only let out a weak laugh. Irie's laugh eventually spread to Mion and the old lady. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at, their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple and unchanging chorus. That was very ominous. That was really ominous. What was that about? I mean, okay, so clearly my theory is that is about setting off the cursed killings, because that's what's bound to happen. That's just, we know that's gonna happen. Unless something changes this time around, but... Oh my god. Okay, interesting. I guess we'll see Oreo and Mion here. It's kind of scary how Mion is also participating in this. This is kind of creepy. It's kind of scary. Take notes, guys. Tiny Mion full of evil curse. Soup? Soup! No more soup. I think this hints that Mion knows about the hostage situation, or maybe it's something else. It's the mill analogy that kind of makes me think, Jesus, what is that about? Like, it sounded like they were talking about a cycle. And the cycle that I can think of is the curse killing cycle, which sounds like it happened before in the past, and this will set it off again. And getting it to stop, which is what I'm guessing. Ooh, Rika might be trying? Is what's gonna be hard? I don't know. That's what I'm kind of thinking of this. Hello, Jester. Welcome in. Yeah, we're having an 8-hour stream today. We're pretty much done with today's stream. That was the last of it. Oh my goodness. How am I gonna wait a whole week to play this again? Oh, this is so intense. Can I copy your notes? Please pass on the notes. I need them too. Oh my goodness, this is so... I feel like they just get more and more convoluted, and I love it. They think they're kickstarting a new era of curse killing, and the mill is the allegory for that, basically. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Draculi. Thank you. Very, very sweet of you. But yeah, so the curse killing era that they're going to start, is the one that we've been experiencing this whole time. That's the cycle that they're probably going to start over again. Or maybe since this is kind of the turn for going over to the answer arcs, maybe something will be different this time around. And things will start being weird. Because they're talking about timelines and hoping for a change, even like a small change. Very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. But yeah, maybe leaving a week in between gives us time to think more on some stuff. Thank you for being here, Blood. Thank you, thank you. Chapter fits so well in the question arc. See, it's almost as if it was there since launch. I wonder how suddenly they decided to implement this extra arc, or if they planned it all along and they were just trying to bamboozle you. Mian probably did not know the consequences of her actions because she isn't too happy throughout the chapters with things happening. That is true. But they must have taught her how to do the ritual killings. So she probably is kind of like mentally prepared for it, I would assume. Or maybe she just doesn't know at this time, but I would assume that she does. I feel like she would be indoctrinated at a very young age for it to stick. But we'll see. I'm guessing that isn't the only time we'll see Mian this chapter. Ooh. I don't know, I don't see this. I mean, this is obviously not gonna end well, but it's very interesting. She partakes in that, definitely. All the killings happen the same up to Takano and Tomitake. Yeah, that is true too. I'm very interested in seeing how that unfolds. Oh, I don't want to wait a week, but it's probably for the best to come up with good cooked up theories and stuff. Okay. That was a lot, and I loved every single second of it. Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. I had a lot of fun. Hope you also enjoyed the 8-hour stream. Thank you for sticking through 8 whole hours of me yapping and reading. It was so much fun. Yeah, and I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. Let me come up with someone to raid. And I was hoping that Sorrow would still be live. I've been meaning to raid her for a while again. If you didn't know, Taro is also playing Higurashi. I think she plays it once a week. So if you want, you can also pop into her Higurashi streams. She's currently playing Idolmaster 1 for All. I know nothing about that game, but we will raid the lovely Taro with a beautiful model also made by Shirota-san. So today we're going with a special raid message. We're going with Meep and Nipa. So feel free to copy paste this if you want to. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining me. Hope everyone can rest well. Yes, enjoy the rest of the day when it's 1 a.m. But yeah, rest up well, guys, and I will see you tomorrow or next week, whenever you decide to join back in. But tomorrow for Omori. Yeah. Okay. See you. Bye. Right, and watch along. Yes. Bye.